and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. Here we are at the State House. It's early on Wednesday morning, and this is Representative Mike Murwicki with today's guest, Representative Carolyn Partridge of Windham.
Hello, Mike.
Good
so
morning.
Glad to be here.
And welcome. Carolyn is the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, and this is an easy fit for her, since maybe you could tell people a little bit what you do when you're not here in the legislature.
Well, Mike, one of the things I do to make a living is I raise sheep and create yarn at Green Mountain Spinnery in your district.
Value-added products,
yes,
right?
They spin it for me, and I dye it and take it to sheep and wool festivals. We also have a pretty good lamb market, so those are the things I do.
And do you process the lamb yourself, or do you ship it?
No, we send it to a wonderful place that's been humane certified approved down in Massachusetts. That Temple Grandin actually had something to do with when it was designed. So yeah. They get delivered to. It's never a nice day. I'm always sad on that day when they go to freezer camp, but it's part of the process. And I also take a certain amount of delight in feeding families with really good lamb.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good local produce.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So that brings you to the State House and the Ag Committee. One of the big things that's getting a lot of headlines is how do we support dairy in a very changing landscape.
Right, and as probably many of you know, and you know, Mike, the number of dairy farms has decreased significantly in the last 10, 20 years. We're down to under 700, 600 and some odd, 59 or something like that. It changes every day. And we've also found that going organic is not necessarily a path to success. My vice chair, Rodney Graham from Williamstown, just is in the process of selling his cows because the trucks wouldn't come to his farm to pick the milk up. And so there are a lot of challenges with dairy farms today. We do know, thanks to the Ag Strategic Plan that was put together, Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan 2020, that there are opportunities in dairy, but not necessarily. Well, there are opportunities in cow dairy. There are cheese makers who need milk that has been produced without fermented hay. So there is an opportunity for that, but then you have to rely on square bales, as my husband Alan and I do, which relies on 3 sunny days in a row to get square bales dried. And but there is room there, and also we know, because of the strategic study, that we need probably 4,000 more goats producing goat's milk in the state. So 10 farms with 400 goats. Vermont Creamery needs goat's milk, and so there are opportunities. What we're seeing is that farms, while small, farms are closing, they're mostly smaller, and in many cases the land is being taken up by larger farms. But it's a sad thing to see happen, because it's our farmers who maintain the working landscape and the reason for people to come to the state of Vermont to visit. I have been heard to say that people do not come to Vermont to look at subdivisions in South Burlington and Williston. They come to look at the working landscape. And my committee, as you said, includes agriculture. It also includes forestry, which is huge. And both of these sectors have a real opportunity for being a part of a climate change solution. And that's what I'm really excited about. Yeah. So dairy is kind of a sad story. I think dairy will continue to happen. I'm afraid that there may be additional consolidation, and but there are opportunities going forward.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something that's on just about everybody's mind now, with the idea that climate change is real, it's here, and we all have to do our part. And ag and forestry are a huge part of that.
Yes, and this is this, as I said earlier, really excites me because in recent times, agriculture in particular has been, well, the finger's been pointed at agriculture in terms of water quality issues in the Lake Champlain watershed, and that's accurate. They have been responsible for 41% of the problem, but they're also taking on 67% of the cleanup through the use of the required agricultural practices, and now with a focus on regenerative agriculture, which includes practices like cover cropping, low-till, no-till, grassed bufferways.
So what are low-till, no-till for somebody who's not a farmer?
You don't till the land. You don't.
Just plant over
You
it.
just plant, and there are techniques that can be used. Machines that can be used to, instead of churning up everything, which releases carbon and also destroys the microbial structure of the soil, you can sort of drill plant crops, and that is so low till, no till. And that goes along with cover cropping, which means you leave roots in the soil. You leave living roots in the soil as long as possible. So there are several other principles involved with soil health. But what is exciting is that there is this recognition that these, Dr. Heather Darby from UVM Extension is one of the gurus, I would say, of soil health principles, and she has been, she allowed us, when she started working for UVM Extension in 2003, there were 50 acres in cover crop in the state of Vermont, and now there are between 35 and 45,000. So that is a real positive thing. I've also been participating in a group. It's just the beginning of a group, really, with the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference. I got together in December with representatives from Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York, who are very interested in starting kind of a regional greenhouse gas initiative, but for ecosystem services, for payments to farmers who are employing these practices and improving the soil, sequestering carbon, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, and that's just as true, or more so, for forestry, right?
Yes. Our forests, it's estimated that our forests draw down or offset almost half of our emissions. So that's a real positive thing, and we're looking at ways for them to, for our forests to become part of the California carbon market. There have been pilot projects that have looked into that. One, Burnt Mountain, they decided that they could not go forward with the California market, but they could probably be part of a voluntary market.
Many people are talking about regenerative soil practices, and my understanding is that this is something we're already engaged in Vermont.
Yes, yes, most definitely.
And this is to make sure our soils are healthy, can grow best, and also absorb carbon.
Yes, that's true. And in the old days, not all that long ago, but a couple of decades ago, you would drive around Vermont, and in the winter and early spring, it would look like dirt, right? Now, when you drive around, if you see green out there, you know that those folks are employing cover cropping strategies.
I have a picture, and I'll send it so they can include the cornfields along the Connecticut River.
Yes.
That are before you go into over the Walpole Bridge.
Yes. Yes.
And the snow's receding, and you see the green cover crop that was put in right after they cut the corn.
Right. Exactly.
There's a good example of the practices we're talking about in place and being utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah. Value added is something that we hear a lot about in regards to ag products. We've got the big yogurt producer in Brattleboro. We're talking about cheese makers looking for. Well, what does that look like in the long term for Vermont ag?
Well, it looks pretty darn good, and I'm just going to hold this up and block my own face. But this, here's the Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan, and you can find this online. One of the things.
That's at the website of the Vermont Ag. And
it is at the agriculture.vermont.gov and /administration/annual report.
Yeah.
There's a dash between
They'll
annual and
be able to
report.
put that up on the screen for us.
Yes. So one of the things that this report includes 23 briefs on different sectors, including product, issue, and market briefs. And the good news is that there are 32, I believe, more coming after this. But if you look this through, they identify places where we have opportunity. And excuse me, in terms of value added for cheese, they find that there's this real opportunity for more small artisanal cheese makers. And as I said,
we're making some incredibly good cheese here in Vermont.
Oh, we are making amazing cheese. I love going to some of the events where they have all of these different products on display. But we're exporting cheese to France,
Isn't that something?
And it's really wonderful and amazing. So I can get pretty excited about the future of ag, even though we've had some hard times. I'm hoping that with the required agricultural practices that are now in place, they've been in place for about 3 years, we're beginning to move the needle on this.
Yeah.
And in a recent water quality report given to us by a young woman from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Emily Bird, she told us that 97% of the cleanup that has happened so far in Lake Champlain has been due to agriculture.
Yeah. So the farmers get it.
Yes, they definitely do.
And they're doing their part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you pointed out before accurately that farmers have been in the crosshairs a lot when it comes to who's responsible for problems with water quality. But the reality is farmers are doing more than their share, and this is something we all need to be aware of. It's similar to the climate action. We all have to do our part.
Yes, and farmers are doing more than their share because it's actually the cheapest way to remediate these problems. It costs a lot more to clean up development impacts than it is for farming. So that's why, and farmers get it. It's their environment too.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, giving a little history, back after World War II, we were the breadbasket of the world because Europe and Asia had serious destruction. We were the breadbasket, and farmers were encouraged to apply phosphorus. There are folks who still are here who can remember when boxcar loads of phosphorus would come to the state. And if a little is good, then a lot probably better. So this is, and this was the advice given to farmers.
Yeah, I know farmers that were told, put it on your manure too.
Yeah. So, it's not like they just went willy-nilly doing this on their own. Yeah. They got advice which we now know is not good.
Yeah.
So, and I also want to say that it's going to take decades to clean up Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
I figured that this problem started probably right around the time of the Industrial Revolution. Yeah. And so we're looking at, hundreds of years almost. And it's going to take a long time to clean up. I'd like to think that someday my granddaughter, who lives in Fairfax, will be able to swim in the lake without worrying about blue-green algae. But, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know that Connecticut was in bad shape, and the old story was when you'd ask people what kind of septic system they had, the answer was, what system?
Yeah, right.
And just in the last 50 years, we've really turned that around.
Yes, you are right.
To where the Connecticut has a problem with nitrogen, but the overall water is much cleaner than it was.
Yes, and I can remember when I lived in Saxon's River, actually in Westminster, but just over the line, and Saxon's River was my community. We would go we would go with my son, who is now 40, and we would go to Herrick's Cove.
Yeah.
And go swimming, and my brother-in-law had a boat, and we'd go water skiing,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And I think it's done nothing but get better.
Yeah.
And the problem with nitrogen, actually, is that when it hits salt water,
Yeah.
it creates a toxic situation. So when the Connecticut River hits the Long Island Sound, it creates this toxic dead zone.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be careful about nitrogen.
We've got a few minutes left. I wonder if we could just touch a little bit on cannabis.
Sure.
We've been struggling to get to a point where House and Senate can agree on what's the way forward for to open up markets, a tax and regulate system. There was a lot of concern that this wasn't being looked at as purely an agricultural product. And the balance they came to was that it wasn't going to be under the auspices of the Agency of Ag. Is there anything you want to talk about in that conversation that you feel we can do going forward, or what's the situation now?
Okay. Well, I think I did write a column about this that was in the Reformer a couple of weeks ago. We did want this to be housed in agriculture because it's essentially the same plant as hemp. It's all cannabis. And if you're growing hemp for floral purposes, for CBD, it's essentially the very same plant. It's just a different variety. It's like cherry tomatoes versus beefsteak tomatoes, right? So some adult use cannabis has high THC. Hemp does not. It has low THC. So we were hoping that we could house it in ag, but as it became clearer to me, and I thought a lot about this, I was pushing for some small growing permits, which we did get. They're focusing on that, and so that was good. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got some of the things. And I think that there are those of our constituents who really wanted things to be kind of loose, but what we've found is that it's very difficult to be loose about this. There were folks who said, oh, all this security, having to grow behind, fences with locks and stuff like that. Based on the experience of hemp farmers who found thefts in their own fields, with the exponential value of adult use cannabis, I think it would be unwise for people to be growing out in the open and putting a lot of stock in that
and
income,
not expect trouble.
And not expect trouble. And also, the important thing to remember is that, this I basically put this out to farmers in particular, but everyone, if you're growing this, we'll have it legal in the state, but it's still illegal on a federal level.
Yeah.
And depending on who's in power in Washington, D.C., you might find yourself getting capriciously cracked down upon. And I don't want farmers to lose their land because you are subject to forfeiture. And if you are going to grow adult use cannabis, I really highly recommend that you create a firewall between your farm and your cannabis business.
A legal firewall.
A legal firewall. It's really important. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was talking with one of our legislative counselors who I think is just stellar in terms of thinking things through. And he brought this up with me, and it just made total sense. Yeah.
We have a good group of lawyers who serve us on Ledge Council.
We sure do.
It's helpful for them to bring that perspective to us.
Yeah.
Especially those who are, most of us are not lawyers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So, I was sorry to disappoint some of our folks, but I think that this, given the small grower permits and really a focus on farmers that is included in the bill, I think it was probably the best way forward.
I think one of the things that came through was we wanted to make sure some big corporate entity did not come in and try and take over the whole system here in Vermont, and I think we've done that.
Exactly. Yeah.
We don't want that, and the bill makes sure that small Vermont growers are where it's going to stay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else you want to share before we have to have to go?
I think we've covered quite a bit, but I'm
Yeah.
always glad to come back whenever you like.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly, agriculture is the heart of Vermont culture. I don't think anybody can argue that. We want to make sure that moving forward, we have a vibrant ag and forestry economy to take Vermont into this century. So thanks for all your work you're doing.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people back at BCTV for bringing our work here in Montpelier back to you in Windham County. So until next time, take care.
I guess we will call the meeting to order. Today's February 24th, and Janet Kramer is missing from the meeting today, so I'm the lucky one. So the first thing on the agenda is to review and approve the minutes from the meeting of January 23rd. So we would need somebody to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion of Redmond.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next thing on the list is resident and citizen participation, which we don't have anyone here at the current moment. So we'll move on, I guess, if somebody comes, then we can.
Sure.
Okay. Number 4 on the agenda is the business of resident interest. And is that this, what does that mean, Chris?
It is the.
Just the following reports?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
all right. So the first,
Excuse me.
let's see. So the first we have on the list or for staff reports were the property portfolio manager and property manager reports. And so we have some written reports. Bless you. So we have Jack's report first. Did anybody have any discussion, or Chris, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'll just fill you in a little bit. So we have been working hard to get the community rooms done at Samuel Elliott Apartments and also Hayes Court. And they are near completed, if not completed. And so right now we're just in the process of ordering some new furniture. And so the rooms were painted, the residents were able to pick, they voted on a color to paint the rooms at each site. They were given a choice of a few colors and then they picked the color. Samuel Elliott actually picked this blue, the same blue. And then they had new flooring, which is the same flooring in here. And then they'll get new furniture. And so that had been something that they had been asking for a while.
Wonderful.
And so it looks great. And the Hayes Court, I've only seen in photographs, but it looks great. So I'm gonna go check it out tomorrow because they just finished it. I think our next meeting is at Hayes Court, and so we get to see it firsthand.
And we have new staff in the maintenance area.
So Sam Wright is our new maintenance staff member. He is the maintenance laborer, so he's new to the team. He does cleaning, light maintenance work, and he's training under the rest of the team.
Anyone else? Okay. There were on the agenda after, should we review all of these written reports before we do the write-off?
No, I think you could do, if you
Okay.
wanted to, you could go in line, so the next one would be the property management report, which has list of rent payments, and then those 2 write-offs for one for Samuel Elliott Apartments, one for Moore Court, both of which were tenants that left with 0 debt.
Okay. So Janet had emailed her approval,
Mm-hmm.
so while we're on that topic,
Yep.
we need a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the monthly property management update, Chris, I had a question about, so we are anticipating some upcoming in-house transfer that will be taking place. What does that mean?
It means when somebody transfers from one unit to another.
Oh, okay.
So it could be something like their household size has changed, whether it's gone up or down, and so they're either over or under housed, so they move to a unit that has more or fewer bedrooms. It could also be that they received a reasonable accommodation to move to a different unit for a reason, meaning that a doctor approved an accommodation that based on a disability that they could move to they needed to move to a new building or a new apartment for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
We also have, we're starting, our wait list at Red Clover Commons is starting to move more, and so we're starting to get people who live in our housing at our RAD properties or other properties, and then they've applied to be on the wait list for red clover, and now they're moving to red clover.
Oh, okay.
So that would not be a regional combination, or they actually would transfer out of our RAD property and then go into that property.
Mhm. But they have to go on the wait list, they can't just.
They have to go on the wait list. They can't transfer just in-house to Red Clover or A.W. Richards. They have to be on the wait list for that. But we're starting to see that now people are moving up in the wait list.
Okay. And when the Samuel Elliott annual inspection with the fire department was conducted, they said that there were minimal findings. What does that mean?
Not a lot, just little things like some housekeeping issues.
Good, thank you.
Housekeeping issues, so things that the property manager had to follow up on to re-inspect. There were also some issues, just, just basic repair issues.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Looks like we would be on to the resident wellness and services program. Looks like there were minutes from a meeting that you had recently.
So these are minutes from our Resident Advisory and Communication Committee. And so they meet monthly. They actually meet usually on the same day that we meet, so they met today. And we have residents, so from this meeting, we had residents from the Samuel Elliott Apartments, Ledgewood Heights, and Moore Court. Today's meeting, which you'll get the minutes for in your next packet, we actually invited the Red Clover Commons. We're inviting, now, it was only public housing, but since we went RAD, we decided to invite residents from all the properties. And so now we had residents from Red Clover Commons come in and sit in and listen to see if they wanted to join the group as well. And so we actually had someone from every site except for A.W. Richards today, which was great.
That is cool.
And so they actually asked me if you looked at these concerns, because their concerns are very property oriented, like, whether, the plowing, whether it's good or bad, whether, if, as you can see after Ledgewood, they identified parking, not in parking spots, and, just different things that affect really their properties. And so I did tell them that you received a notation of the notes as well.
What does it mean when it says suggested staggered terms for board members, so not everyone ends at the same time?
So we were in the process of writing the bylaws and the governance for the group, and they weren't sure how they wanted it to work, if they wanted it to be that people were elected, or if people that just applied and could get on. And so we were in the process of writing the bylaws, and, we were talking about term limits, and, why somebody would disqualify for being on the board and so far. So I think that once they've sort of solidified these bylaws, then we would present them to this board for your review.
Okay, that makes sense. So they want to put, so I see at Ledgewood, they want to put in some speed humps.
They do,
Yeah.
and so I did contact Peter Elwell, the town manager, and we're meeting this week, not to just talk about that, but to talk about some other things, and he's gonna give me some guidance as to what the process is behind that through the town, because that road through Ledgewood is a public road.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody can jump in at any time. Wellness and services monthly board report. Lorelei, I guess has the first piece. I just have a question. Down there where it says the WSSG has been reviewing the sharp/needles literature. Do you know what that is all about?
Yes, so we have a in-house policy as to two different procedures. So one policy is related to if somebody finds a sharp on the property, and we have a protocol of what we ask residents to do. So if they see it, they're supposed to. We have these orange cones. They're supposed to put it on the cone and then call in a work order. They're not supposed to touch it, but that's supposed to identify that it's there. And then they put in a work order, and then we have a maintenance staff, and we have a protocol for our maintenance staff as to how to get rid of sharps.
Is it related to diabetic,
Could be related to, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be, sometimes it's just found on the property and we don't know what it was for.
Sure.
And so, so we take all precautions with that. But we
Absolutely.
came up with the procedure really because we found some on our family sites and it was just, disturbing to the adults. So we wanted to put literature out about education and what to do if you find anything and how to talk to your kids about what to look out for. And then we also, and I think it's just a hot topic in our community, and so we might not be seeing it as much, but I think we wanted to get ahead of the case. And then we also have procedures for people to throw it away, and that goes with the town procedure, which is to put them in a heavy, sturdy plastic container, either like a not dish detergent, laundry detergent container, something with a heavy plastic. Then you tape it shut, and then you write on it sharps. And then you dispose of it in the regular trash, not the recycling. And so we give out that to all the residents so that they know what those things are. Because it just comes up, and some people just don't know what they're supposed to do with their sharps. If they're diabetic, they sometimes they might not realize what they're supposed to do. So we just tend to give a lot of information out. So we were re-looking at that information to see. Sometimes we put it out and then nothing happens for 6 months, and then we realize, we should probably give more information out about that. We have new residents or people forget. And so I think the group is just re-looking at it to see if we could design it better and make it more understandable, especially for people that don't read.
It's a shame we have to do this,
Yeah. But it's good to stay ahead of it, and I think that since we've had that, we've had good results of people and the way they've interacted, and we've had people do the protocol. They put the cone on it, they call the staff, it gets taken care of.
Anyone else have anything about any of the other articles?
it's good.
I like Shauna, Lucy, Ashley, they got a lot of good things going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like the progress.
Yeah, one program that Shauna has been working a lot on is this new pharmacy pilot program with SASH, and they have been doing a lot of the work to set it up. And so I think they're just beginning now to work with residents on it through the SASH program, and they're piloting it with a pharmacist from Hotel Pharmacy. And the idea is that they will set up this framework and see how it goes. They're focusing on hypertension. And then that may be replicated in other parts of the state. So it's really exciting. And we're getting a little bit of extra grant funding from the Center from Disease Control to facilitate this. And so it's nice to have that partnership.
It's nice to have a local pharmacy that wants to do that.
And doesn't it say that the pharmacists that we've chosen can also work independently, like with other pharmacies, so they're not locked in. Very Clover Common is right next to Walgreens, so.
Yeah, no, they can work with other pharmacies as well, you're right.
Then we have Ashley's SASH report and Lucy's FSS report. I thought they were doing great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And newsletter's always a hit, right?
Yes, exactly.
I didn't have anything particular, but I just thought it was well done. We have the blue sheet, which is shelter, section 8, shelter plus care. Is that number 3 on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I just had a question about, or was just wondering if you could explain the shortfall and the fact that HUD doesn't wanna.
So we are in process of talking to them about why we incurred the shortfall. It was very unexpected. Chris Hart, who finished the closing of the RAD program, and David DeAngelis are really taking the lead on it, and I'm staying involved in it. We've been talking to our attorney that helped us through the RAD process, and we're in discussions with HUD, so it hasn't been dropped, we're just staying on it to see why why the shortfall. From what we understood, it had something to do with our Section 8 vouchers, that we had reserved Section 8 vouchers, which we had reserved for the residents who were moving out of this property, and so that because we had this reserve, that possibly we could dip into that reserve. So, but we weren't aware of that at all during the closing. There had been no mention of that. So we are definitely talking to HUD and trying to figure out how basically to secure those funds again. So.
Rental assistance demonstration program.
So that's the RAD program. There's really, outside of what we just were talking about, there's no real updates. So far it's been going well. We've been working with, our computer 10 Mass program to make sure that everything is set up correctly. But other than that, it has, I think at this point we're full steam ahead with the RAD program, and so we're feeling good about it.
Okay. The checklisting. I didn't see Green Mountain Power on here with their astronomical amount. Did we pay ahead or something? Or maybe they just decided not to bill us.
I doubt that. It could be that we just had less this month. We were, so we had transferred to a fee accountant program, and so in that transition, we have been sort of catching up. And it could be that there was just one of the pieces that, yeah.
Right, the big ones were Town and Brattleboro.
I do feel like I signed off recently on a Green Mountain Power check, so I don't. It could have been that we just missed this payment. I mean this cycle.
Yep. Anybody have anything to discuss about that?
No,
Okay.
that's what I thought too.
So check signing, I have March, Janet has April, and Tom has May. Does that still go?
I'm doing the last one of this month, which is for,
February?
Yeah.
Oh, for Janet?
This week?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Transition to fee accounting? Chris, I would imagine that you might have something to say about that?
Yes, so as of the beginning of February, we decided to sign a contract with Gordon Griffin Accounting, which is an accounting firm in outside of the Boston area that works with public housing organizations in Vermont, several in Vermont and other places, but they work with Rutland and Winooski and Bennington and Springfield. And we decided to go in this direction really as a cost savings hedge. And they were here last week working with us and starting the process, and so far it's going very well. We were able to keep on our accounting assistant, and she was helping just in the process of sending them all of the material. And but it's definitely a transitional phase. This month and next month will be a big transition for us. So we're working hard at putting the pieces together and getting the framework, but it feels like we're going in the right direction. And I really think in the long run it's going to save us a lot of money, and it will be a more sustainable idea. So yeah, and they've offered a lot of guidance around. They really understand the HUD regs and the RAD regulations as well, and so they've been giving us some guidance on how best to set our ledgers up. And so it's been great.
That's good.
Yeah, it was tough, but I felt like it really was something that just had to, the cost savings was too large to not try. So.
Okay. And budget preparation process for 2020.
So yes, I just wanted to keep you, so our fiscal year will end at the end of March, which I know is very soon. And so we are really, we're scrambling to put a budget together and working with staff. And because of this transition, it's a little bit difficult, but we're hopeful that we'll have something really, something to show you at next month. So just wanted to keep you in the loop.
Anybody have any questions or anything?
No.
Okay. Next is large projects in progress. So FEMA PDMA.
So that's the work at this site, which is the demolition and the widening of the brook. So Chris is working on the scope of this work and the timeline and other details of the entire project with our water engineer. So that's just still going forward. We're hoping to tear down the buildings, some further buildings along the brook starting in the spring. And that's just moving along as planned. And, you know, we have a match with FEMA, and so we're just trying to figure out exactly, you know, where to allocate money and where we can pull from, so.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Red Clover 2, Chris sort of identified all of these things. So they've been reviewing the designs. They're still trying to figure out some more cost savings. And our funding application has gone in for the VHFA will be the securing our vouchers for the building. And so that's the meeting that I will be attending on the 30th
Yep.
of March. And so Chris and I are both attending that. And then we met with VHCB earlier in this month for them to introduce me. We went out to Montpelier and to have a discussion about just what they're looking for in terms of financial reporting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
For moving to work, we are still on the wait list. Chris had reached out to HUD and they indicated to us that they were, that another notice would be going out prior to any decision about the lottery, so we're still waiting. And Chris has been organizing, part of her development is looking at what this space will look like. And part of that is she's been working with a group of folks that are interested in a project that's going to be held in June here at the site around the brook and the Abenaki Indians and just sort of the historical value of the land and incorporating some art. And so she is going to come next month on the 18th to discuss this project with the board. It's really exciting. I won't be able to do it justice if I discuss it, but she's talked to me at length about it and it sounds really fun. And I think it's a great way of engaging the community in the process of looking at what would be next without making any major decisions, but just getting people involved and really looking at the historical value of the land and the brook and how it has been used historically for many years prior to housing.
That's really interesting. It had anything to do with the Indians.
Yeah, I didn't either, and so it's very interesting. So they're trying to do all this work. But Chris, this group is really excited about it, and they're going to do an event 3 Sundays in June. And so Chris will be able to tell you more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But she filled me in a couple days ago, and it sounds really exciting.
So the next meeting, everybody understands that it's March 18th, right?
We'll be able to attend that week.
You will be?
But everyone else was able to attend.
Okay.
And I can watch the video.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything else to discuss that we had here in content of the meeting? Because the next thing is executive session. We've kind of plowed right through this. No?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess we need a motion to move into executive session.
So move.
Liz?
Second.
Oh, yep. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Shall we call this meeting to order? This is the 7 o'clock, Monday, the 9th of March. Select board for the Jamaica. The first thing we're going to do tonight is the organizational meeting, and then we'll have the regular meeting after the unregular organizational meeting. First, we should welcome our newest regular person. Jessica was recently elected and will now be sitting in that seat until she gets thoroughly fed up and runs. All right, first order of business is the selection of officers. I'll take this opportunity to nominate Andy for the president, the chair. He did it he's been the vice chair for 4 years, so it seemed like that would be a good growth. Andy, do you want to accept that nomination?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
I appreciate being nominated, and I'd like to tell you that I had expressed some interest in it, and think I'm qualified enough to do it. I've served on a nonprofit back a few years ago for about 12 years in the organization, in the business part of it, chaired committees, was a representative for Vermont, for North America, blah, blah, blah. I went back and forth with it, and I think that for personal reasons, I think I'm going to take a pass on that, and I'd be glad to stay vice chair if I could.
I accept that. I know you got a
Thank you
basketball
for
history.
asking me.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to be Greg Nealman's the
Another nomination for Greg
Nealman? Yes.
Okay, so I see a lot of nodding faces, so do we need to get formal? All in favor of Greg Newman? Greg Newman.
Greg Nealman.
Melman.
One job I've got tonight. One job.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so thank you. Just to say that I really appreciate the years that you served. You helped me with this, and I'm getting. Go ahead, Paul. Shout and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm suddenly
Somebody
opposed.
is.
Yeah.
Sam Davis, leading.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Welcome. Good luck.
Good.
Entire fire
We're
comes
covered here.
All right, so Mr. Millman, which I mispronounced many times, but I hope I got it right.
Melman's.
Melman.
It's easy, like it's mayonnaise.
Hellman's, Melman's. I told
Having
you.
said that, your choice, sir. Would you like to continue the organizational meeting, or would you like me to just wrap that part of it up?
You could go ahead and wrap that part of it up.
Okay.
I mean, I think I've got some guidelines from previous meetings, but if you're,
Well, we're just gonna make some appointments and stuff, we can do that.
right, yep, and I'll chime in. I guess I'd like to start by nominating Andy to be the vice chair.
I'll second that.
I will second, I said that. All in favor? All in favor, say aye. We've got hands waving, so Andy, yes, please continue in the vice chair position.
Okay.
And I hope he serves you as well as he served me, because he did a good job keeping me on shore straight. With the exception, of course, the part that Tom took over to remind me to vote. But other than that, you guys are
Whip, I
good.
think that's all.
I'm gonna add that to our list. Okay, the next order of business is for the appointments. We don't have a select board secretary as such. We've been graced with thank God, for our town clerk who's been taking the minutes and acting for the most part like the secretary. And I think that's a really, really good, it's worked out really, really well for us. I hope it's okay with everybody. Is there anything we'd like to do that's different?
It's okay with you?
My choice.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't.
But for this particular position, you do
No,
have.
no, I just want to make sure everybody understands
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
progress of the park. All right, so, we've got a list of town appointments that have, let's talk about the one that's the most problematic right now. And this is the town health officer. It's down the list of ways, but let's talk about that for a second. I was in communication with the health department today about I'm currently working town health officer complaint. As of today, the chair of the board becomes a town health officer, the AU. And I talked to her about, can I continue to finish this project? And she said, after hemming and hawing, well, as long as it's clear what you did and when you did it, and then you can help him or her, because I totally could have been her, the new person, as long as I document exactly what I did, but I can't sign it as of 5 minutes ago. So if it's okay with you, I'll continue to be your assistant, not assistant, because I can't be your deputy without getting appointed by the state. And that's a 3-year gig. I'm only going to be here for another year. But I can help you as long as I'm clear about what's going on and that you are the signer of the paperwork.
Absolutely fine with me, I don't need help, I'm sure.
Yeah, well,
The select board is the Jamaica Board of Health. so-
exactly. The select board is
We
there.
all learn.
Yeah, anyhow, so if we decided to, we could do that, but I'm trying to get this thing worked as best I can. I hoped it would be finished by tonight, but it's not going to be. But just so a heads up on that, we do, for those of you in the loving viewing audience, we do need both a town health officer and a deputy health officer. They're appointed for, it's a 3-year gig, appointed by the state upon the recommendation of the town select board. That's how they get it. And then, and it's awkward, but there's a class and there's paperwork and you just follow the checklist and let's face it, if I can do it, how hard can it be? Okay.
There's a stipend too.
And there's a stipend for it, I heard. Have we seen it?
$350.
How much?
$350.
Oh, good, 350. I wonder when that stops. Wait a minute. Anyhow, but we could certainly use some help in a variety of areas. All right, continuing on with the organization.
And that doesn't need to be someone on the select board, correct?
Correct. It does not need to be someone, you do not have to have any medical training. You just have to be a reasonable person.
Any Jamaica resident can volunteer for this position.
Exactly. Yep. And both the deputy position and the health officer position are both open. All right, moving on. Next item, we have a fence viewer as a town appointment. Historically, we've appointed Steve Clark. His primary qualifications is he doesn't come to these meetings so he can say no. I think we've talked about it before. He's agreed to that. All right? You want to go down these one at a time or do them all?
No, just go down.
We'll do them all, and then if there's a problem, we can make an exception.
Okay.
Animal control officer is Rob Willis. He is our constable, and he has said that he wants to continue doing that. Surveyors of wood, lumber, and the weigher of coal, that position is vacant, has been for a while. We don't survey coal too much anymore. Weigh coal. So it's not like it's a
What is
critical
the
need.
other position?
We usually just skip
Survey
it.
land, we just skip that one.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and move on from that one. The tree warden is Ben Williams. He told me he's interested in continuing. Health officer is now vacant. It belongs to the chair. By virtue of Vermont state law, it goes to the chair unless we appoint somebody. Unless we make a recommendation for the town to appoint them. The deputy health officer is also vacant, as we just talked about. We have cemetery sextons. We have East Jamaica, Jamaica Village, and South Wyndham cemeteries. Bruce Chapman has been on there, and it's my understanding he's not here to say no. So I think he wants to continue. He's been doing that for a while. West Jamaica, South Hill, and Pikes Falls, Karen Amadon. My understanding is she's still interested in that.
Yes, I talked about this.
Okay, good. Rossendale is Nelson Coleman.
That's correct.
Yep. Emergency Management Director has been me, unless somebody else would like to do it. I'm willing to continue that ongoing thing. Rescue Inc. rep is Stuart Barker. He represents the Select Board 2 Rescue Inc. and theoretically back and forth communication-wise. Energy Coordinators, I've got Tom Toller.
Yeah.
You willing to continue that position?
Most definitely.
Okay. Flood Zone Administrator is Lou Brusso. He told me he's willing to continue in that position as well. Wyndham Regional Commissioner, Joe Blooming and Andy Coyne. Do we have any changes in that?
I think I might change committees, but
But that's within Wyndham Regional, right?
okay, I don't know how to.
Well,
Tell you that, or?
we appoint you to the commission and then you guys.
Right, I can't
decide.
make those meetings and then come here
Yeah.
after working.
Okay.
4 o'clock,
It does-
Brattleboro here,
That's
and I'm
fine.
on the same committee as the other commissioner when I
Okay.
get there.
So,
A mystery commission.
the mystery commissioner. So that,
Spread the wealth.
the town appoints you to the Wyndham Regional and then you negotiate your committees with those.
Yeah, so I have one in mind.
Okay.
Take it up with them.
And Joel, are you still on? Yeah. Okay. Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustments. We've got 2 opens. Christopher Robin is on. Brian Ziroff and Patrick McQuillan. I assume he still wants to be.
Yes.
Now you guys are on opposite Mondays. But Rebecca Ohm, who we will miss, we thank her very much for her service, and we talked about Jason Cass last time, two valuable members, but their schedules and the situation didn't work out. So we do have two openings.
I have somebody who is interested, but he just sent me his letter today, so I didn't put it on the table for tonight. I said that I will share this with everybody so we can review.
We can do it again.
He's got his letter of introduction and brief background. He's been a second homeowner in town, and in the past year has been a full-time resident of the town.
Okay, so we can do that next session?
Yeah.
Okay, circulate that, we can make, because you guys are meeting every other Monday still? Chris? Yeah, by the way, I got a letter from you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for volunteering again. Clearly, we have not reached your level of absolute maxed out, we can't stand this anymore. Thank you for hanging in there. Okay, so we'll take this up next week, or next session. Okay,
We still need one more,
yep,
pending this one.
yes, doing public. Recreation Committee, I had Bob Johnson, Carolyn Pearsons, and Greg Mullins.
Melmans. Hey, right
Why do
now,
I say that?
Melmans.
Caroline at the meeting said she was dropping out.
She did?
I
Yeah,
talked
she
to
did at
Bob
town meeting.
at luncheon, and he said he would continue. And I think we put Greg on there as a representative from the board. I was
Right.
on it for many years, I'm not anymore.
Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. I will remain there. I don't feel that I can probably
Well, I mean,
bring that group forward.
it's another situation where we need parents or grandparents with young children who want to volunteer and coach and help out with uniforms and so on and so forth. So without it, we're not going to have teams. Now, I was talking with someone from Townsend who was saying, well, maybe we could merge, all the towns could merge into one rec committee and kind of have one league and all this stuff. Because basketball and soccer pretty much do that anyway. It's really baseball that's different. I said, that's great, but it would take some coordination to contact all of the rec coordinators and then have this agreement of all these people coming together. So I don't know where that's going to go, but I've had that conversation. So.
Okay, well, let's get it out so people understand it's coming
Yeah,
up.
but it's a situation where if people aren't doing it, the kids are not going to have coaches and the ability to play these sports.
Yeah, it'd be a shame.
It would be a shame.
Because things are kind of quiet around here, it'd be nice to have something for the kids to do that's constructive. Village beautification, I have Karen Amadon, Joe Dumas, and Alexia Clark. Yes? Yes, that, I read that as yes. Do we know about Karen? Yes. How about Joe? Do we know?
Yes.
I see her head nodded, so apparently we're going to leave that alone. Have we heard anything to the contrary on anyone? So we'll leave that alone unless we hear otherwise. Fire warden is Stuart Barker. I understand he's continuing that. Assistant fire warden, we do not have one. Do you know anybody in the department? It was Joel Beckwith, but we haven't.
It's Bob.
I am already.
Oh, you're already the assistant?
Yes, yeah.
Where did you miss?
Thanks, Phil.
Somebody should be paying attention around here. Thank God this is my last kid. Sorry, Bob, I didn't have you on my
I've
list.
been deputy since June.
Since June? Where have we gone?
Yeah.
Who treated you? I don't have a clue. I now remember it. I didn't have it on my list. Sorry about that. The 911 coordinator we have is Erica Bowman. Do we know? I think that she's inclined to stay with it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything different. Senior Solutions, Janine Stone. WSWMD, Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. Did you see I could do that without having to look at it? No, I know I've been too long. That's Greg. Are you still interested in that, Greg?
Sure.
Because you're also kind of honchoing the transfer station too.
That kind of, I think those kind of went hand in hand.
They seem to, yeah.
Looking for an assistant though, if someone wants to. I mean,
That would
as of now, it's only really for filling in if,
Yep.
if I can't make something or anything like that, so.
Well, it's a good idea to have two people in case something happens, you know.
I'll step down as assistant if Jessica wants to she should have an appointment.
I'll accept.
Assistant to what?
Assistant
To
to the
the
transfer station.
Transfer station.
Oh.
I was the
Wyndham
assistant.
Solid Waste.
Now
Sure.
I'll transfer that over to her.
Um,
She can jump into the. Right.
So the transfer station assistant. is Jessica.
And I can put that down, I mean, there's no real work involved, but just from an educational standpoint, I'll put you as the assistant for the Wyndham Solid Waste Management.
Yeah, both.
As a
Right, it makes
representative,
sense.
and if I can't attend
Yeah.
a meeting or something, you'll get all the announcements and whatnot.
Okay, perfect.
This also has the advantage of you getting really close understanding what's going on there, because that's the one that's caused us the most grief and will be giving us more grief
Yeah.
with the changing in
July.
the policy.
Regs, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be good to have. Very good.
Thanks.
We also have the newspaper of record. We've used the Brattleboro Reformer. Anybody interested in making a change to that?
No,
No? All right.
I'm not.
So, are we all happy with the?
What about town hall? Town hall?
Oh, it's not on this, let's talk about that for a second. There
I
are
like to
some,
do that, Judy was doing that, I'd
Yep.
like to take that over.
okay, so we'll put town hall.
And what about police liaison, because I'm willing to give that up. I don't do a whole lot with the police department in common. So I know these were positions that were in this list.
They're not in this list.
But then
This is
your
the
list-
one I have
There's
last
another
last
one,
year.
too.
Hmm?
There might be another one I'll bring up in a minute.
Okay.
Do you have on your list?
It's not an old
Robert,
list.
it wasn't on last year's list, but I know we talked about it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, town hall.
These may be kind of things we do sort of.
Yeah, Judy was doing the town hall, so
Yeah.
I'd like to take that.
Okay.
Because I'm involved in that with the arts council and such. That
Do you want me to take the police liaison?
Well, I take it if Jessica doesn't want
Yeah, that's either,
Okay.
I don't want to.
if you want
it.
it.
He asked me before, but if you want.
That's fine, no, I didn't realize you were volunteering. My hand goes down, yours goes up.
Thank you.
Hands
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh,
Yes.
please.
I went over, got the tour.
I've never done it
next day.
before.
I went over, got the tour.
Well, I toured that
Yeah,
police
with the
station.
old jail.
Please.
When we were kids.
There's another one that's not on here that I did notice, and that is historically, we've had a member of the select board be a liaison with the town office, with the town clerk and the treasurer.
That's the one I was gonna bring up.
Oh, that's one, why, bring it up?
Last
Bring it up.
year, I brought that up and we never really, who did that?
I did it. You know, it's been me primarily because I'm here more often than most. Hopefully that'll change, but it's just somebody who knows what's going on and is available to them easily. They can get a hold of me pretty quickly because I'm usually here. I'm obviously winding down, but I'm still available if that's something that the board wants to continue with.
If you're gonna be here most of the time still.
Well, I still got the emergency management director thing, I still got
Yeah.
the piece of the town thing, and I still got 2 or 3 other things.
Kick it down, kick the can down the road.
Right there.
Sure.
No one else wants to do that?
What's that?
No one else wants to do
I'm
it?
not around enough to do it.
The tricky part is just being here, you know?
I was also gonna say, it's probably more just to have a contact and not necessarily that you're here every minute. I mean,
No.
you can certainly wind down and
Exactly,
You
and
guys
and
can
I've
get
got a
work
pretty
done
good sense
without
of what's going on here, only because I've been upstairs over it. Plus, I've been bribing them with chocolate for the last year.
It's not working.
It doesn't seem to be, I'm trying. Okay.
well, as the chair, I'll stay, that maybe you and I can work on making sure that it's
Okay.
a smooth operation.
That's a great idea. But they like you better than me anyway, so they'll be happy. All right, anything else that I've overlooked that we need to think about? I think that's, for an outfit that's as tightly organized as we are. So all in favor of these appointments going forward, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then these will stand as
Is
they
it
are.
unanimous? I guess as a chair, I'd also like to say that we record our votes. I mean, that's something that's in the, since we're kind of segueing into my portion of the meeting.
Yes, we certainly are.
But, that we record the vote, not who voted for what, but how many voted affirmative and
Okay.
just 3 to 1 of.
Can I write all in favor? Is
All in
that okay?
favor is fine. Yes, yes, yes.
Now, the rest of this package, do I give it to you, or just want to point to me and have me do things?
Either way.
It's up to you, sir.
Is there more than what's on the agenda?
It's all yours now.
There is now.
Well, I'd like to call the next part of the meeting together.
Well, first thing would be the late agenda, I'd like to do that from my seat. I put these in order of their appearance on here.
Perfect.
So this is the next thing is the minutes, after we do the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additions to the agenda, I've got it.
Yeah, that's Shannon.
Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just keep doing this, thank you. No, aren't you relieved you don't have to remind me folks?
I'll get on break.
Okay.
Okay, I will call the regular portion of the meeting together at 7:18 and ask if there's any additions to the agenda.
I have something.
Paul?
Yes, since I produced the agenda, we've had 3 excess weight permits have come in. So I've given them to you, so we now have a total of 5.
Okay. So
Down item number 5. And there was a question about the MOU for the mill building project, so I added that as a discussion item.
okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Oh, one more to add. Yes, the broadband, update on the broadband survey. Chris. Okay, then we have a few others. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 24th select board meeting.
So moved.
Did I give you my copy? I did, didn't I?
You did?
Is there any red marks on there?
There are, is. I'll hand it back. Then I also, I guess, is there a second? In order to open up for discussion, correct? Is that how we do it?
Oh, yeah, there's one, I have a amendment.
A second?
Second.
Second, Andy seconds. And Paul, you had,
Right. On page 2, number 4, number 9, we said that the new draft has been sent, disregarding hazard mitigation plan. The new draft has been sent out by email, and the select board has until March 16 for amendments. It should be March 16 for comments. We can't put in amendments, but we can put in comments. And then it goes to the public.
okay, and I did have one also. Under the discussion of the new Casella interim contract, which is also later on in the agenda, but last week we, it was brought to our attention that, and I would propose scratching the first line, which says the Casella contract pricing has been extended until June, and replace that with Casella has terminated our agreement with the town and is proposing a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste. And then would continue, the prices have increased since Casella brought out TAM, and we're reviewing a bridge, temporary contract for March 1st through June 1st, so as the rest of the minutes state. So just replacing that first sentence. Kind of I rambled a little bit, sorry.
Say that first.
So we've replaced the first sentence with Casella has terminated the agreement with the town and has proposed a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste, beginning March 1st.
A new rate. A new
Rate schedule?
schedule.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other? New motion to,
I'm going to accept February 24th select board meeting minutes with changes made.
Second?
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, perfect. And as done before, we will move the sign off of all the paperwork, whatnots, to the end of the meeting, the boring part. If people want to stick around, they certainly can. So we're on to number 5, review and approve, now the total of 5 excess weight permits. Da-da-da-da. We have one here. I guess this is the first time I'm seeing them, so I'm gonna just double check. I think they all have their checks with them. I'm gonna assume that portion. First one's Allen Brothers Oil. And there is a check. The next one is from New England Quality Service. I'm not sure who that is. I do not see a check on there.
There's a receipt on the top.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Next one is for Colton Enterprises, also with a receipt. Next one is for Gurney Brothers Construction with a receipt of payment. And we have Dead River Company, receipt of payment, and that's the rest of them for later. Those are 5. Motion to accept those overweight permits?
And yeah, I make a motion, we give those to the road commissioner.
And second? Tom seconds. All in favor of handing these over?
I just have a question.
Sure.
How come some of the fees are $5 and some are 10?
Because some are fleets and some's just a single vehicle.
It's $10 for a fleet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you just, am I still the road commissioner?
As of now. Would you like to pass on?
If you just put them over by Sarah.
We didn't have that.
You didn't vote that in?
That wasn't on the list,
No
no.
one's on the list, should fix that.
That's up too?
It's every year.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize it was every year.
and it was not on my
It's not a
list.
lifetime job.
I
No,
would make a motion that we appoint her for life, that we reappoint us.
Why don't we,
Hold it,
hold on a second.
Are we
Why
still
don't we
doing that?
finish the vote?
Thought we were through that already.
okay, good. It has been seconded. Andy had a question. Any other comments? All in favor of approving the 5 overweight permits?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for Tom for keeping me in order.
Just trying.
Keeping this.
I
Okay,
have no authority, I just.
so do we want to circle back to the road commissioner or put that as another agenda item later in the?
Can we add it after we've already asked for additions, or?
I would say sure.
Of course we can.
It was missed in the first part of it. I mean, it was supposed to be.
We'll call that,
It's like an oversight then.
Oh,
Oversight.
So it's not a real agenda item, and not an addition.
No, it's part of the previous organizational meeting, and I apologize for not putting it on there. I sort of think of Lex as a perennial asset to the town, and think of her as just being here forever.
Well, I'll make a motion to make Alexa Clark the highway commissioner for one more, for this year.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Are you still interested?
Yes.
When are you gonna plan to retire at one of these days?
One of these days.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
This keeps me young.
No one else wants to do it?
Any other, no?
Oh, that's what I should say, somebody else want it.
All in favor of Lexa for another one-year term as highway commissioner?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now back on to the regular, now, Lexa again, I guess, discuss the improvements on Under the Mountain Road.
Okay, at the last, I think it was one of the last meetings, Jared, Lindell, and Willoughby Britton applied for update of, not an update, but to renew, to fix the trail number 8 near the Under the Mountain Road. And I sent you a copy of the agreement that they had signed, and then a question came up, which I sent to our attorney. He in turn sent it to their attorney, and the homeowners, or the landowners, to add a paragraph, which I emailed to everybody. Did everybody get a chance to read that last paragraph? It was very important to have that in there. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing that up.
It was sold?
If it's going to be sold, right, so that that agreement continues on, otherwise it sort of just stops.
Leaves the town open to risk that we would become obligated to maintain the road. And this way, it
Great,
It
that
closes the
paragraph's on the
gap.
back of the whole package.
yeah.
Great. So the contract's there, and then the extra
Yeah, I
paragraph.
have the contract.
Yeah, right,
And then I
right,
have
there it
a
is.
contract for you to sign if you so wish to. But these folks would like to get
And so we
going
would be signing it on our behalf with this.
with this. Yeah, I have it
paragraph
here.
Pending.
I have a new one, yes.
That they would then sign.
Yep. And I've also talked with Keith, he couldn't be here tonight. He has spoken with the Londonderry Road Foreman and Road Commissioner. And they will be, all three of them will be working with Wesley Amadon, who's doing the construction, if any questions come up, so that both towns will be working together, the proper folks. So I don't see any reason not to approve it. I think it's cut and dry, really.
Makes sense to me. Paul, question?
It is, it's our understanding that this is at no cost to the
It's
town.
no
to make
cost
it
to
all.
the town at all, no.
It makes sense to me. And they seem to be working within the guidelines and whatnot, and it's a great great. I've met them independently of the meeting.
Yeah, one question came up we had about when Wesley's proposal, the culverts. And I talked to Keith about it, and it has to be 18-inch culverts, not 12 or 16. And I've already told the folks that bought the property that that's what it had to be, so they were in turn going to talk to Wesley. And so everything's moving forward, and they're very adaptable to what we want and what Londonderry wants, I believe. So,
Super, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks.
Then I can, you sign
So I'll sign off on that
I'll
one,
sign that one.
and then you'll take it with you, or with whoever.
This is tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You can leave it on my desk. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the list is to review and discuss the new temporary contract with Casella. So that's me. As from the last meeting, Casella had sent us the termination of our contract. They're continuing to haul our waste, but basically they were increasing their fees. And our contract with them expired June 1st. We had discussed getting a temporary contract or to run from March 1st through, I guess, May 31st. With these new fees, and in that time period, we would then put it out to bid to line up with the renewal date of June 1st. So I had floated this out to everybody. They had made the one change, so it actually does list Town of Jamaica now as the customer. It seems to me that it's pretty boilerplate as far as this type of contract goes. It's very similar to what we had before, other than the new rate structure. Any other motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
Second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion or feedback or anything, comments?
It's just interim until we can get
Interim.
an RFP out and back.
And it's pretty much, I mean, they're gonna continue
Yeah,
doing what they've been doing and
not a lot of choices.
just bumping the fees up. So we will put this out to bid within the next couple months.
And will they be one of the ones we put it out to, or is that what they want to do, Perry?
Who
No, I think they would be one of the ones we put it out.
We're gonna second it out.
writes that? Terry write the RFP?
Yes,
To clarify.
yeah.
Okay.
I think she's done it in the past and definitely
She has
has
that in the past.
Yeah, she has.
a few of them.
Fine.
Okay, all in favor of accepting the contract? Did we get to that point yet? No.
See, you thought it was me, it's a job that makes your brain turn to jello.
We got a vote?
I know, that's what I said, all in favor. I asked if we
Oh,
got,
I'm in favor.
yeah, all in favor
Aye.
of accepting this temporary contract.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I will get back to them. Next was discuss new computers for the town clerk and treasurer.
So I've been working, I was working on trying to upgrade the computers from Windows 7 to Windows 10. Ran into some issues with encrypted hard drives, which I could not figure out. So the idea was floated that we just get, and since these are older computers, that we get brand new computers for the treasurer and the town clerk, of which I said, okay, we still have the listers computers, and we still have Lex, and she left. I was gonna ask her if she has a computer in the back too.
She's got one she does the bookkeeping with, but I don't know if it's linked into all the other, is it, do you know what it's
We
linked
don't
into?
know, I can call her. So in any case, I called up Dell Computer and they gave me the name of our local government rep for computer sales and such, and he got me a quote. We can get the computers for $646.36 a piece. So we could do the math if you wanted to, if we wanted to get 4, if we want to get 2, the price is the same. We could, whatever you guys want to do. I also priced out monitors. I wasn't certain If the monitors were decent, they seem to be okay, at least for those two computers. Monitors are $83.29. So if we were to get the two computers, it would be a total of $1,459.30. Obviously, if we would go with 4 and replace the 2 Lister machines that are older, it would be double that. So it comes out, I don't know why I didn't have to quick, but it was 39 something. It had been said that there was funds in the in capital for technology.
I think there is an.
This is an easy.
supply.
I mean, this is it's sort of an easy solution. This will come with Windows and such. Now, what I still need, when I'm still researching and I'm still trying to get a hold of someone at Microsoft, is converting over to Office 365. I contacted them. They were going to send someone my way. They never did. Then they got back with me and said, "Oh, did anyone ever call you?" And I said, "No." So then they said they were going to get them, and I haven't had time to get back with them and say, "Hey, I really just need a governmental price on Office 365, and then figure out who would get that." I'm assuming it would just be the 2 or maybe 3 licenses, and that's usually, I think it's about $5 a month per user. So,
So do we know if the listers need new computers?
It didn't sound like it from my conversations with them. It sounded like the treasurer and the town clerk.
So this would just be 2 new computers?
Yeah, because they're on all the time.
Right. I would
that
definitely,
is the other piece.
I would
yeah.
think that way too, that the listers don't need to have 3 computers for one person that's in the office.
I would agree with that. Lou has a newer computer.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're in once a week,
Right.
Windows 10?
I don't think so. So I'd have to take a look at
So
that.
that's a security risk.
It is a security risk, yes. So I have to look at those and see what they. I have not looked at the listers machines. Like I said, we were trying to work on some. I took a machine home. It's sitting in my dining room, and I worked on it. And it's Dell, encrypted by Dell at the factory, and I couldn't find anything that's encrypted. Like, where's the key to unencrypt it? And it's not around. So
Since we don't save any money, we can certainly take the first action, which is to replace the critical ones that are where I know firsthand, right?
And-
They're struggling daily, and then we can entertain a separate motion with respect to the remaining.
and potentially taking those computers, if I could wipe them out and load Windows 10 from scratch, and then
Just kill
put those
the
on, because
hard drive.
if they're only using it again 1 day a week, they're not going to be.
Right.
Just put a new hard drive in.
That's possible. So there are cheaper solutions, but I support getting 2 new computers for the lister, and not for the lister, for the town clerk and for the treasurer.
You might need to upgrade the video card, and that's usually the
And
obstacle.
those other ones, you mean?
With Windows 10, that's usually the obstacle.
It could be. Yeah. I don't know. Again, they say these machines are 10 years old or 9 years old. I'm not. I have to assess.
They probably do not have an adequate video card to run Windows 10.
So I'll take that as Tom made a motion to.
So I'm making,
replace those 2.
making a motion to purchase 2 computers from Dell for the town clerk and the treasurer.
And the
For the amount.
associated software?
And yes, well, that's gonna have to be separate.
Okay.
But I
So for the
will, if you want
hardware
to
now?
approve that, we can approve that. I don't have a dollar amount again on the Office 365 yet. But the total amount for the 2 computers combined is $1,459.30.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, second.
And I mean, it'll probably take, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, any further discussion?
Yeah, this probably will take a few weeks to get in, and in that time I can look at the Office 365 and figure out. And that's just a subscription you can sign up online.
Yeah.
So if at the next meeting, we can decide to do that, and then it'll go fairly quickly.
Can I just say that to the public, that this is Tom's thing, this is what he does.
And thank you for your personal time
I do all
to
this
do
stuff.
We
this.
didn't just ask him to look into
Hey, figure
this,
it out.
because
No, I
he
do
knows
some
what
of
he
this
knows
stuff.
about computers.
I do some of this stuff.
Right. Thank
And
you.
thank you for taking the time.
Yes, right.
All in favor of replacing those 2 computers?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
So do I contact Terry with this quote, and then she can coordinate, getting PO, or?
Yeah.
I will do that.
Yeah, 'cause she's gonna have to work the POs and that sort of stuff out.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, thanks for that research.
Yep.
Okay, number 9, discuss the possible community email lists and possible upgrade to our WordPress program, which
So
is the software that we run.
This is my line item as well. It's tool-faceted. I'm gonna start with the WordPress. We're way behind on our WordPress version. Every time I go in to make changes on the server, it says, you should be upgrading version 5.4.5.7 or whatnot. I don't know, we're at least 2 or 3 versions behind. Most of the plugins in the system do not work anymore because they're also behind. So I was gonna take a stab at it, but I just wanted to get the select board's blessing before I go in and click upgrade. What it does, it takes it'll take the site offline for a little while. It should upgrade everything, and then in theory it's gonna come back up and the site will look the same, we hope, if nothing breaks. I mean, that's always the risk. So also the interface to do stuff is probably gonna look different as well. And I don't know how this, I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that it will look different because we're moving up a couple of versions. So I was gonna do that in the coming weeks. I was gonna say this weekend, but I have plans this weekend. But I can do it and we can see what happens. I guess, I'm sure there's a possibility to roll it back.
Right, so there's certain things that are on the website, while not purely legal per se, they do satisfy requirements that we have. Is there any way, not to have a redundant site, but is there a way to do the upgrade? You know what I'm talking about.
No, there's not that I know of. I don't know, well, I mean, and when we're talking downtime, we're talking an hour or so. I mean, they say what happens is it goes into maintenance.
It's if there's a crash.
Well, if there's a,
right.
What I can do is do a little more research, see if there's a way to back it up, make sure that there's a way to back out the upgrade if we need to. I mean, I'm not gonna just go in and click a button and say, let's see what happens.
That's
although I have done that.
Hoping to avoid, right. If you don't mind doing that,
I
that would
will
be
try to do as much
wonderful.
due diligence,
Right.
and then what I can do is report back to the board in 2 weeks of what I discussed.
Okay.
But clearly it does need to be upgraded. I mean, that's a.
And it's very important piece of our communication.
I was trying to reload some software and it's like you're not on a version that allows this plugin, so basically we're stuck in time. The second thing I wanted to discuss.
Before you go on, could you please, for the people who don't know what you're talking about, explain what WordPress is?
WordPress is an online system that allows you to build web pages, and that is the system that the town uses. So there's other ones. Wix is another one, and there's another one. But WordPress is one of the older first ones that allows you to basically, it's just a cloud-based page which allows people to go in and customize a web page. So
pretty
I'm not certain who,
simple to use.
Yeah, I'm not sure
who
originally built the website, but I'm assuming someone went in and originally built it. And I go in and maintain it to some degree, and I know that Sarah does as well, goes in and posts things. I try to get the videos up at town meeting. I got town meeting video up there. I've got I try to get the select board meetings up there. And if other people ask me to do things, Lou has asked me, Chris has asked me to put things on it. But the whole structure of it hasn't really changed since I've been on the select board, and that's,
So my question then, this is the town's webpage.
That is correct.
Can we make it clear that we do not have an official Facebook page at all?
It's not Facebook, this is a web page.
Webpage, so this is make it clear because this is the only official one we have. The rest of the stuff are.
Warnings, like I say, information about the town, there's a calendar on there, there's, posts of events that are happening, minutes of meetings, so on and so forth, agendas of meetings, all that comes off the website.
Excellent, very good.
Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is the email list. So at the town meeting, a number of people said, hey, Jamaica used to have an email list, we really liked getting all of this information, and how can we facilitate that? And I originally started looking at it at the WordPress, but I'm talking to my girlfriend, Jackie Brown, who lives in town here, and she had shown some interest in potentially starting up a newsletter and using more of a marketing tool like MailChimp or something like that. The town could send, basically what I would work with her, she would be the marketing pro, and I would help her a little bit with the technology, but basically our idea is that we would then contact the leaders of community organizations. We come up with a name, nothing's set in stone, if it's Jamaica Community Mail or Jamaica whatever, community events. We contact different organizations in town and have them send us emails, send us events that are happening. The town could use it if they wanted to send us events. We could potentially eventually open it up to business. But then every month, or every week, I don't know, we haven't, again, all this is very much up in the air, we haven't really discussed the details. We could go through, and there'd be an email that would be sent out to all these people with all these events. If you go to the Win Hall Library, they have a very good, the person who does that has an email that they send out with all the events from the Win Hall Library. And we're kind of looking at some design like that. And this is her brainchild, and I'm again helping with some of the technology on it. But so we're trying to start that up. It wouldn't be necessarily related to the town.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, it doesn't
No,
have to be, and in
but
some ways it's better.
so we were going
Which
to
is ideal.
right, which Terry didn't want to have the responsibility of choosing what's on there and what's not on there. Eventually, it could potentially, we could put businesses on there if we wanted to do that and charge. We don't need, again, it's in its very early stages of thinking about the ideas and figuring out what would work.
Well, one of the key benefits is that if any email that would be supplied by an individual to the town would actually have to be part of our transparency obligations.
Right.
So you couldn't keep your email private if you're supplying it to the town for an official town mailing. So this way, we don't have to deal with that issue.
We're opting in, people can opt in, they can opt out, there'll be a web, hopefully, I believe that MailChimp has a web page that we would publish, and people could go in and self-register. They would self-register, they would get the emails then, and again, we could talk about events at the mill, we could talk about town things, any events that were going on in town, and then send out this email that would have this information, and then they could also click on a link and go to a website. Karen could put that website on the Facebook site for Jamaica, and it just get more information out to people, because I think that's what people have been looking for.
That's what they're looking for. It's
we're
not
willing
just
to volunteer.
Town governance information, they're looking for
All kinds of stuff.
Everything.
Yeah.
So it's independent of the town. We're still trying to work out how this would look, and Jackie's out of town right now, so when she gets back, we're gonna sit down and look through the technology, and then she's gonna start working on the marketing piece.
I think it's wonderful, and obviously she can go do it on her own, but it would be great if she or you and her, a group came to us and proposed, and then we could endorse it.
That's fine, we can, once we get some more answers and some more things figured out, that definitely can happen. And then, of course, like I say, the goal is initially to reach out, obviously the town's part of it, but also to community organizations that would be interested, like Jamaica Community Arts or the Women's Auxiliary or something like that. Even the church potentially would have events and they want to put on there Jamaica Old Home Day. I mean, all these people can put things out there. So just trying to get more information out to people.
The only thing I'm telling what she said, the concern that I would have had before tonight, was that we make sure that it's not insulated from the town employees. So that the town clerk isn't doing that, because it becomes open office, as you said, open.
Right.
And then it just gets to be a nightmare. So if we can insulate the information, and especially the mailing list, from the town clerk and the treasurer, so that they're not involved with it. That would solve that problem.
The way that I envision this, it's her and I, and a separate organization, so to speak, handling this, of which the town would have access to, and we would hope that the town would support us in this endeavor and say thank you.
The town being the select board? How's the select board tied into that?
I think only to you.
Or is it at all?
Probably not at all.
It may not at all.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Not at all, I mean, there's no, the responsibility.
We can endorse it.
No, it's just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but just wanting to get you guys to say, yeah, that's a great idea, and we support it, that's all.
I think that meets the, what people were looking for. I mean, they weren't looking for us to send out necessarily more information. I mean, they can we do have to put some obligation on people to go find information. I mean, they go to the town website, and that's why it's important to have that be, easily functional and all that kind of stuff.
And maybe
a lot
you could even
on
put a
the
link on, put a link to that on the town website.
Right,
So that people
absolutely.
click on
Yeah.
the town
It's
website,
a
click
two-way
on it,
street.
and it would switch to the independent website, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just want to give everyone some information about what Jackie and I, maybe Jackie's looking to do, and hopefully we can, we'll be starting in the next couple of weeks.
Good idea.
And maybe get something out, I wanted,
Yeah, it's
in
clearly
April or May.
the town's asking for it, we're just trying to figure out how to do it, so we don't make more problems than.
So what it takes though is for when people who want this information, they need to sign up, and we'll have sign up posters at the, maybe with little tags on it where they could go to a website, at the post office, at Karen's, at the town hall perhaps here, just so people have that, could get in and self-register.
Cool, thank you. So we'll wait to hear back more.
Okay, yeah.
I guess I forgot maybe where we left it with WordPress. You're gonna continue to research that a little bit to see if
I'm gonna
that's.
see if I can back it out, how easy it is to back out. It'll take me a couple hours to research it. And I'll
Yeah,
take it.
okay.
Can I shoot you guys an email with that?
Yeah.
Because I may want to act quicker than,
Yes.
Then
I
wait.
want to get moving.
Maybe we'll make a motion that, somebody makes a motion that we authorize Tom to move forward with updating the backbone of the website. If that wasn't already.
If
I make that motion. Second?
I'll second it, because there's a conversation we need to have about that. When you do that, whatever we do, email-wise amongst us, we can give out information, but we cannot have a discussion.
That's fine, I will give information of,
Yeah.
and if the information is I could not find an easy way to do this,
Yeah.
then I would say let's
Just-
put it
I just wanna make the
let's
caveat.
put it on the next agenda for the next meeting.
And that's why I made the motion to have authorized Tom to,
Right, and if I say, yes, this will work, I'm moving forward, then I'm moving forward, that's just informational, that's not a discussion.
all in favor of that motion, authorizing Tom to move in that direction?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Okay, next on the list, Chris, want to give an update on the broadband survey?
Thank you. Chris Robbins. As of March 6th, we had 61 responders to the survey. Of all but 3 of those indicated they were definitely interested or probably interested. There were 3 who were unsure. Nobody said no, so
That's good.
but that's good. There were 414 cards mailed asking people to take the survey. So the threshold, the 20% they're looking for is 83 responders. So we have some 22 to go.
By when? Is it by?
Yeah, when is that? That's cut off.
It's the 17th.
The 17th,
But we should,
tomorrow they're due.
Week, okay.
yeah, and it's important.
Everybody's watching everybody.
Yeah, I'd like to make an appeal to anybody who's watching the video of this to, if you haven't taken the survey, please do, and please reach out to your friends and neighbors and ask them to take it. I can't think of anything.
Yeah,
More
more
significant.
that's very easy, that's each one of us asking one.
If I can make a comment too, I think there was some concern with someone at the town meeting, I'm not sure what her name was concerned about, 5G and electromagnetic and all this. This is not anything to do with wireless. These will be fiber connections. Fiber is light that runs through these very thin strands of glass, and there's no electromagnetic implications of that. It has nothing to do with wireless or 5G or anything like that. So if town people are concerned about, I'm trying to escape all of this electromagnetic background noise, this will not create anything in the area for that. That's mainly created by wireless.
I missed that. I thought she was talking about information.
She
No,
was
she was talking about
talking
just
about,
the
like, yes, is it creating some sort of electromagnetic, and it does not. Fiber is probably the most benign, because you're basically shooting light through glass. So.
Yes.
I took the survey on my desktop.
Yes.
What if there's another household member that has a phone? Does that count, or is it just per household?
It's
one
keyed
per
by a 911 address, so one per address. And I should have mentioned at the town meeting that, and it slipped my mind, but Sarah consolidated the list, so if there's more than one voter in the house, they only got one card.
Right.
But anybody in the household.
Either person or any person.
Any person in the house can take
Once.
once.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, if you own a business and have a business address,
That's kind of what I was.
Earl,
just-
Peter Anders, he's got 6 properties, right?
you can then do your business.
Well, then she could then, she has.
Can you
I
do
have a business, I've got
This is in the house.
internet on my own,
Yes.
and then she has a business.
Well,
Yeah.
each 911 address can and should take the survey.
So if I have 2 addresses, one is a business and one is,
You can take two.
you can take 2.
Okay.
There was one more issue that I'd like to mention, that there was some talk at one of the training meetings about affordability for people that might not take the survey because they just were concerned that they couldn't afford it. And there was discussion for providing financial assistance, especially for parents of children that are receiving free or subsidized lunches, because this is so important for the kids.
Right.
And the answer from Wyndham Regional was, we're thinking about it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what they said. I asked Sarah, Susan Westa, again, you know, did they have anything to say about financial assistance? And I haven't gotten an answer back, but when I do, I'll put it on the town's, on the Facebook page. And,
I'll bring it up at the next meeting, which is Thursday.
yeah, well, that would be very good.
And if you take the survey, doesn't mean that you have to subscribe.
No, it's not a commitment, and they worded the question, what do you think you should pay, as opposed to what will you pay, to dance around this issue. So, by all means, take the survey, whether, you know, it's an affordability issue or not, because I'm pretty sure some kind of accommodation is gonna be made.
David, did you have a question or no? Okay. Oh,
I did, Greg. Regarding, I filled one out for the fire department, on behalf of the fire department, but the way that it was worded, it looked more like residential. So I did it on handwritten, and I gave it to Sherry over there. I just want to make sure you got it.
Yeah, I haven't, but I know where it is.
Where it is?
I'm gonna collect them before next Tuesday and get them, and then.
Okay.
So if the firehouse has a 911 address, I don't see why it can't take it.
And those paper forms are not included in the 22?
Yeah, they are.
They are already.
The first one, well, I only did one so far, but I did that anonymously pretty much. I never put a name down, just my street address.
They don't care what your name is, they wanna know what your address is.
Right.
Because it goes by resident, you know, physical locations.
Just so you know.
They're mapping it.
You're out of it now.
Anonymous.
Well, they, you know, they can look it up. But
Right.
For those who are concerned, you don't have to put your name down, right?
And my sense
And,
is,
oh, it is confidential. It's only gonna be used for this project. It's not gonna be sold to any marketeer or anything like that.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next item that was added on here, the memorandum of understanding for the mill building. And I guess I brought that up just out of curiosity. We've been working, an independent group has been formed, working on the old town garage or the former mill building. And we've actually submitted our application, everything to the Secretary of State to form a nonprofit. And that's where, out of our last meeting, it came up, well, let's get the memorandum of understanding. And I realized I didn't have the most recent signed one because we were gonna address revising it to state that we weren't the mill committee anymore, that we were the Friends of the Mill at Jamaica, a 501(c) organization, and that's where this all came about. So that's, I don't know if there was questions regarding that, but that's kind of where we're working toward. To be independently financed, seeking grants, things like that. The good news of the whole project is the project started today. They started putting the roof on, or at least tearing the old one off, nearly 2 years after the wind first tore it off. So that was insurance monies that was paid out. There's no town monies going into this, and our vision is to have a community center there, like a 3-season more or less. I don't know if that answers the question. I know there was some other, so that's kind of why we were trying to dig up that memorandum of understanding. Just make sure we had the most recent one, because we will come back to a future meeting to suggest changes.
I think the important thing that was covered in previous meetings was to, again, insulate your project from the town finances. As long as it's clear that it's a self-financed thing, the way you guys are doing it, I think we're all on board with the work you're doing.
Yep, and that was our mission, and that's one of the reasons why we had this memorandum drafted up from some other organizations around the state that are doing similar projects. So, yeah. Excellent, thank you. Dave?
Who carries the liability insurance on that, the town or that organization?
It would still be covered by the town as far as the physical property goes.
Yeah.
We are looking into covering the cost of liability, you know, if there's an event in there, things like that, someone breaks their foot and that kind of thing. So, and that was leading towards some of this revision, is that we may look into doing a lease for that we would lease it from the town, so there's a little bit more formal structure. just to define what the town's obligated for, basically just the physical property, and then all other actions and whatnot would fall back to our group.
Yeah, the work they're doing on it right now, it's covered by our liability.
Well, I remember I had some concerns about that, being mold and mildew and the workers working in there. If any one of them contracted a lung disease, town would be liable for that for the rest of their lives.
And I did do some research with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns to make sure that they were covered through our insurance policy, so it didn't come directly to the town. Obviously, the town is self-insured through those policies, but that's really how all insurance works. So it's a member organization with every town being insured through there.
Are you talking about work, like the roofers?
No, the cleanup crew.
We had a volunteer crew in there one day.
Yeah, I mean, you have waivers or anything like that. And you assume some of the risk.
Right, and the roofers do have their own.
Those are very,
That's
they're
part of the
very
reason why we
limited.
had to go
They
through the
don't,
contract.
waivers don't do the work. So,
Yeah, they can be eliminated in court.
Yeah.
Yeah, any other discussion questions on that?
We actually agreed to do this back in November. Do we want to make a motion to do this new and just make sure it's all polished up the way you want it? Make a motion to have this signed by us tonight for you to go forward with, just to make it updated for you?
Well, I think we don't have it, this is not new. This
Correct.
is still the old one. I was suggesting that we would come back in the next month or so, a couple meetings, with a revised one. This one still holds
But
true.
if you don't have the signed copy of it, you need the signed copy of it to go forward with your,
They want to update the information on the MOU, and then we sign it.
I got that part just now, but I thought you said you were working on something that required you to have a copy of the MOU.
No, I was just looking to make sure I had the most recent one that we were gonna then make revisions off of.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope,
We
don't
don't
need
need to do anything right now.
Don't
It's
need to do anything
informational.
right
Yeah.
now, no.
Good.
Okay, time for public concerns, I think we went through it all. Any additions? Bob?
I got one, right? Bob Sowski, Fire Chief. After the last town meeting and stuff, there was a lot of people that couldn't attend the meeting and stuff, and they wanted to know if it'd be interest to the select board, if they would like to look into possibility of holding a meeting at night instead of mornings and stuff. I think you get your crowd, your after-work crowd, people that would come out and would definitely be interested in attending meetings. So figured I'd throw it out now, give you plenty of time to research it before the next.
Yeah, I mean, that's happened in other towns. I mean, there's always a debate of whether or not less people can come, because some people, I mean, there's pros and cons. I think what has to happen is that has to be warned for next year's town meeting, and then approved to happen the following year's town meeting.
But we approved the time at the last meeting,
Right.
so we may have to go and somehow.
Well,
have a special.
so it actually would be,
Times.
wouldn't be for the, it would be 2 town meetings from now that it would actually
Right.
occur.
Unless we could somehow change next year.
Well, I think we'd have to have a
We can't.
special town meeting to
If a
vote
special
whether or
town
not
meeting
we were
to
gonna
change the
have
time
to
for
change the
next
time, yeah.
The other piece I know people were talking about was childcare, and people who had, school-age children are out of school, and when you're not, when you talk about preschool, grade school, they can't get to the meeting. So having some sort of childcare either at the church or at the school, I think would be very beneficial to residents who could then.
The only thing I can think of right there, and this is, again, the people who are going to be at next March meeting will be the ones who can be there in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, as opposed to the ones who can't be there. So the ones voting are the ones who are already there, as opposed to the very population that you're trying to attack to get it to the people who can't get there to vote. So we're asking the people who made it to vote about, oh, we can't make it. Well, that's their problem.
Well, the other process is to go through an Australian ballot process, which
That-
then also takes lead time, but then everybody can vote.
Can't there also be a warned special meeting to do it?
There could be.
And can it always also not on necessarily evening, but also Saturday?
Saturday, a weekend.
Talking about,
Yeah.
thrown around
So-
on Facebook, I know after we had a discussion about attendance and,
Mm-hmm.
and that those were the concerns. People couldn't make it, people with school-aged children couldn't make it because they didn't want to bring their kids to town meeting when, they're just going to be running around disrupting things, and the other people saying, I work. And if you can't get off of work, then you're not going to be at town meeting. So I think that's something, you're right, that we need to address and figure out how we can make it more accessible to the town.
Instead of waiting 2 years.
But,
Yeah.
that would call a special meeting, and we have
Yeah,
about a
especially
year to
then
do
you
it,
can
so.
change next year's meeting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But thanks, Bob, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Ellen, I was gonna call and ask you about 5G research, so you, let's,
On your cell phone, were you? No.
on my cell phone.
Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel. I am here on 5G preemption and issues related to that. So, I'm going to give you some of the legal framework related to the Federal Telecommunications Act. So, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 established the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, as the body that has authority over wireless communications. The Act clearly states that the FCC has the authority to regulate wireless communications, but it struck a compromise. So it left state and local governments authority over siting of wireless telecommunications facilities. So I'm not really talking about 5G here, I'm talking about all wireless, and that technology does fall under that category. So the state and local governments retain authority over the siting. However, this authority is subject to 5 limitations in the Act, and this is sort of where the preemption comes in. The federal government recognized that the state and local governments are in a position to have some say over the physical location because all areas are different, but there are some sideboards on it. So there are 5 limitations to the ability to regulate the siting. First, you can't flat out prohibit wireless service, and you also can't have the effect of prohibiting wireless service. And there's a lot of case law around what that means. Next, state and local governments must act on an application for the siting of wireless telecommunications facilities within a reasonable time. And since 1996, there have been a number of documents and pieces of guidance issued by the FCC stating what is a reasonable amount of time in which an application has to have a decision. 3, denials of permit applications must be in writing, and they have to be justified with evidence. They have to be supported by evidence. I'm going to skip 4 for a second, but 5 is that an aggrieved person, either that has been denied a permit or that feels that they have been prohibited entirely, can bring a suit against the state or local government. But number 4 says that state and local governments cannot regulate wireless telecommunications facilities on the basis of radio frequency emissions. So, state and local governments can regulate the physical location of telecommunications facilities, but the FCC has set radio frequency emission limits. They have explicitly kept that from the state and local governments and have set their own limits. So those limits are established, and every telecommunication facility has to abide by those limits. In December, the FCC voted unanimously to uphold the existing radio frequency emission limits, so they did revisit it recently. And yeah, so I was also asked what other states are doing around 5G. So I can tell you that 21 states have passed laws to streamline and facilitate the expeditious deployment of 5G. No states have passed laws regulating 5G based on radio frequency emissions because the preemption is clear. The state of New Hampshire in June did pass a law establishing a study committee. It set up a study committee to look at the potential health effects of 5G. Their report is due in November. The state of Connecticut also set up a study group to look at issues around 5G. The state of Massachusetts did have a bill introduced last year that called for the ban of dangerous wireless facilities. That bill had one hearing and hasn't moved since. But there are a number of municipalities that have enacted ordinances attempting to limit the deployment of 5G. So most of them are in California, and there are a number of them primarily in Marin County, which is just outside of San Francisco. But San Francisco has a long-standing ordinance related to aesthetics and development and design that the California Supreme Court recently upheld as a type of ordinance that could be used that was not inherently violating the sort of regulation of 5G. So there are some ordinances in California that have been enacted that are related to aesthetics and design and physical location of wireless facilities.
Okay. I assume since it's San Francisco, that's an urban setting.
Yes, and their design requirements are very detailed, and they've been in existence for a long time. So one of the other things is that there are a number of these California ordinances that are related to 5G and small cell deployment do mention the radio frequency emissions. However, there is a difference between the precedent in California for this and in Vermont. So there is a Second Circuit case, which Vermont is in the Second Circuit, that held, there is some case law out there that said if a municipality or a local government attempts to regulate the placement of these facilities and lists the emissions, the radio frequency emissions, as one of the reasons they're attempting to regulate, as long as there is another justification related to aesthetics or physical location, that's okay. However, the Second Circuit found that having the RF emissions be any part of the consideration is a violation of the Telecommunications Act. So Vermont is preempted from regulating based on
the frequency. We can't ban it. We can't make it so difficult that it is in effect a ban. We can't just delay permits forever. All right. Okay. And California sounds like some more urban aesthetic ordinances, which we probably couldn't transfer here. We could do our own that says you've got to screen it.
So the ordinances do make use of spacing requirements and physical appearance and aesthetics. If you are concerned about aesthetics of small cells, we in Vermont have state land use laws that regulate aesthetics. Acts 250 and 248A have to do with the physical location of facilities. So
And they all involve public input.
right. But having the conversation about radio frequency emissions makes it.
I know.
Yes.
Okay. Starting to sound like Vermont Yankee and safety.
I think what you're also saying, though, is that enacting restrictions that are ostensibly based on aesthetics as a fig leaf to deal with radio emissions would be struck down. Is that a fair statement?
There would be a strong case, but there is also a strong case that there can be aesthetic concerns when you are installing telecommunications facilities. But if you are, yes, fig leaves are probably at risk of being challenged.
Okay. But I assume we could say you need to screen the pole. I assume there'd have to be neighbors that would see it. Screening it from the deer probably wouldn't pass muster. So it would work better probably in a more rural, a more urban setting where the poles, they're there. I mean, they're in neighborhoods, there's just nowhere else to put them, whereas we have an awful lot of rural facilities, which is why I think they told us because of the shorter span that 5G covers, it's not likely to come to rural Vermont soon. But soon can be a relative term.
Ellen, can you talk a little bit more, I don't know if you have the language in front of you, of what the study committee for New Hampshire entails, what was their charge?
Sure. They do specifically list looking at the potential health impacts. Okay. This is so establishing a study committee to study the environmental and health impacts of evolving 5G technology. Let's see.
Well, we asked the Department of Health to look at it. Right. We got that.
Who sits on that study committee?
2 members of the Senate, a member of the public, the Attorney General, 2 members of the New Hampshire Technology Council, a member of the Business and Industry Association, a member of the New Hampshire Medical Society, a member of the University System of New Hampshire, a member, and I'm paraphrasing, this is
yes,
a member of the cell phone and wireless technology industry, the Commissioner of Department of Health and Human Services, and 1 member of the public with expertise in biological effects of radio frequency emission.
When is that due?
November.
It's November, okay, so
yeah.
I'm sure we can borrow it. It will be posted and it'll be interesting to see what they have. It does not seem to have a lot of medical personnel on it. Okay.
So one question on screening.
Yeah.
So if we legitimately felt the need to screen these things for aesthetic purposes, is there a case law or something that sort of attacks the legitimacy of that concern if we hadn't done it for a similar other device?
Can you repeat the question?
I guess I'm just asking, assuming some of us had a legitimate aesthetic concern about these cells, and there's one way to approach it to screen, to mandate screening, not to ban them, but to say we want some screening around. I'm just wondering if we hadn't done that previously for other kinds of cells, would that be an issue?
That is an interesting question. So we do currently regulate the aesthetics of wireless facilities under 248. Not all, because there is a jurisdictional threshold of size. I don't know if I have an answer, because I have not delved deep into the case law, but we do have an existing permitting program that relates to aesthetics. And it would have to be, it couldn't be focused on a particular provider. And so if you were interested in that, you'd have to be very careful to make sure it was not having disproportionate impacts on a particular provider. There's case law on that. I don't have a complete answer for you.
I assume a lead screen would be, it would block waves, would not pass muster.
What was that?
A lead screen would not pass muster.
Oh.
Would have to do trees or lead fig leaf or a whole bunch of them attached together. That it would have to be the same scope type of screening that we've done with everything else, which is generally plantings, bushes, fake tree things that look like fake trees on the top of mountains.
So the limits on emissions established by the FCC haven't changed. So they have to comply with the limits that have been in place for almost 20 years. So I cannot give you scientific or technological explanations about the emissions, but there are existing limits, and there are differences in this 5G that are I cannot articulate. But
no, we did have the health department in, and they did do an update of the literature, and I think they said at this point the biggest concern was for installers that got close and could get some skin burn, that 5G does not penetrate your skin, which 4 and 3 and other Gs do. But they didn't see any major concern at this point, but it's new technology, and I think that's what makes people uneasy. We don't know. I think it will be interesting to see what New Hampshire, you said Massachusetts was studying?
No.
Connecticut
does have.
So it'd be interesting to see what they come up with, and if they, open up a new road for inquiry.
I know a couple weeks ago you and I talked about the DC circuit, and I don't know if you have time now. I don't know how much time we have.
We have no idea how much time we have, but I think we're over time at this point.
Can you just give a brief summary of the DC circuit rulings? So I know my folks back home are watching this closely.
Sure. So so the FCC in general has really been focusing on speeding the deployment of the new technology. So last year they issued 2 orders clarifying language under the Telecommunications Act in order to, that did sort of diminish the state and local role a bit more. So they clarify in one of the orders, they defined reasonable time in which to respond. So it's either 60 or 90 days, depending on the application. So they set a clear time limit on when a local government has to respond to the permit applications. The other order attempted to exempt all small cell from going through both NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act review, and National Historic Preservation Act review, as well as changing the way that tribes participate in the input. So there are different fees that the tribes charge for when they consult on these applications. And so both of those orders are currently being litigated, although the DC Circuit Court did release a decision on the second order I talked about. So the DC Circuit Court found that the FCC couldn't have a blanket exemption for small cells to go through the NEPA environmental analysis or the National Historic Preservation Act analysis. So small cell facilities that qualify, that trigger either of those acts, do still have to go through them, although at this point, many of them aren't triggering NEPA because they're part of co-location already. So that doesn't often trigger NEPA review as it is. But both of those orders were an attempt to sort of clarify that state and local governments can't slow down. They have to be sort of keeping this process moving. So the FCC is focused on fast deployment. There is another issue related to the amount of, they also capped the amount of fees that state and local governments can charge.
Oh, we figured out we do that too. Okay. All right.
Did I get all the points?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think gives us some specificity to things we've been being told for several years that we can't regulate. And this, there might be a crack in here somewhere, but we'd have to look pretty hard to find it. All right.
this meeting to order at 5:30. And our first item on the agenda is reorganization of the select board, which I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot of, but we're going to. So, historically, we have had some variation on rotation of the positions, the officer positions, but it's always pretty negotiable as to whether somebody does or doesn't want to take any one of the roles. And you're confident that you don't want the role of chair?
Actually, Karen and I talked about it, and I have I've stepped back from some other things, so I think as long as you're willing to be very supportive and share all that enormous amount of knowledge that you have, I think that I'd be willing to do it.
Okay.
So, but I'm definitely I'm gonna need you to continue to
Coaching.
Yes, coaching and stepping in at times in the way that you have done in the past.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And you have been the clerk. You comfortable being vice chair?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I'll make a motion that we appoint Laura as chair, David as vice chair, and myself as clerk.
How about you as vice chair and me as clerk? Yes.
We could do that too.
Sure, let's
Would
do
you
that.
prefer that?
I would prefer that.
Okay,
Thank you
so
very much.
I'll amend, but not amend it. I'll not make that first motion and move that we nominate Laura as chair, myself as vice chair, and David as clerk.
And I'll second that.
So it's been moved and seconded. Leaves it open for discussion. Is there any comment or questions about that? And or any other input? Then all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All right.
This is your meeting, Laura.
There you go.
Oh dear. Okay, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
And we'll move on to approval of minutes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of February 26th as presented.
And I second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And now this is, I'm gonna take it, it's gonna take a little while to get used to this.
All right.
Public comment on items not on the agenda. Mr. Fairman.
First, I'd mention to Mr. Laughlin that when one is making a motion, before the question has been stated, you're completely free to do anything you want to your motion.
Yes.
Until
it's been seconded. Yes.
No, in fact, after it's been seconded, the question has to be stated. So you think about it in town meeting terms, motion, second, only after the moderator says, we have a motion that, which states the question, only then is the motion frozen because it's on the floor.
Okay.
Before that, you're perfectly free to do whatever you want. So for example, if the moderator says, I don't think that's in order, actually, it's the moderator's duty to help you formulate the motion,
Right.
so it is in order.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks that somehow we've committed ourselves, but we haven't. It's only when it goes on the floor, because after that, it belongs to the voters, not to. Anyway, I am actually going to mention 2 or 3 things about town meeting that I think are worthy of note and possible of follow-up. First one is I take the liberty of suggesting that before 2021 Putney Town Meeting is called to order, our elected legislative and school board representatives and Putney Central School principal be invited to address us briefly, which could be stated in the introduction to the town meeting warning. Second, that the Vermont Open Meeting Law somehow prevents Wyndham Southeast school board members from addressing their constituents before town meetings is incorrect. because we are who elected them to represent us, and they are accountable to us, pursuant to the Vermont Open Meeting Law's Declaration of Public Policy, citing the Constitution of the state of Vermont. Thirdly, and last, Putney Central School Principal Pelletier told us that enrollment is growing due in part to young families living at Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust's new Putney Landing development, where there are 6 smaller units apparently occupied by older folks and 12 larger units apparently occupied by young families. One can see more young families at WWHT's earlier redevelopment of the Dr. Laura Plant's house. Unlike many Vermont towns, Putney is growing because Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is creating affordable homes here for young families while also growing the grand list.
Correct.
That's the most important thing I heard at town meeting.
It's good news. I mean, sorry, may I comment?
Yeah, go for it.
We've had an ongoing discussion about affordable housing in Putney for a long time, and there was a study done back in probably 2007, something like that, where we were shown to be in the ballpark of 100 units short of what we needed in affordable housing at that time. Because of Putney Meadows, we had a reasonable supply of senior housing at reasonably affordable rates, but equations around that have shifted a little bit. But we have now added, I think it's 16 at Plant's house, 15 or 16 at Plant's house, and 18 at Putney, combined Putney Landing, 18 at Putney Landing and 6 more up at Noy's house. So that's the addition of 40 units, which is good. It's been a long time coming, but even based on data that's 10 plus years old, we still need more, definitely. So it's an ongoing process.
We're 60 units short on data that's 10 years old.
Yeah, and I don't know what that means as far as how accurate that data would be in today's market, but anecdotally, we can certainly see, the vacancy rate in Putney is almost non-existent. As far as affordability is concerned, we're all aware that rates are not low. So, my sense would be that there's definitely a continued need. How accurate reconciling that data from 10 years ago would be, I don't know. But I think more units is in our best interest for the reasons Mr. Fairman has highlighted.
I agree.
In that regard, people say Vermont's losing population. Actually, 5 counties in Vermont are growing. And this is based on actual births and actual deaths. Yeah. So there's no estimates there. Because the town clerks have to send everything into the Vermont Department of Health. Well, I'm working on a study to try to identify what the factors are that make these 5 counties, which are Chittenden County and the counties surrounding it. Yeah. Why are they doing so well? But as a result of what Principal Pelletier said, I'd not thought about that. I'm going to see if I can tease out something about affordable housing. Because of course, when you look at the births and deaths are only available for counties. Right. But of course, within a county, there can be a big difference.
Yes.
And for example, Putney's population school enrollment is growing, so the population must be. But I doubt that applies to most Wyndham County towns.
No, I think that's probably true.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's probably true. I think you're right.
So I'm curious whether affordable housing may be a factor, because when you think of it, young families are going to be where they can find a place to live. And of course, that's where they'll have their kids and raises the population, and they go to the school and so on. Yeah. So it all connects, but the question is just how does it connect here and there? Because we know for sure that up in northwestern Vermont, they're doing fine, population-wise.
Yeah. No, in fact, they're facing a lot of development pressure in areas that they don't necessarily want it. Development pressure on ag land, et cetera.
Yes.
That's complicated for them.
So. But on the other hand, if you take a look at the median adjusted gross incomes in Vermont towns, Vermont is at about 39,000, Putney's at about 36,000. Okay, but Burlington, way up there in prosperous Vermont, is at a little around $30,000 a year.
Is that right?
Yeah. These are the latest available figures, 2017. But of course, then you look at places like Shelburne, and it's on the other, it's way up.
That's interesting. Hi, can you sign in, please? Just the sign in on the end. Oh, thank you. So, does anybody else have any comments on items not on the agenda? Okay, then we will move on to select board items. So first is State of Vermont lease space for Vermont Hazard Emergency Response Vehicle, and Tom, I assume that's you.
Yep, what that is, we're not ready to bring that forward tonight, just because other things have been taking priority.
Okay.
Essentially though, what it is it pertains to the state of Vermont giving us what is their portion of funding, which is their portion of our new exhaust system down at the firehouse, and the costs associated to get that truck hooked into the system.
Okay.
So they've chosen to ask us to enter into a lease agreement with them, so that everything is out on the table, ironed out, so on and so forth. So we'll definitely be bringing that on the meeting on the 25th.
Okay, so we're tabling that for now. Moving on, a request to approve a new private road name for the purpose of obtaining a 911 address. And that is you as well.
It's in your packet.
This is a private driveway that has been a private driveway serving 2 homes off of Taylor Road. A piece of property was recently purchased and is going to be developed, which will make the third address off of that private driveway. So given that, in order to stay compliant with the 911 regulations, that road needs to have an official name adopted for it and assigned to it. Herring Lane, where that comes from, is years ago, all that property along Taylor Road was owned by the Herring family. So we just kind of pulled that. We've written letters to the residents that are presently served by that driveway. They've been notified that this is coming. They're very well aware that that's going to be a non-town maintained road. It's going to be private. So all that's been addressed as well.
So you just choose the name when we need a new name for a road?
Yep.
Okay. And do residents get any say in that?
Absolutely, and they've been asked for input and we received none.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and I would say as often as not, the residents propose a name.
Yes, 99 times out of 100, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need to approve this, or do we need to make a motion on this? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve applying the name Herring Lane as a 911 address for, do we have a parcel number? No. For property as described on Taylor Road.
Yep.
Second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And no nays. Okay. Moving on, we propose April 8th, 2020 at 5 p.m. for a sidewalk ribbon cutting ceremony.
So I've been in contact with Landmark College, John McLaren.
Okay.
And they were asking about a ribbon cutting ceremony. So April 8th would be a select board meeting night. I propose 5 p.m. We meet on Vinegar Lane.
Okay.
And some of the students from the college would like to be there.
And they will be back by then.
Well, given what's going on right now,
Yeah.
it's questionable right now.
Okay. So it's tentative. We'll plan on it, but.
Yeah, I can schedule it tentatively, but it may get pushed back.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
I mean, the sidewalk is complete.
Yeah.
I think it deserves at least the ribbon cutting.
Yeah, with the amount of effort that went into
Right.
it. Do we need a motion for that, or?
I don't think so, no, especially since it's proposed, I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's fine.
We'll just do a special meeting.
Okay.
I'll post it and then, but I'll make sure with Landmark that somebody will be available.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, I might push it back to the second one in April, which would be the 22nd.
Okay, potentially the 22nd.
Yeah.
May the public ask a question
Yeah.
of the town manager? As you recall, first snowstorm we had, a plow driver up there at Vinegar Lane
Yeah.
simply drove the plow through the guardrail.
It's not fixed yet.
And I was curious if something's being done about that.
Yes, Brian, as soon as the snow is out of the way, and we know there's not gonna be any more snow, the highway department will be fixing that section. We're gonna look at that too, to
Yeah.
see if if we can bring it around a little bit.
There's a conversation that I heard amongst plow drivers is there's really no other place to put the snow, and so that fixing it may just,
Right.
it could inevitably happen again.
That wasn't a town truck that,
I'm still not sure if it was a contractor or a town truck. So, it will get fixed.
A chain instead of something solid or something that would move with the snow.
Right.
or
Yeah.
something, a little
Yeah.
more space to allow for
Yeah,
snow or.
flexibility
Yeah.
or something.
Flexibility.
But
so
we'll
much
figure
better
it
than
out, and
space.
it'll be
You never
fixed.
know when you're gonna have a
Yeah.
swear in a big storm.
Yeah.
We'll fix it prior to any ribbon cutting ceremony.
Well, I wasn't necessarily suggesting that, I just thought it was as far as I know, I'm the one who discovered it walking by there. And,
Yeah, it's been on social media too, so
yeah,
I just haven't responded. So,
I mean, at least we could take the boards down before, so it's just the poles standing. It's that, I don't think that would look bad. But
no, I'll get Brian on it, clean it up.
anything else? Sandglass Theater request to apply for USDA RBDG.
Alyssa?
Hi. Hi. Let me interlope in your meetings.
Alyssa, can you stand up, please?
Yeah, of course.
Just for the-
Of course.
Sit in the front.
No, I'm happy to stand.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for letting us bring this to the town. Many of you know Sandglass Theater. I've seen many of you there. We have undergone a period of doing a strategic plan and implementing a number of things of our strategic plan. And one of the things that we have an issue with is our computing equipment. And we're very interested in, and the USDA Rural Development Grant is interested in also supporting our bid for buying equipment. But in order to do so, we need a partner. We cannot apply for equipment on our own behalf. So we are coming to the town and asking if the town would be willing to make an application on our behalf that we would, of course, supply all the writing for. What I've been told by the USDA is because there's no single piece of computing equipment that is more than $2,000, this would be a relatively easy grant in that it would be an application. We would purchase the equipment and then the grant would close. We would be responsible for maintaining the equipment for the average life of computing equipment, which is currently 3.3 years. We tend to use our equipment significantly longer than that. Our current equipment is either 10 years old or personal equipment, which is one of the reasons we need to buy new equipment. So that's what we're asking. The total amount of the grant that we're currently asking for is $8,730.
And what are you gonna get with that?
3 tablets, 1 monitor, and 1 laptop. The tablets are so that not only can we run our own box office and use our online ticketing service, but when we take our performances outside of our own house, we can also do ticketing there.
Nice. So I have a question, Alyssa. So the letter of intent, so you're gonna send this in with the application?
Well, we sent the letter of intent into the USDA and they came back to us and said, we'd love to support this, but you can't
But we
apply
need need
on your own behalf.
Municipality, okay. And do you have the application now?
On me, I do not. It's due on March 31st.
And someone at Sunglass is gonna,
Write it up.
and you'll bring it here.
I would be happy to.
Okay.
And then what is needed from you?
So from the town, what would,
The town would then have
Signature?
to be the applicant.
right,
So the town actually has to put the application through. We cannot put the application through.
so that would be signature from the select board or,
It would be a vote on the vote from the select board.
yeah,
I mean, I guess my recommendation at this point would be to, my opinion would be that we would express support for your continuing in the application process of this grant, and when you have an application completed, to bring it to us for review and our approval, and/or for us to accept the responsibility of submitting it on your behalf.
Okay.
But we need to see a completed application
Of
before we
course.
could do
That means we
that.
need it next
I
meeting.
believe your next meeting is on the 25th.
correct.
Great.
So if it's due on the 31st, we would have to have it for that meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Putney Historical Society lease agreement response.
You have the letter.
We do.
Do.
Yeah.
So we've reviewed the draft lease agreement, and the thing that stood out was the term of the lease. And we'd like to see a much longer term that would give us perhaps more incentive for applying for grants and working with the town to make improvements to the second floor to make it usable.
Can you remind me what was the term that we had before?
It was,
We reduced the 99 years.
Yeah, I thought we put 5 in there. So every 5 years it would, and I don't have it with me tonight, it's in my office.
Do you happen to have it?
Let's see. It says a year-to-year basis, automatically renewed on a year-to-year basis.
Oh, maybe that's what Larry
There's a
recommended.
reason.
Yeah.
Where do we do that?
Well, it was recommendation of council, but I don't know, yeah, year to year,
I thought we agreed to like a 5-year,
I thought we agreed to.
because
More
1
than
year
a
would be,
year.
administratively, that would be a nightmare.
yeah. Can I comment?
Yeah, you know.
I mean, I think that the town, I think my sense is, under advice of council, we'd be hesitant to agree to a 99-year lease. I think that, the consensus, certainly among this board, is that we'd love to see you up there, and that we all would love you to be there for at least 99 years. But I think that council has advised us that as a municipality, we would probably not be wise to grant you a 99-year lease because it ties our hands in ways that we wouldn't want. So I think that, we should probably consider the language. I'm certainly, year to year sounds too short. Whether, I think we should probably re-ask council for
Yes.
their advice, but, somewhere, my feeling would be if it were a 5 to 10-year lease and automatically renewed unless sort of overturned kind of thing, I would hope that would give you the assurance you would want, but I don't know.
Yeah, with an automatic renewal.
Exactly, that essentially unless it got voted down by a sitting select board, which could happen, that it wouldn't happen without having to go through that process.
Right.
So, and then I think the other thing that came to my attention was the idea of reimbursement for grants that were granted. I don't think I would personally vote in favor of that. I mean, I think if you guys garner grant money and it's supporting a town entity, then that's a town entity. I think that there might be exceptions to that, but that doesn't seem like it's necessarily in our best interest. You know, you guys could change your mind after the first 5-year lease was up and want to go somewhere else, and then you're going to hold us responsible. And maybe that's not the way the wording is, but I don't think that's in our best interest. But yeah, you got a hand up.
Yeah.
I think the intent was not to be reimbursed for the grants, but reimbursed for the time spent in obtaining the grants, because it does take quite a bit of time to research what grants are available and then apply for them and so on. And that process alone may take more than a year. And then once we get a grant, then there's going to have to be, let's say, a committee between the town and the Historical Society to make sure all the work is done appropriately. And it may take years before we could even get in there, but we wouldn't be asking for reimbursement for the grants, but for our time and effort. I think that was the intent.
Okay.
I think that we should have council look at that before we discuss it.
That's a good idea.
Mr. Fairman?
I'll just mention that what you folks are talking about in legal parlance is called leasehold improvements.
Right.
And there's all kinds of standard business practices for dealing with that.
Yes.
So certainly it can be worked out.
Yeah. No, and again, my personal feeling would be you've definitely got a supportive select board, and we're happy to sort of work through these questions, but you know, we have a responsibility, obviously, to taxpayers to have reasonable answers before we proceed with them. So as far as that question is concerned, I don't know. That's definitely that's a new one for me. So how council would advise us on that, I don't know.
Okay, I can ask about that, yeah. So reimburse for time.
Mr. Fairman?
I just realized at previous meetings here, I've heard talk, I believe, about upstairs not being up to code in various ways. In terms of the Historical Society occupying that space, how is not being up to code being dealt with?
Actually, Tom, you could probably answer that they're within code as long as they use it in like a limited capacity, correct?
Technically speaking, no. However, locally, there are agreements in place where we would issue a variance to allow very minimal occupancy for very short time frames, and for very specific reasons. And then through the, I'm going to assume, and if I'm speaking out of turn, please drive me away, but I'm going to assume that through the proposed renovation construction process, then the building will be brought up, that area and the rest of the building will be brought up to code.
Yeah, I certainly think that's the intent, and I think that's that time period that you're talking about of it being, could be years before, you know, I mean, I think that we all agree that in small quantities, people can be there, you know, I mean, the Historical Society, I think, could function there without a problem as it is. Could you have a large gathering? No. And we're all aware of that. So that lag between now and when you could have a large gathering there is essentially that sort of grant period. But I also, you know, I mean, I think that we are aware, or I'm aware, that there are improvements, ongoing improvements to the building that we want to do. You know, I don't think it would be my personal opinion anyway that we would expect you all to take all of that on your own. I think that things that are very specific to your purposes, perhaps, you know, a sprinkler system and an elevator being the most notable, But if there are sort of general building improvements that are also things that fall under that, you know, improvement and making it more usable for you, I think we're likely to be supportive of those goals.
So,
yeah, well, if we knew what the building improvements were that you needed throughout the building, then we could see, hey, maybe we can help with this. Because we don't want to have the town spend money unnecessarily when we could have gotten a grant for it.
Yes. And I think that, yeah, I mean, we're sort of saying the same thing in a horse and a cart sort of way. I mean, I think we'd all like to support each other through that process, and hopefully the building benefits all of us in that process as well. And that, you know, as we all like to do, garner as much money, grant money as we possibly can, certainly, so.
may I ask a question? Carolyn, how long would it take, do you think, to obtain grant money? Do you think like 10 years, 15 years? Do you have any idea?
I think that before I joined the board, there were other members who got grants for the general store and the former Federated Church, including elevators in both buildings, and they would be the people to ask.
Okay.
I have not been part of that.
Yeah, because if I go to legal counsel and I ask for 5 years, maybe it may need to be longer.
Yeah, I mean, the tricky thing, as you well know about grants, is that they often come, I mean, I think in our favor as far as that's concerned. It's been quite a while since we as a town and or the Historical Society has gone after a specific grant for accessibility, for example. So that's probably in our favor, because if we, you know, if we have done all those projects and we're coming back for more regularly, they just tend to not frown on that, but sort of say, well, you got to wait a little longer. So, you know, I mean, I think that it's a real combination of the cycles of the grants, the type, the nature of the grants, and when they're available, and then the availability of people to complete the grant applications, et cetera. So I think that's a hard question to answer accurately.
And then how long is it going to take to get the work done? I mean, it may only take 9 months to get a grant, but then it might take 3 years to have the work accomplished, for example.
But
it
could.
But you probably need several things for this building. I mean, and it wouldn't hurt if we wanted to apply for 15 different grants. Maybe we only get 3, but hey, that's good.
Yeah.
Great. Howard?
I have at various times assisted with this sort of a procurement of grants, and I can offer this. There's basically 2 kinds of grants. There's grants that come from government agencies where there has to have been an appropriation to fund them. And if they run out of money, you wait until they get more. But then there's also grants that are given by foundations. Foundations are required by the IRS to disburse annually a fixed percentage of their assets. I should say not of assets, of income from the assets. So those are on an annual basis. And of course, it's a good idea to get in earlier in their fiscal year before they've granted it all. But two very different situations. One, they're obliged to pass out money this year. The other one, they're not going to pass out any money until some legislative body lets them have the money.
No, I mean, that's what I was saying about the time frame on the grants also, is that, you know, they're predictable to a certain degree, but as you said, you know, if HUD money, for example, doesn't come through, then there isn't grant money available through various Vermont programs for certain things, whether you fall under HUD or USDA or, you know, but that's all governed by dispersion of funds essentially, so.
And also I should mention within foundation grants, there are some foundations that will only make matching grants.
Right.
The Freeman Foundation was, and to the best of my knowledge still is, an example of that. They are the wealthiest foundation in Vermont.
Yeah.
They want someone else to come in and then they will make up the difference.
Yeah.
So, but that in terms of the Historical Society is a way to leverage money. If you already got some money, then go to people who make, who will match money.
Yeah.
Thank you, Howard.
So we're gonna check with legal counsel.
So I will
on
send this
the
over
terms.
tomorrow
Okay.
and bring it back to the table
Great.
and try to push in for a response
Okay.
for the next meeting.
So should we come to the next meeting?
Let me reach out to you, Carolyn.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't be the day of the meeting, okay? Just check in with me, okay? It's been kind of crazy around here, so. But thank you for coming. I
And
appreciate it.
I would say in direct answer to your question, Tom, my guess would be not necessarily, it's more sort of our end of it, of thinking
Right.
about it. I mean, I think this is likely to continue somewhat in the way it has, where,
Right.
it's a negotiation.
Yes.
So, we'll touch base with legal counsel, we'll send you a document related to that and an explanation, and then if you have questions you want aired in open session, then yeah, certainly come back, but otherwise, let's bounce it back and forth until we think we're close to where we want to be.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you. Town managers report.
I didn't really prepare one.
You're fired.
But don't. Sit down, sit
Careful
down,
what
sit
you
down.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to announce the broadband survey is due on March 17th by the end of the business day. We have had responses, but Melissa last week sent out postcards. So we'll see. We're still trying to push the survey. The numbers are still a little low for many towns, but they're hoping,
The number of responses.
yes,
I think it was
from Wyndham County.
500 last, when they sent out the report.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And Putney was kind of abysmal.
yeah.
It was disappointing.
It
It's
was,
hard to
because-
get
How many
people.
responses?
We had
so
like
far?
30 or something last time we checked.
30?
Yeah.
How many people?
1%.
But
And that
they're
was
looking,
before I sent out the
really.
postcards too.
and they're looking for 20% overall from the county. The
And
other,
I had to kind of target it too because there were so many addresses that it would have just cost like $500.
Right, of course, yeah.
So I did all post office boxes because that would get,
The most people for the least,
Yeah.
yeah.
right, and then I did like the roads that were sort of,
on the
farther
outskirts.
on the outskirts, away from the 5,
That's smart.
where they would probably be less likely to have.
And what you sent out, like 430 something?
435?
Yeah. So we're hoping
Which
to
is
get
like
some more
quarter of
responses,
what
but,
it-
I mean, you can't twist anybody's arm. And the library also has computers available to go online.
So if people want to do that, they go to the Wyndham Regional Commission's website,
Mhm.
and there's a link directly to do that.
Yeah, and there's information on social media, as we know. There's the sandwich board out.
And we
there.
have a link from our site.
Yes, on our website, there's a link.
And there are paper copies here.
Yes.
And at the library.
Yep.
Anywhere else?
No.
What about sending paper copies home in the kids' school bags?
You know, I thought we were gonna do that, give them to the PTO so they could, they were at town meeting,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, it's not a lot of time to respond.
6 days.
right.
Yeah.
Or the postcard has the
link.
The link. Do we have extra would it be possible to just send the postcards home?
Oh, maybe. Because it's got the little scan bar.
You
on
have
there,
some
too.
printed
Yeah.
postcards.
I have a couple left, I'd have to do some more.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. That might work too.
It would have to be done tomorrow.
Yeah,
Right.
soon.
Because it's the 11th.
Do you want to stay here tonight?
No, just,
Thanks for the offer. Yeah.
we're hoping the other maybe next towns time. there, 50%.
Mr. Fairman?
Working via the school is a very good idea, because certainly students are especially in need of good internet service at home.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Isn't there a school email
There
blast?
is, if you.
They could do that.
They
I could send them
right.
that information and they could email it to us.
Yeah,
That'd
and
be
they
a
could
good
do it
idea.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
They could also, they have a phone call blast that they can do, where they could just say, please go to this.
The alert system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could go out over both. And some people pick up on more on one than on the other.
So moving on, the Route 5 bridge is gonna start ramping up. Renault Brothers appears to be the contractor, so there is a meeting at the bridge on April 2nd at 11 a.m. I've invited, Tom knows about it, Brian, I've told him about it. There'll be other people there, the state. And then that same evening, there's a public informational meeting, a second one, at the fire station at 5:30. So the state and the engineer will be there to answer any other questions that might come up last minute.
And when is the project due to start?
It'll probably be shortly, like, thereafter, because they need to be finished. The bridge needs to be open by July 5th.
Yeah.
But there might be some more work into August, so I'll have more details on April 2nd. So. And then, of course, there's the school vote, the budget vote on March 17th. I think it's all over town, it's on the board too, I forget what time it is, but.
I want to say 6:30.
And it's at BUHS. So very important school budget vote, March 17th in Brattleboro. If you need more details, please call.
Is it on our website?
It is on the website. And it's all over social media.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people need to come out.
Mr. Fairman?
Do I understand correctly that there is only one polling place for the Wyndham Southeast School Board budget?
Yes.
It's a floor vote, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not Australian ballot?
No.
Oh, I assumed it was because they usually are.
The
For the,
budget?
no, not for the supervisory union,
Okay.
I don't think, right? No, it's usually a floor.
Right,
I mean-
we used to vote it, yeah.
From the floor,
Yes,
right.
yeah. Yeah.
Wonder how many.
That's a meeting to present the budget to be voted on, correct?
Right.
Yeah,
So they'll vote on it there and then.
exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
Similar to the way we did it in town meeting
I wonder how many
historically.
people will show up.
Historically, not a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you base it on the high school budget vote, it's, I think there was like 6 of us the last time I went from Putney, so not many.
Yeah, small.
I could, and Jonathan could correct me on that, but it was close.
It wasn't.
And it was only a 100 and some odd people total,
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
as I recall. Which is for typical.
Yeah,
Seems-
and most of them are from Brattleboro. It's
Right.
not many of the outlying towns.
That's all I
Hopefully
have.
more will show up. If it's not canceled.
Yeah.
Right,
Do you have anything more for us?
no.
Okay. Warrants to treasurer. Tom, were you waiting for something? Did you have something else going on? Did you want me to?
Were we gonna,
Yeah, I think in other
Other
business,
business, okay.
I'll,
Because I didn't want
Are
to
you-
bring that up under town
okay,
manager.
are you guys good with me on that? Or-
Yeah, yeah.
'cause I've got other stuff I gotta get.
That's fine.
get going.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
So I make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Or wait, all in favor? Wait.
Any discussion?
Any
Yeah.
discussion? Thank you. No, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so payroll warrant dated March 13th. in the amount of $19,455.95. In this warrant, there were 2 firefighters that went through training.
Good.
So there is an extra bonus in there. Okay. So when they finish the training, it's like $1,000. So it's an incentive.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Who were they and what was the training?
I think it was firefighter 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Rory does, and
Yeah, Rory and Matt, is it Matt? Yeah. Does they have to be certified?
it's not the first one
Go
they
to-
completed either, though. They've both completed another one also.
There's
They
nothing
probably had first.
here for Rory
Yeah.
though.
What is that?
But Rory didn't get, I assume that's Richard. His nickname is Rory.
Right.
Oh, I see. I'm
Yeah.
looking at the wrong.
You're okay.
I don't know about that, but.
You're doing fine.
Do we have to change where the names are on there, or does it matter? And how they're, your first, last, second?
Doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't specify what each one is, right? It just has
No.
their names. Good, because I don't know if I know how.
That's.
That happened 1 year. And then after a while, we had to figure it out.
Straighten it out, yeah.
It's simple, but don't ask me.
It's weird though, it's
Yeah.
like, once you figure it out, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, because you don't do it.
But it takes you forever to figure it
Yeah.
out.
Oh, are we ready for the next one? Sorry.
Sure.
This one's gonna hurt.
Accounts payable dated, this is March 13th to March 13th. Can I,
The date is, can we just adjust it? It's
Yes.
2/29 to March 13th.
thank you. So accounts payable dated February 29th, 2020 to March 13, 2020 in the amount of $1,124,243.20. It's the last payment to the school. If we
Which is
didn't-
all of it.
If we did not have that, it would have been small, like smaller than the last
42,000.
one. So,
All right. Well, we're thankful for our kids' education.
Imagine what you comment, yeah.
It's out of your hands anyway.
I know.
so, our medical insurance went up because we added, a highway department employee and a spouse, and, oh, it's a family plan, actually. So, it's a 2-person plan?
No, 2 families.
So we added 2 family plans in the highway department.
All these $66
Those are.
payments to individuals. Are
Yep.
those
For ballot
tax?
clerks.
Ballot, oh, okay, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
For counting. For being at the elections.
And just out of curiosity, why doesn't that fall under payroll?
It's always been done this way, so.
Because we don't want to have them on payroll for one. They-
Yeah,
They
no,
might
I
not
don't
do
know.
it next year too.
Yeah.
They're like,
Right.
maybe somebody different all the time.
You put somebody in payroll too, you have to do, well. no.
Withholding, et cetera.
Right,
Yeah.
the withholding you do, but,
This is what you're talking about with the insurance.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. It's just- Yeah, we have no control over that. We might next year because we have a solution.
Education is expensive.
I'm hoping that's an overpayment and we'll see a
Get
little
some
bit
back.
What is that?
$12.46.
Really?
Has that happened?
You laugh, we might have to pay in too, so don't laugh.
Yeah. Hopefully then it's $12.46.
Right, right,
Yeah, right.
there you go. So
What's
then-
fire tech and safety for?
That must be something for Tom.
Well, yeah,
Let me check, is it a big one?
10 grand.
It's part of the grant.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Since it's around one year, that makes sense, yeah.
themselves, is it in here?
Yeah.
Highlands and Fisher fuel delivery, have we changed our,
That's Irving,
or Highlands? Right, so,
they're propane,
oh, okay.
yeah. Town garage.
Not Highlands and Fisher, just Highlands Fuel.
Yeah, that threw me off too when I first saw it.
Oil prices are plummeting.
Yeah.
Irving has called me 3 times in the last week trying to get me to sign up for a fixed amount of number 2 oil that they will sell me for $8.92 a gallon.
Who was that?
Irving.
Somebody said oil went up,
Oh,
so I'm
it's
curious when I
plummeting.
called my
It's
oil
$1
company.
less than I paid 3 months ago from Coda and Coder.
Wow.
It is plummeting right now, but you have to sign up for a fixed amount.
Jump on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And propane too, that it's down to
Cash.
$1.39.
Yeah, it might be worth.
You
I mean,
prepay, you have to prepay a fixed amount of oil.
Well, which we do.
Which you, there you go.
So, you know, we might want to explore that
Could bring
sooner rather than later.
Now,
Of
April
course.
1st, I'm gonna put bids out
Yeah.
on the propane and the
Yeah.
heating oil.
Yeah.
Because I was behind the 8 ball this past year and I won't do that again.
Especially right now.
Right. And I am shopping around this year.
I just paid $2.60 a gallon for delivery right now, but I needed delivery right now. And then I was like, oh, probably next week it'll be.
Yeah, this woman.
20% less.
Calling me in 3 times and
Do we have
it was
these out for
$2.22 and then it was $2.02 and now it's under $2. Which
Okay.
is, sign up, we're trying to
Promote this.
promote this. I almost did, I hate changing people that I've been with for a long time, and Coda's always been good to me.
Thank you.
So we're gonna add up the difference, $1,000 a year. How much oil do we run here?
Other business?
So I just wanted to talk a little bit about, this is new for the two of you, but Karen and Tom and I sat down just to chat this morning, and I know Karen and Tom have already been working on this, but to start thinking about our response, not to start thinking about it, but to continue thinking about our responsibility in coronavirus if it becomes significant. Tom, it's part of our emergency operations plan to have, you know, things in place for that, but we're aware, you know, we're aware that we need to be well prepared, but we don't want to jump the gun. And the thing that's tricky about this particular issue is that, you know, we might end up with 4 cases in Putney, we might end up with 40 cases, 400 cases, 2,000 cases. We have no way of knowing.
Right.
And the other thing that's tricky about it is that might happen in a week or a month or 6 months or 2 years. So how to prepare for that and be both sort of fiscally responsible and not overdo it is tricky. So I just basically, you know, what we talked about is Tom staying, you know, the most important thing people can do is to stay informed. And our source for information, and it should be anybody else's source for information, is the Vermont Department of Health. We're going to put a link on our website to that.
It's there already.
And the CDC.
Well, it's really Vermont Department of Health, and then
Right.
Vermont Department of Health links you, if you go to the Department of Health site, it links you to CDC articles, but our local protocol should be driven by the Vermont Department of Health, because you can go to the CDC site and see things for Seattle, Washington, which don't apply to us, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I know that's certainly needless to say, but, you know, so really, the recommendation to Tom as our emergency operations manager is to follow the Vermont information. So we're doing that, monitoring it closely. I've already, because of my role at Putney School, I've already been in conversation about this at Putney School. You both might have seen today that John McLaren from Landmark emailed all of us to just let us know that they're thinking about it and considering, you know, the various ways they're going to be looking at it. So I just wanted to sort of let people know that we're thinking about it. wash your hands a lot. You know, not social isolation, but social separation. You know,
Distance,
being
yeah.
wise, keep yourself,
Yeah, distance, like 6 feet.
6 feet
That's
and,
what they're
you know,
saying.
large gatherings. That's your choice at this point. I think that, you know, one of the things they're talking about a lot at the CDC level is decreasing, leveling the curve essentially. So, you know, what we don't want to do is have big spike in number of cases and then drop off, because that's what overwhelms the healthcare system. You know, we're going to get the number of cases that we're going to get almost regardless. I mean,
Right.
you know, we can all be careful, and we can probably reduce the number of cases we would get one way or the other by being careful. But if we can slow that spread, if and when it comes, that's going to be to everybody's benefit. You know, a couple other things that we talked about was, you know, the fact that a lot of our volunteer folks tend to be in a higher risk because they tend to be retired.
Right.
You know, they tend to be a higher risk demographic, and so I think if we get to a point where we as a town need to really come together, we're going to have to push hard on the younger, healthier people too, to say, you know, this is a role you need to take up. But we certainly, you know, we're not panicking. We don't want to panic, and we don't have any known cases even in the county, much less in town. The state of Vermont is watching, I think, currently 154 cases. Some have been resolved. It was over 200, I think, total, but some have been released from it. So, yeah, total number 215, but the completed monitoring was 59. So, only one positive test. But you know, we're paying attention. Tom is intending to dramatically limit access to the fire station. He's exploring getting it thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, and then limiting access. You know, I mean, one of our best defenses is going to be to have a healthy group of people at the fire department. So we're going to try and limit their exposure as much as possible. But I also, you know, there has been some discussion of whether people should start going out and, you know, trying to make contact with folks, et cetera. And I would say at this point, no. I think if you have a specific concern about somebody, please notify either Karen or Tom.
Correct.
And we will look into that. But the last thing we want to do is
people out
potentially
there.
spread anything, because, you know, as we're watching, the incubation periods are it's still not a peg down number. They're saying it's typically between 2 and 5 days, but up to 14 days. You know, the last thing we want folks is going out and spreading something around that we don't otherwise have spread around. And many of our most vulnerable people are likely to be reasonably socially isolated, and in this situation, that's not a bad thing.
Right.
So, but also, you know, the question of if the school has to shut down, and not that the school is our responsibility per se, because they're their own entity, but the question, for example, of our more vulnerable, food insecure student body, you know, what can we be? And I'm sure the supervisory union is all talking about this, and I know Tom has been in touch. You know, Tom's been in touch with everybody. So
The food bank is thinking about it, and
sure.
the Putney Food Shelf is actively thinking about. They've all taken measures to sterilize, sanitize, and I know that Putney Food Shelf said that they don't typically do delivery, but in an emergency situation, they may be able to come up with something.
Yeah. No, and I think in that, again, along those lines, just, you know, being very thoughtful about, you know, those could be food drops on a porch. They don't need to be contact.
There doesn't need to be any contact.
Because we don't want to risk that, et cetera. But again, you know, if anybody is aware of somebody who they feel is either at risk or is a risk,
Well,
please please let us know and we'll make sure. Tom certainly is willing and comfortable doing welfare checks for people. So.
And Sheriff Anderson said that they have a system set up to do.
They do, and I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
So we
To
can
do welfare
post that.
checks.
Yeah.
Yes.
To do phone call welfare checks, and then if they don't get a response,
then they can follow
So if
up.
there's anybody that's in your life that you're concerned about, you can reach out to the sheriff's office and they can set that up for them.
Yeah.
211 also.
Information.
Yeah, they can call this number to get assistance.
Yeah.
So, Tom is the contact point person. And like Josh said, they can call here too, but we're gonna get more information out. I'm gonna send you what I put on the website, so you can get it on social media.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe post some things in our usual places in town.
Yeah.
But
And we're gonna wanna consider, depending on how things progress, you know, the model for meetings or public hearings, et cetera. I mean,
Right.
we've already sort of talked about that with,
Yeah.
you know, and none of us wanna jump the gun. I mean, I
No.
don't, you know,
I'm gonna move my chair over here now.
but we all wanna be cautious because,
Yeah.
you know, the fact is that, you know,
proactive and.
proactive is gonna be way
Yes.
more in our
Right.
interest than
Right.
reactive. You know, and again, what are we looking at? We have no idea.
We don't know what to
but-
expect.
But, you know, hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and
Yeah.
see what happens, so.
And Karen handed me this guidance for people in close contact with a person who tested positive for COVID-19. So people who have been identified by the health department as close contact to someone who tested positive for COVID-19 should stay home, practice social distancing, and monitor their health for 14 days. Social distancing, as Josh said, means remaining out of congregate settings, avoiding mass gatherings, and maintaining approximately 6 feet or 2 meters from others whenever possible. And the health department will be in contact with you regularly during that monitoring period.
Yeah.
If you develop symptoms, call your healthcare provider right away. Before you go to an appointment, let your healthcare provider know that you are being monitored for novel coronavirus. Call health department epidemiology, thank you, and infectious disease staff at 802-863-7240 and avoid contact with others. And some everyday preventative measures you can take: wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer, and that should be rubbed in until it's completely dry. Sometimes people don't do that. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze with a tissue, then throw the tissue in the trash. And clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces. It's really flu measures.
And just one more thing I would add, you know, if you out of courtesy, if nothing else, to our staff here at Town Hall, if you have questions that can be answered by phone, call instead of stopping by. You know, just limiting exposure for everybody for a period of time. I mean, we're not looking, hopefully, to do this for a long time, but again, we don't know what the time frame involved, but particularly, and Karen and I talked today, and I noticed some signs have been put up.
Yes.
But particularly if you have any symptoms, please make a phone call instead of showing up. Because we would, even if it's just a cold, all of us want to keep as healthy as we can right now, and so less exposure is better. You know, as per recommendation, if you are sick with something that's respiratory in nature, wearing a mask is not a bad idea. If you are not sick, wearing a mask is not recommended. So.
No, it takes masks away from people who are sick.
Right.
And it also actually increases the
Yeah.
likelihood of you holding those germs
Yeah.
close to your mouth where you might get them. So,
Yeah.
but if you are sick, wearing a mask is recommended. So
you're not spraying germs everywhere.
So, that's that. The other thing I wanted to just quickly mention, you know, something that came up for me from town meeting, totally separate subject, and I know we'll talk more about this, but just sort of the model of how we've looked at purchasing particularly large ticket capital, you know, the discussions both around whether we should be having designated funds for those, but also timeframes for things. I think that we're in a good position right now as far as time frame is concerned, where we're not looking at purchasing another truck for the highway department for roughly 3 years.
Correct.
And, you know, I think that this, the fire engine article passed, as most people I'm sure know. You know, what we shouldn't do, what we're not doing if we go ahead with this purchase, and it all has to fall into the criteria of the agreement, obviously. But the value in buying a better quality truck was displayed clearly to us in the fact that we purchased a lesser quality truck last time around, and now we're paying for it sooner than we would have had to. And so I think that, you know, for me, those factors of, you know, can we get longer life out of the trucks? And I think we need to explore, you know, we've been on this 10-year rotation. You know, maybe we look at 12, maybe we look at 15, but I think that, you know, we've been having that discussion, but it also came up clearly at town meeting, and I just wanted to sort of make clear that I think those are good and important discussions for us to be having about how we manage those larger ticket purchases. But again, we're in a good position right now. We've got you know, good interest rates on everything we have purchased, but let's look at it before we have to do it again.
So I want to clarify also. It's okay. So there was a question about the trade-in value. So I did have the notes, but I just didn't dig deep enough. So Brian feels that we should be able to get at least $25,000 for trade-in.
Right.
What I want to do is go back and look at the trade-in values on the vehicles, maybe go back 5 years. Because I think that can help us determine, you know, do we wait, you know, build up that equipment fund like we were talking about and see if you can stretch it. Now, the other thing too is if you stretch a truck longer than 10 years, you risk like the emissions going on it, which could be a $30,000
very expensive
cost
absolutely
to fix it.
Yeah.
So, and I think Brian's the better judge on the equipment because he's around it all the time. But
yes, I wouldn't disagree with his ability to judge that, but you know, our role here, we're in charge of the purse strings.
Correct.
And you know, I mean, if we make the decision that we're going to get 12 or 15 years out of our trucks, you know, if we learn, you know, I mean, maybe that's not a wise choice, and maybe we can do the homework to find that out
I think we
in
need
advance.
to do the research, yes,
but,
and it can
you
be
know,
thorough.
Of course, the dealerships, not to their fault, but they want us to buy a new truck as often as we're possibly willing to.
They're in the business of selling trucks.
Exactly.
There's
That's
not
not surprising.
pieces to it too. It's every individual vehicle is different.
Right.
So many vehicles last. I can tell you from working on them every day, I can point at the cars on the road and the repair rate and how much you paid on maintenance on it because of the way it was made. And each individual one can be affected better or worse depending on how it's used.
Right.
So a lot of this will have to do with how they're used, but it'll also have to do with our research about who else is driving Western Star trucks and how many miles they're getting out of them. And do they typically, this model this year, have emission problems after 10 years, or maybe they don't have any at all.
Right.
And if we do that research instead of just sticking to a 10-year program, we might get 2 or 3 years of not paying for that truck that we could put that money in the account. And I think anything we do to make ourselves more solvent will be great.
Yeah, I agree.
Every dollar we don't spend on interest, even if the rate is good, is better. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I think you know, we have a responsibility to look at, you know, I mean, I don't think we've been making poor choices in that respect, but I think we could make different choices. And I think that unless we at least push those the concept of those different choices, we won't really know. I mean, we've
Exactly.
had very good luck with 10 years. As far as going back and looking at trade-ins, one of the problems that's gonna skew that for us is that we always had Macs. Mac had a guaranteed
Right.
trade-in. So I don't know whether Western Star offers any sort of guaranteed trade-in. And of course, that was a Mac tactic to get you,
Right.
again, not to their fault, but, you know, you trade it in within 10 years and you're gonna get $25,000 for it. And that's what it was. We'll guarantee that. Doesn't matter the condition of the truck. Mac stood by that, and whether Western Star does the same. The other thing I don't know is, you know, do you get 25,000 for a 10-year-old vehicle and 22,000 for a 12-year-old vehicle, or do you
Right.
get 1,000 for a 12-year-old vehicle?
And if we kept that truck for one more year, would the maintenance and repairs be $5,000, or would it be
Or $65,000?
Right, $25,000.
Yeah.
And we're only going to know that by looking at doing some research. But
Yeah.
you know, my guess is that I would think that we would find interesting information doing that research. That might help us.
And you know, the one other part to that we haven't looked at, I don't think, but I know we've had conversation about it, but I don't think we've looked at it all that, is that concept that we did with the fire truck of doing a, you know, substantial rehab on, you know, I mean, you take a 10-year-old truck and say, okay, what are the 18 things that are gonna break? Let's replace those and run it for 6 more years.
Right.
You know, that might be worth doing too. So,
And you did that with one of the Macs, right? The 05?
we did at one point, yeah.
Because it went another 5 years?
I don't think it was quite that much, but I think we got 3 out of it anyway, something like that. So, but I think David's right, you know, that's good. Statistics will tell us whether it's a good idea or not.
Right.
And teasing that information out may not be easy, but it is information that's available, so.
And would Brian do some of that research, or does that all fall on you?
Apparently he had done it
Okay.
years ago. Do you recall that?
On the Mac,
No,
on the Western Stars.
no, about taking, keeping them longer and then building an equipment fund.
Right, exactly.
So he had it all mapped out.
But I think
apparently.
part of that also was a contribution from the town, not just payments that were being made from the truck. He had actually talked to me about that a little bit.
Well,
So do you build a fund to a point where, through contributions during those periods and not payments on the truck because you're past the payments,
Right.
would build it after a certain number of years
Yes.
to a point
Yeah.
of being able to get the next truck? But
Yeah.
would we be able to cycle it fast enough to continue to get enough
We're gonna have
trucks?
to look at that.
I mean, that seems like, that's a pretty steep savings rate, but.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, as it is now, we rarely, if ever, finance for more, well, the excavator being that's a lease to own.
It is, yeah.
But
10
otherwise,
years.
we do 5 years on everything. So we have a 5-year period on each of those trucks that we're not paying.
Right.
You know, and depending on how we look at it, you say, okay, well, we're making a $35,000 a year contribution toward
Right.
this for
So
5
you
years.
take that
Or you
and
say
put
we
it
do,
in that fund.
or you do
Yeah.
17.5 every year
Right.
over 10 years, and
Yeah.
it's the same, you know, it just depends. But
Yeah.
and I'm not disagreeing with you, David, but I think the idea of a town being solvent is a little bit of, you know, we don't have the need to be solvent, and not that we shouldn't reduce our debt.
Right, that's what I meant.
But nobody's gonna call our, you know, we're not at risk of getting our trucks repoed, so.
I don't think we are.
Right.
I just think every dollar we don't spend, that we don't have to spend is a good thing.
Is not a bad thing.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm pointing at.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of want
Not
to go the other
increasing
way.
taxes, maybe even
Yeah,
reducing them a little bit would be
That would
lovely.
that would be a great thing, yeah.
Well, and, you know, does changing those model, I mean, that, you know, that
Would that-
question
yeah.
of, you know, if you blow an engine in year 11, you just skewed the whole thing. So, you know, that's a tough decision, and it's
Right.
it's risk and
It's a
return.
risk,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, it's what it
That's where
is.
the research would help.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So, and it can be done. We have
Yeah.
a year.
definitely. Well, we got a couple of years. Right, 2023. Right.
No, we want to do the research now, though.
That's
Yes.
exactly right,
Yes.
so we can
Yes.
decide during that
Yes.
period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we did learn some lessons too at town meeting, and I did meet with the staff, and we went over things that worked well and things that we need to.
Not so well.
We need to consider for next year.
Yeah.
So, but overall, I think we did a good job.
Yeah.
I want to commend the town clerk's office and you for the sanitation level and our mic.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That
Like
was
our
Steve's-
pens were sanitized.
Steve,
So
that was Steve's idea
yeah,
about the mic.
that was
Steve,
Yeah.
Steve
yes,
Voorhees.
Voorhees,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I also want to thank, we didn't do this at town meeting, but everyone that is on a committee or board that volunteers, thank you very much.
Yes.
Because without you,
It all makes a difference.
you know, our planning commission is like down to 2 people, which is not a quorum.
Yeah.
So we need volunteers and we need people to call us and ask what's available.
Young people.
Young.
Well, all people,
All
but,
people.
but young people too.
Yes.
I'm gonna post something on iPlatinum, okay, but I did want to thank everybody that volunteers.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, do we have any other business?
No, I think this one.
Executive session needed?
No.
Okay, our next meeting date is March 25th.
And I'll move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okey-dokey. So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 PM on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the US Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Do you have any other?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the downtown board for the neighborhood development area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom?
I saw it.
Okay, great.
Got it.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner. A commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as
Yeah.
opposed to
Okay.
sort of attributed to
Yeah.
some individual versus
Sure.
another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials
Staff
of
or, yeah.
a municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so we can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want us to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
We're just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was, when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not
Not very
very
clear,
clear.
yeah.
All right,
Next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's this paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you in a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gell Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used, looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, you know, elements of good public space, what, you know, top 3, you know, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bratt Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space. And then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation of designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, you know, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, you know, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But you know, the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. You know, mobility lines up with, you know, opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document have, you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just by Sue, so there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's, you know, 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yeah. So
that was really lovely with this account.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's, going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain run.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here.
Yeah.
In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Brandy, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list, and I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces down to eliminate some portion of them, you know, so. And the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, so reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 3 months.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Necessarily.
yeah, no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support and different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we sort of have, we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a minute.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before the, whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But, you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail discussion.
I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks
Yeah.
are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We have the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street, so you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over Elliott, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, or to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit or the greater benefit here is to if it's one or the other, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I still do, but I like it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. And I bike without a helmet too, so I'm not everyone here, but so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like, you can't see across, that's a pedestrian thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Yeah,
marks
the
on the
pavers.
roads.
Yeah, well,
You know
the way
those, you know
of-
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
They
It does,
redo
it does.
every
Oh, they
year.
do? That's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it wears away?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint
Mhm.
the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main
Mhm.
Street, if we can do that, but.
The traffic levels are counts are too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
to do that.
Mhm.
And you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less, one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that, so. It's still probably not gonna make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, but that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. We had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street
Right,
and some
right.
restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want
just
to
say,
bike on
look at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer,
Yeah.
we should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, so
Yeah,
it's,
okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed it, I've always.
Yeah,
seen
it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that,
match
then that
the
would mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then.
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than
Right.
if you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks when
Well,
you're
let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down on
Right.
142. It's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. I mean, if you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. And I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic.
No.
But I'd be interested
It's
to
something we hear all the time.
to
Yeah,
hear
and
if
it's-
this comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the
There
funding
is
that
that.
we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I mean, it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're running these heavier loads.
There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about, but.
So
there's that
we
one.
did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2, so I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identify that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have a drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
yeah, or
From the railroad?
That's what the
or-
ask is, 11.
The ask
was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And
Yeah.
and I can share drawings too if people are
Wow.
curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's.
Oh,
here.
sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
no,
So it would come here,
Yeah.
across Putney Road.
I can probably pull it
No,
up.
it would come.
Let's
up
get to
here,
us,
kinda go
us to a map
under-
situation.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm gonna pull up
can
Google
point and
Maps.
grab.
I just need to get to a page.
Up
here.
onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it,
There's no, I
would it continue down along Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river. I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff. There's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever. Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did see.
Where did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far as I
meetings
can
with
find.
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle? Or 11
11
feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
So
Okay.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So
yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
I know that there's a
Friends of the
lot
West River
of.
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tastic. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tastic, but they're really kind of two different
It's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
gonna
with
get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do
Right, right.
in order to get to.
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's
conversation?
not,
Oh, okay.
so the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The rider sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime talked to people, they said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
yeah,
Indeed.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten,
Yeah.
and people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area, it's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around.
Mm.
So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this
I
is-
see people doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is a,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquet Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto
I
Wantastiquet.
know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
could,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
share.
this road already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around there?
Probably
Yeah.
a crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wonder.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into.
No, I think that's the idea. You would come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from-
bridge.
Both
and then
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, both, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
So
there's,
so you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquet? Wantastiquet. Drive. Let's just face it,
Not a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharrow. So you could sign it to be a sharrow, and then it comes up through. I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown. So,
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic. Because there should
People
be much
walking
of a
all the
difference.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
So, I mean, even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, you can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yeah, so we'll lay out the options, but we will not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right, right. So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is a weird line.
Trying to point out.
Well, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
Yeah, every
have
year.
some
Every year.
It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the $15
I believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, it's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
And they've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is going to say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, and here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DDA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA
Yeah.
right?
Full funding
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
Right.
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to
The town.
the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating this space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't
Yeah.
just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and
Yeah.
supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
Right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's tax.
none of that
Right.
business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
the
money goes to, say, fix sidewalks.
Mhm.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders
Yeah.
as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well,
we-
I feel that those are legitimately on the
Tax.
table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't gonna get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah, feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time now for that.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that that money is there. And in the off chance that the DDA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, you know, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, you know, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, you know, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. You know, should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
We should take it out of the plan? So I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, you know, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, you know, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, you know, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Okay, you know, just need to think about that.
Is there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
No, no.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, and probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state,
So
yeah.
the state has the rule that you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
list of what you can use them.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No funding very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks
So
and
I
stuff
think
like that.
is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on agree is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation the strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment,
approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas, let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give them.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gathered, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people as can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness? I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you, and I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan, and I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care, and I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
No.
It's maintenance and or, so it's, I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, you know, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
Which, so it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that, I mean, I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always gonna feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just gonna have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always gonna feel unsafe, because people are always gonna feel unsafe. Rather than, yeah. I mean, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the alcohol.
Yeah, just.
But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally like closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work, there's no question about that.
And maintain.
And, yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're gonna feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer. So I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
yeah, I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
stars
clearing,
to prove it.
right, people clearing out the bank.
Awful.
That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or?
Yeah,
not-
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well,
the
I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
gonna
to
move forward.
vegetation and maintenance in public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now.
Mhm.
Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Sorry. Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not gonna keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay, all right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Nobody needs
Not
grapevine. Yes. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Just not take
reasonable.
away the benches.
Yeah, I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just-
benches?
People say that's happening.
It has- it has
Places
been.
downtown over the years.
It has benches.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the planning process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh gosh,
sort
why
of
don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing matrix.
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like
I'd like to-
redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Or exactly,
low-hanging fruit, high-
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious because I've been thinking about it lately. So.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked through.
Four sector grid of
I think it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful for
hard.
prioritization. Just, you know, obviously some things are going to take longer to implement.
Yeah, is any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, you know, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, you know, not only the Ask the River art, but, you know, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, you know, active community alley and activating the transportation center some more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, to circle back to just the basic maintenance, just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And, you know, start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like you just.
Oh, come on, now you're being,
I'm sorry.
what's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
Yeah.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, I mean, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and you know, it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. You know, yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
That serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. We did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcasm?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
like people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
Or do you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
co-op?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes and looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you shove, push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity, that kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area, strikes me as accident prone too. But maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah, it's.
There's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not?
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertain the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's Planet Fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
knows.
It has a nice view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know. Who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than that, the wall that
it
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
on it.
thought to your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions, and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We can
and
have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying
There
cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt-a-park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunction junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So,
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So your recommendation is
So-
we do this again in April?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, I mean, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then, yes. Maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
Would another meeting with Brandy, we'd still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including.
Yeah, the DBA and
The
some other,
DBA,
maybe.
rec department, I don't know. if
Right,
they would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Rec department.
rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves.
Yes, lots of reviews.
So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is
Yeah,
when
to
is
get
the
this
deadline?
done
Should we
quickly.
do this in April? Should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commissioner-
complete so
commissioners,
before we look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay.
But I
I
don't,
think we
as
can
long as
still
one
have
of
a
us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this,
Yes.
and.
This is
and
live,
go
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And
Yeah.
it would also
Briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full.
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
Sixth.
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want
Right.
them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know,
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Haskawa, and I am the vice chair of the Development Review Board. And it is 7 o'clock, and I'm calling the meeting to order. First of all, we're going to have some motions for continuances, but in case there are people in the audience who are here to talk about or hear about two of the projects that are asking for continuances, just let me tell you, we're not hearing them tonight. They are Ms. Pendlebury for Natural Child School and Jason Evers Construction. So we will not be hearing either of those tonight. They will be held at our next meeting. Okay, so if you were here for them, you can feel free to leave. Okay. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means that we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional evidence at its hearing, but will look at the evidence from our hearings, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the finding and decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board, so I strongly encourage all of you to speak up at this hearing. Since we are on the record, we're going to ask that you affirm your testimony be truthful. So when applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application, please stand and affirm the following. If you're going to speak and you want what you say to be counted, I have to swear you in. Okay? So I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury. I do. Okay. Applicants require, sit down. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That is 4 votes out of 7. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. And I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting, which was, when was it?
January 22.
22nd. Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved unanimously. Was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, it was.
Are there any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications on any of the applications?
Yes. And I'll be recusing myself.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to declare why you're recusing yourself? I don't think it's necessary. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Just asking.
Okay, we have 2 requests for continuance. 2020-14, Mara Pendlebury for the Natural Child School LLC has requested a continuance until April 15th. Yeah.
That's our next scheduled meeting?
That's our next scheduled
Okay.
meeting. I thought it was the 3rd Wednesday.
It turns out the 15th is the 3rd
Oh,
Wednesday.
that's right.
April 1st is the first.
I missed the one, yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. Okay, April 15th. Can I have a motion to agree to the continuance?
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the second one that's requested a continuance is 2020-11. Jason Evans Construction Incorporated for EDW Realty Incorporated. And they've also requested a continuance to April 15th. Can I have a motion to continue 2020-11?
Move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You need to leave?
Do I need to?
No.
Stay.
But if you wanted to leave. Okay, so now we move to application 2019-108. Douglas, pronounce your last name for me.
Beechel?
Beechel, for Carol's Restaurant Group. Want to come sit at the table? Oh,
Do we want a
he needs an easel.
easel? I can hold it
But it'll probably be easier for the camera.
Okay. On TV.
Brian, is there one just on the end? Take one on the end. Are these all projectors?
I think that one's an easel.
Which one? Oh, yes.
The gold one.
Anyone's qualified to put this together.
Oh, and we'll let you do it in.
Turn it around.
Turn it around.
Put the little thing on the end.
There you go.
Seems pretty freestanding. Are you getting this?
Get rid of one of your hooks. There you
Is
go.
this
We
a
have
good-
to have humor, right?
Is this a good angle for the board and the camera?
Well, we've got these.
We've got
so
pictures.
we have-
I like looking at that.
Okay, can you explain the project?
Yeah, I'll stand. We'll slide it back a little bit.
Yeah, let's slide it back.
All right, so again, I'm Doug Beechel, representative of Carol's Restaurant Group. We're the franchisee of this existing Burger King that we own.
Wait.
We were in front of this board in August 21st of last year, and we got our approval in order to proceed with sort of phase 1 of the construction of this, which was ultimately the remodel and some of the parking lot work. Phase 2 consisted of replacing the sidewalk and then really permitting through DOT the necessary permits in order to do that. I think that was it in terms of the 2 different phases, in terms of what was actually included.
Yeah, I think we agreed that we would hear the sidewalk later after
Yeah, so.
we talked to DOT.
So we were able to open before the end of the year, which was our goal, and things have been great. However, we still need to obviously finish all kinds of work. We got to repave the parking lot, do all the landscaping, modify the curbs and the entrances. So after our meeting here, we applied to VDOT for the sidewalk permit. Our goal and our contingent approval was on replacing that sidewalk along the entire frontage on Vale Street. They wanted to come out and do a site visit. So we did, I think this was in January. Brian met us out there. We had 2 representatives from DOT. They had some suggestions on altering the approved plan in terms of curbing. It's sort of hard to see, but maybe I can just outline it. The first entrance coming towards the Burger King past the gas station, the original curbing is sort of a narrow finger that's out to about here. We had proposed widening the island and just bringing it back in and landscaping it. They've asked us to bring it back approximately 8.5 to 9 feet to allow for easier right-hand turns into the site, especially for truck traffic. So that was one of the requests. The other was the center island here where our monument sign is. We had a striped sort of area just defining and protecting it. It was basically painted asphalt. They asked for a mountable curb, so that would further define that. So just a curb that could be rolled over by vehicles. And then I think originally it was asphalt, and then we decided we would like to make it landscaped or lawn material or grass or turf or sod. So adding that triangular island as a mountable curb with landscaping feature takes down on some of the sort of the asphalt that was out there. And the third request was this exit out. This curb was out further again, and they just had us reduce it approximately 8 feet, just bring it out so right turns out are a little bit easier. Our original plan, after standing there watching traffic for an hour, it had vehicles coming in this side, going out the other side. I don't know why we ever did that. I think it was just sort of what was existing. So I frankly don't know why we presented it that way. So this configuration, as far as I'm concerned, by having vehicular traffic coming in this side, going out that side, with a little bit more radius on the curbs, I think allows for a little safer vehicular ingress and egress of the site. Our original plan, I think, had the sidewalk that approaches the front of the store over a couple more feet. I'm not sure on that one. Where it is now, is where it shows on this. So I kept it a little bit off of the center of the store. So really those were and they wanted us to widen this exit from the drive-thru to line up with the building width. Their lane width was, I think the requirement was 18 feet, and we were able to get 16 feet 7 inches by aligning it to the side of the building so it's a straight shot versus it coming out and just tapering in a little bit. That curve is now in where it was originally contemplated. We would move it over if we were able to proceed after discussing it with this board. We modified some of our landscaping plan just to accommodate the islands changing sizes. And that plan, sheet 2, is just reflected here. So we ended up losing a parking space on the front just because we did a wider island than what's currently there. I think all in all, we lost 11 spaces, but that allowed us to put in some of the parking lot features with landscaping and ADA accessible parking spaces. That didn't change. None of the parking changed from the original plan that was approved. So really, the alterations are DOT driven with widening the entrance and exit for easier ingress and egress, right in, right out, basically. And the widening of this exit lane from the drive-through.
And you're eliminating that parking space right near the entrance?
Yeah, there was one right here.
Yeah.
And we're eliminating that just because the island that's in there now is probably 1.5 feet wide, and it's just never gonna.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
And Brian, you tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is there's a memo from Andrew in the planning office. Is that correct?
Hmm.
And the way I'm reading that memo, have they seen this memo?
I'm not sure.
Or is this an internal memo
No, it's a memo for you.
for us? We're getting from the planning department, I believe, I'll point at this, but the way I'm reading it is, you're saying when you increased that, you lost a parking spot?
Yes.
It sounds like from our planning department, folks, if I'm reading that memo right, is they're recommending getting rid of that spot. And I think the idea is, the concern is that a person parked here in the, let's say they backed up, that there could be a concern. That's how I'm reading the memo from our
It says
planning
the
department.
first parking space to the right when entering from the east on Canal Street.
Yeah.
And that's the one that you're proposing to eliminate, is that correct?
Well, what
No,
he's
they
saying
already-
is they've already eliminated one, and the way I'm reading from Andrew Gruminski, who was here in our planning office, their memo says staff is recommending removing this parking space for safety purposes. And I can sort of visualize, what I think that decision is.
So it'll be like this then.
Well, I think
I think
I think that is the one that they're
That's what
eliminating.
No,
It's the-
it's additional. If you look.
If you take a look at the memo and compare
look
it
at
to
this
what it's Douglas,
Yes.
Douglas is showing us, it seems that our planning technician is recommending.
It's the planning department on behalf of the town that's recommending that.
Okay,
space be
yes, I'm
removed.
sorry, I used the wrong terminology.
Yes.
And we wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I think it makes
Okay.
sense.
I wanted to just, Madam Chair, do you mind if I ask a couple questions?
Go ahead.
You had mentioned a loss of 11 spaces. Is that from the original, when you sort of got the property?
Yes.
What was there, and then making it conform to your design?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you counting what you had to lose based on the DOT recommendations, or would that added up?
No. Well, yeah, we did. So based on the DOT recommendations, actually didn't change that parking count.
I see.
So it's still net
Okay.
11 lost spaces by adding, basically the other features, the charging station, and the ADA accessibility.
And for example, this board, following the recommendation of the planning department, essentially you would be losing 12 spaces overall.
Yeah.
But that's within.
Yeah, that's fine.
Within.
Actually, it's somewhat overparked, probably at this point. So,
And then I just had a quick question, I don't know if you can answer, just so I can visualize what you've got up on there. What is the length of the lot here along the street? How much, do you know? I was looking for
it's probably.
did they give us a
Scale.
scale?
There are a lot of dimensions.
I was just curious as how much street frontage the lot is total, can sort of help me visualize a little bit.
I don't know that I have it defined on here, but certainly.
Didn't see a scale.
It is on, I think it is on this one, isn't it?
I believe it's
Just
going to
as
be 206 feet, 206.25 feet.
How much roughly?
206.
I think it's a little short of that, because that, I think, goes to the.
That's the back.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the
other
back
side of that
line.
would-
Okay, that gives me
The one thing that you had mentioned, one of the things that was on the memo was that we as a group should consider whether 2 access points to exit of the property would be given to the drive-through lane as a turnaround in front of the building. Is that what you were talking about, the turning around thing?
No, actually, I was talking originally just the entrance and exit here.
Okay.
We're a bit off. We did have this turn lane, or this return lane,
Right.
to allow people to access back in case the order's wrong. I think it was discussed in the field potentially on whether or not we eliminate this drive-through exit. I don't know on that one.
Okay, I mean, this was a recommendation from them, so
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's just a recommendation.
It's nice to
Right.
get people off
Yeah,
the site
right.
that
I
don't
was
have to
just-
come back, and it's also good to give them the option to get back in rather than having to pull on the street
Right.
and come back in.
Come back,
Right.
yeah.
With that widening of the entrance, it looks to me as if, I've seen parking lots before. People tend to use, when they want to leave, they'll leave whenever they want. And, or enter wherever they want, as the case may be. And I can envision somebody trying to take a right out of that out of that entrance to leave and going right into somebody else's trying to leave, coming out of the middle exit. With that being that wide, it's it seems as if it's 2 lanes.
Here
Don't
or here?
Here, yeah, your entrance.
Your concern is someone would try and exit from there.
Well, yeah, it's, how wide is it? It must be, what, about 30, it's
I
like...
think it's 18 feet.
No,
Am
no, no.
I reading it
18
incorrectly?
18, this is 16.7, this is 20-something.
It's
No,
24.
here to here is
Okay.
actually, because these spaces are 18 feet deep, so really, for scale purposes, it's almost 2 spaces in terms of
So-
width, so it's
So-
about 18 feet.
Well, you've got a dimension on here of 24 feet coming from the edge of that island over to the end of this island.
That's an interesting.
So if you were to go diagonally, you're going to be up to almost 30 feet wide.
Our biggest rationale for that, and that was DOT driven, was for trucks entering.
I understand. I mean, but it's not like you're gonna have something that pops up and keeps people from exiting that. And to me, it looks like it's a 2-way street.
Yeah, so the new plan basically shows, so once this center island is in and the mountable curb is in, it'll much further define it, and it'll be landscaped in lawn. And we'll have striping and parking lot arrows, entrance and exit. So as best we can to define in and out. And it's more of a natural in and out versus what it is now. I was just over there and somebody pulled in over here. So
They do.
that's kind of the, once we get it established, right now it looks terrible.
Are you gonna have signage that says like one way or
Yeah,
this way?
typically
or-
we do have an exit signage over here. It's gonna move because of that road for the widening of the exit. Typically our sign packages have an entry and exit sign. I don't recall whether or not they're lit or not lit, depending on the municipality I'm in.
Well, I'm not sure, Michael, that they can do anything about it. I mean, if you look at the co-op, you're supposed to go in and go around.
Well, by
People go in and go around
Any
the
way they
wrong
want.
way all the time, even though it's marked with arrows
let's
and signage.
with Brian, you had mentioned in some of your writings here the possibility of having the 2 exits are closer together than what our what our land use permits allow.
Yeah, that's right. So to be clear, this is an existing developed site, so
Yeah.
what you're tasked with is bringing it into conformance with the regulations to the extent that's feasible. So you're considering feasibility rather than a strict interpretation of the code.
Right.
And I think the question was, if you have that turnaround and you can exit through the regular exit, do you need an exit for the drive-through? I think if I read the staff memo correctly, that was their question. And I can see why most people who go through the drive-through are gonna go straight out.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're having this discussion. Is it okay for me to weigh in on it? I saw that in the memo. The question is this exit needed? And I think my thought process was to certainly consider that and say maybe it isn't. But then I have memories. I grew up in this town. In a sense, it's always been like that. It sounds like when they did the initial proposal, having that turnaround seemed to be good customer service. God forbid your to-go order was screwed up. They actually made it safer for someone to sort of enter the building and go back. And I don't know about safety, it just seemed better access. Again, God forbid an accident happens, that an emergency vehicle could access. I kind of see it seems odd that there's two exits, but I see it actually as perhaps a little more safe with the two exits.
That's what I would
agree.
So I just wanted to bring that up so that we discuss this here, because the memo said we should certainly consider it. And that was my thought process. Like, it may actually, in my mind, be more safe with the two exits.
Yeah, how many cars do you want driving around the front?
Is there a way with signage that we can, that you might be able to keep people from exiting the entrance, other than painting on the, other than painting a stripe on an arrow on the pavement that's not going to be there or visible in the winter?
I would love to share an anecdote that happened just last week.
No.
But no, it's very relevant to this. And it was the Preston lot on Flat Street, which clearly says entrance only and exit only. And I had to point out to someone I know who was headed to, I said, do you notice the sign says exit only? And this person said, oh my God, I never realized that. Now I know why people have been giving me dirty looks. And it was as clear marked as day. Can we recommend in an approval that they paint a pointed arrow on both sides, the entrance and exit, just yet another visual? I would be curious as how you would respond to that if there was an arrow painted on the asphalt here at the entrance, pointing in, and an arrow pointed there, and if that may help.
That's what these arrows are.
Those represent the painted asphalt.
Yeah. So that's kind of the striping plan.
Okay.
So there's arrows here, arrows directing to the drive-through. Okay. There'll be a directing through, around, and then two-way traffic on this section of it. I believe, I mean, right now, without any landscaping, with temporary concrete barriers that are protecting the sign, it's confusing. I think once you put in the installation of the landscaping, the curbing, just the entire lot repaving and cleaning, I think it'll be much more defined.
I'm just afraid that you're going to be seeing an accident smack dab in the middle of that, between in front of the island that you're putting in with the mountable curb there, where people are going to be wanting to leave the entrance and take a right, and they're going to go right into the side of somebody that's trying to get back onto the highway, going out the exit.
Yeah, we can't dictate idiots who drive.
So in this case, we also can't dictate as the town what V-Trans finds acceptable.
Pardon me?
In this case, we can't dictate as the town what V-Trans finds acceptable. This is actually part of V-Trans road.
Yeah,
having that
the front sidewalk has.
We advocated really strongly that they allow a design that's more in keeping with the town standards, which are more multi-purpose, pedestrian, car orientated, definitely narrower, and they were quite clear that that was unacceptable. So it's really a matter of balancing what they're going to require and what's achievable, bringing it into conformance.
What we want to do. Can I ask a question about the sidewalk, and then I'll ask for comments from the people who are here? The sidewalk is going to extend all the way across the front?
Yes. Yeah, parallel, where it currently is in its deteriorated condition, along the entire frontage of the property.
Oh, that's nice.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? It's either directed to the applicant or zoning administrator. Who makes the requirements for the construction of the sidewalk in terms of material and dimensions? Is that a DOT standard or Vermont Department of Transportation standard?
Public Works has a standard.
Okay.
So it's 5 feet, and I think it's 4 inches thick, or it's really standard.
And I would ask, the applicant is familiar with what these standards are and expects to...
Yes, so it'll be 5 feet and all the way across.
Yeah, it'll be outlined in the V-Trans permit, so what the specs are.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, so that, in terms of us as a board and approving it, we know that they have to follow the standard requirements to make a sidewalk that is up to town standards.
Yeah, and I think actually the town will be a co-applicant with Carol's group for
Okay.
the sidewalk, because we might be obligated to take that over in future.
Are there any questions from either of the people who are here? Any comments?
They can't, they didn't.
Yeah, they did swear.
No, he didn't.
If I comment, I might open a can of
She
worms.
did not
Excuse me.
swear.
Did you swear in?
No, she didn't.
We did.
I
You
didn't.
swore, I see.
So you need to go to the microphone, identify yourself and where you are, where you live.
I'm Ann Dosberg, and I live at 11 Generous Street, and my property abuts the property of Burger King. And I've been through the drive-through, and I love it, and the original drive-through works very well. And if you could see the traffic that goes through there, that's the one that is used the most. The curved driveway, they may get used to later, but it does, to me, look like it needs a little altering so that people can turn to the right a little easier. There are other properties in Brattleboro that have that curve in front of their building, and they do not have the straight exit. So they already have to deal with incoming to turn, and it's up on Putney Road. I think they've done a beautiful job in a short amount of time, and I can't wait to see the rest of the property finished.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board?
I'm still, I guess I would like to ask the board if they had any other ideas or suggestions, if there was any way that, or any way that we might be able to try to restrict people from exiting the entrance. Or that you might be able to keep people from exiting.
Madam Chair, if I may speak to that?
Yes.
I feel pretty confident as a board member that the applicant has shown sort of due diligence in checking with Vermont Department of Transportation and then following their recommendations and coming to us with their proposal. I'm willing to, once the conversation ends, I'm willing to put forward the motion that we would approve it as presented with the condition of removing that one extra parking spot based on the planning department recommendation. I might ask the woman who spoke if you had said that you might have a recommendation about, am I getting it correct, if a car is in the drive-through leaving, that you thought there might be some recommendation you would have to make the right turn a little better? And I didn't know if we should consider that. Did I hear you correctly on that?
It's just the curve. It curves.
Do you mind going to the microphone? It's for the camera to pick it up so people at home can hear.
I told you it would be a can of worms.
No.
The existing turn to the left around the front of the building has a curve like this.
Okay.
But if you're exiting, you want that curve to go more to the right.
So
Is this what we're talking about?
yeah, so currently where the red is where the curb is in. That was the approved plan showed
Okay.
that.
Right.
The DOT recommendation was to pull it back.
Okay.
So this revised plan has that, so it's a easier right out.
Does this to you, the new recommendation that comes from, does that seem to address the issue that you brought up?
I believe it does.
Okay.
I looked closely at it.
Okay. Well, I just thought you obviously came here to make a comment. I wanted to make sure we listened to it.
Thank you. I'm delighted with everything that they've done.
Okay.
Except that one thing.
Yeah.
And the people using the drive-through are not familiar with the turn. They're using the old exit. They're using the original exit.
Okay.
I haven't seen anyone using it'll happen, somebody will use it.
You mean to turn in front of the building?
Turn left in front of the building.
Because if we approve what the applicant has put there, then the old exit to the drive-through will continue to be utilized, and you're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to understand it correctly.
Thank you.
So I.
Let me
Oh,
ask
yeah.
you a question. So you have no trouble with there being an entrance and 2 exits?
No.
So just to go back to Michael, I feel confident as a board member that the applicant has done, I'm using the term due diligence if it's correct, and I have a certain amount of faith that the arrangement that they've set up, the entrances and the exits, are ideally, as the gentleman said, when the landscaping is completed, will certainly be better than what existed at that location prior. So that's my feeling, and I don't know if I can convince you of it, but that's where I stand.
I'm just envisioning somebody coming up the drive-through, turning in front of the building, using that turnaround, and then deciding, checking their food, whatever, they're gonna be in this parking lot, they're gonna be in the parking lot.
Yep.
And then they're gonna keep
They
going
go
and
out
go
through
right
the
out the
entrance.
entrance.
I think.
And that's what you're pushing them in that direction by this design.
Well, I think, as Katie says, we can't really regulate idiotic drivers, and I would hope that people are paying attention enough and will notice not only the signage, but the painted arrows that appear on the parking lot.
Right.
So that's why I feel, with what the applicant is presenting, I feel confident enough that they've done the due diligence, checked with the Vermont Department of Transportation, and have a pretty strong belief that it will be very clear with the signage. So I feel like it's met my standard, or I think they've done the best they can based on the existing location. So I'm willing, if you're up for it, I'm willing to put forward the motion.
I have one more question. The plantings across the front don't quite meet the requirement for street trees.
No.
But I would say that with the plantings they're going to put on the island, I would say that we could substitute those for additional street trees. Does that make sense? Is that within the in the regs? Can we do that?
Now, from what the gentleman has pointed out on that proposal, right? That's the proposed.
The island in the center, the new island.
The little triangle one?
The triangle.
Have these been added from the original proposal? Do you feel these mitigate the situation on the street?
No, I'm talking about the new island
Oh.
that's going to be planted with the mountable curb.
Oh, the triangle.
And the triangle and the sign.
So what they're proposing to do in that island is probably just to put hedges or something like that, or whatever?
The island's 2 parts. So
Yeah,
there's the oval around the signage, and that would be landscaped.
Right.
And that would have 2 street trees and then various other low hedges.
Right.
The triangle portion is just proposed to be lawn because
Right.
it's going to get
Sightlines.
Whatever's in there is
You
here.
don't put trees there.
Keep the
That's
sightlines
fine.
open.
You don't put trees there.
No, they're planting trees.
No, but they're not.
See, they do have a sign here.
Yeah, that's a, what did you refer to the sign that will sit in the
There's
triangle?
an entrance sign.
That right there is a monument sign.
Monument
That's our
sign.
BK
Right.
Burger
No,
King sign.
but to the left of that,
Yeah, there is
a
some signage,
proposed directional sign location.
okay,
typical.
right here. Yep. That would be the entrance. There'd be an exit one here and here at both exits.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of the applicant?
Sure.
This is where the chair, so I learned things on this job. My understanding is that as a franchise, Burger King must have its own design standards, and you choose from a sort of recommended menu of how you would put signs up.
Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously, in the Burger King design standards, they'll have, this would be a good thing that says entrance only or exit only. Okay. I learned something. Should I put forward the motion?
For what?
Is there any more discussion? Anybody else have any
What are
questions?
you motioning?
I motion that we approve the
Oh.
we approve 2019-108, and then I'll ask the vice chair, make sure I didn't miss anything, but that with the condition that they remove that, immediate parking space beyond the one that they're losing, the sort of extra parking space based on the recommendation from the planning board. And Madam Chair, am I missing any other conditions that we want to put on that? Because then that would be my motion. But am I missing anything?
Well, I was gonna say the 5-foot sidewalk, but you're already gonna do that.
Well, that's what's presented.
Yeah. So, okay, is there a second?
I'll say it.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
You're approved.
Do we want to see if anyone's opposed, Madam
Oh,
Chair?
anybody opposed? And Ian's refused.
Is there any abstentions? Did
I'll
you
abstain.
You're abstaining, okay.
You're abstaining.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he hadn't raised his hand for either the,
No?
Oh, I
for the
didn't-
A
I
or the
couldn't
nay.
see-
Oh, sorry.
I was looking that way, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
You.
you do have 4 votes.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to bring up in open session something before adjournment, which is congratulations to Ian Goodenow for being elected to the select board.
Yes.
Currently, you're an alternate member of the DRB. And I guess the question, if whether you want to speak to it or not, is whether you can still serve in this role after being elected select board.
No, Ian, I'm happy you brought it up. Yeah,
I
if
think so.
Brian, do we want to put it on the record what we discussed beforehand, or?
Sure.
Yeah. So, if you want to speak to it for a second, who you spoke to, and
Yeah, so it's very informal at this point. It was my understanding that Ian had to resign because of a conflict of interest. I didn't get that from the attorney, so I'm not sure how official it is or what that opinion is based on.
so I think that the only other thing I want to do is talk to Bob Fisher, the town's
Town
attorney,
attorney? Okay.
and confirm that. And if that's the case, then I will happily resign from my position as the alternate on the DRB.
Yeah, I would say it would be sad to see you go.
I will also be sad to leave.
But I would say it only came up because of the boilerplate that comes at the beginning of every meeting that says the town is a party, or the town has the interest. I forget exactly how the boilerplate.
But he can recuse himself.
Yeah,
I mean, if the town presents something and he's on the board, even if he's a select person, he could recuse himself.
Well, the town can appeal any decision you folks make.
Yeah.
It does put you in a situation where the DRB, you know what I mean? We're a creation of the town, right?
I think to not use up the board's time,
Yeah.
I think I've made myself pretty clear. I will just confirm with Bob Fisher, and then we'll happily take the recommendation, whatever that is.
I'm not trying to push you off the board.
No, no. But thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, just one last announcement. The March 25th meeting is going to be canceled because there are no town
Right.
vacations.
So the next one is in April.
Is the April
15th, yep.
And we know that those two applicants, we presume,
Okay,
will
I
not.
move that we adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Should we just go through the whole bill?
Let's do the whole bill.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so for the record, Jim Demery, as counsel, we're doing a markup of draft 8.4 of your community bill on pre-K.
And to save your voice, I'm going to say you don't necessarily have to read the whole thing, but there's the purpose, everybody.
Okay, yeah, there's the purpose, everybody. Any comments? The purpose.
Does anybody have any questions on the purpose?
What is realigning?
It was to change our language from clear bifurcate.
Yeah.
Now we're doing more of a hybrid, so this is to reflect that change.
Okay, so if we want to talk about that, or we don't want to talk about that at all?
Well, what is it that's, you know that we've bifurcated public.
Public for education and private, and then, but I'm not stuck on this, I'm just wondering if there's a path towards that, how we can word something in this bill that says we are working towards having the agency of education eventually be responsible for the educational delivery in private and public schools, and then.
It's in the bill.
Okay.
If it's on pathway, it just doesn't.
It is on the path, it is.
It doesn't. Does it? No pathway, just done.
Yeah. Here you go, done.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Is it in the study committee?
No.
Okay.
It says at a date certain, they're bifurcated.
They're bifurcated, but so that AOE is responsible for the educational delivery in private centers, oversees the educational.
Yeah, so the way it works in this bill is that AOE oversees both public and private. And AHS also oversees private. So there's joint oversight of private and sole oversight by AOE of public.
So, let me just clarify what I'm thinking, just see if it's in here, okay? That eventually, relatively, hopefully soon, that the Agency of Education will be responsible for the delivery of the educational portion of this bill. The BELS, the Vermont Educational Early Ed Standards, in both public and private, and that AHS will only be responsible for health and safety in the privates.
No, it's not what this bill says, and
Okay.
it's not what, that's not the direction this bill takes.
I know, I'm just
What
wondering.
it says is, on the private side, is joint regulatory oversight of pre-K by AHS and AOE. So-
Education, health and safety then.
Yep,
Right.
by both agencies,
Right.
of the privates. So it doesn't go as far as you're going in terms of having AOE be solely responsible.
And how, is there any way we could get to where AOE is oversight? You're using public dollars to give private entities, first, that's one thing, but children in private schools, private pre-Ks, are not necessarily with a licensed teacher, and I feel like there's inequity there.
Yes, and that's why we're going to be getting data to see how inequitable it is, to see, that's what the study
That's what one of the things.
So out
the
of the
report back
study
does.
may come where the AOE is then responsible for all the education and
That will be for the next committee.
Is there any way to ask that or phrase this so they look at that? Or that we recommend that, or I recommend it?
I think the challenge, Sweetie, is that pre-K that's delivered in a private setting is generally, there's really no such thing as a private standalone pre-K. Generally delivered within a broader center. Right? So that center is regulated 24/7 by AHS. The idea of sort of pulling AHS out of that 10 hours and like only having AOE when really it's a seamless program.
We're leaving it in the hands of the experts, in a sense, to figure that out. And this is where we can get a little bit too much to tell them exactly which part of it.
Okay, I'll just say this one more time, and then I won't say anything, and I'll do whatever the committee. I feel like it's inequitable that there are children in the public schools getting pre-K education and have access to a licensed teachers, whereas there are children in the private sector who probably are having a fine time. But are not getting the equivalent educational deliverance of educational curriculum in the privates, and I think that's inequitable, and I think it's unfair, and it's public dollars that are paying both of those.
Which is why we are saying, we have guidelines that says the teacher needs to be present. We have a lot of interpretations of what a teacher is present for. What we want to do is get a picture of what's happening in the pre-K programs now, and what's the gap to be able to get there. Because if we all of a sudden say, needs to be there, during the 10 hours, all on, there's some programs that will collapse because they're not ready. So this is what this report is trying to do. This report back is trying to do what's happening now, how are people interpreting present in a program, and what's the gap to actually make it so that it is, as you would say, equitable. But at the moment, we can't. If we demand that, we will collapse programs, and that's not an intention that we have.
I'm just one more thing. I mean, I feel like in these two reports it says it. I mean, in this final report and in the 217 recommended reforms, in 217 it said that. So,
yeah, it does.
You understand the main issue is that to all of a sudden require this, A, not necessarily confine people, B, can't afford to do it.
Yeah.
So you would literally potentially put a lot of places out of business.
I'm not
That's why it has to be
saying,
studied.
I'm not saying the teacher, I'm just saying the oversight.
So we need a glide path.
Right.
We need a glide path. We've taken the glide path out because it made a lot of people nervous.
Yep.
And so we took out the glide path and we said, report back to us. And I think we'll get to that report back. And then why don't you hold your questions on that until we get to the report back?
Yeah,
I know it's hard,
the equity, it's the equity issue that is just makes me crazy.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Equity doesn't happen overnight.
Any comments on statement of purpose? Before we move on.
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. All right, so.
Guess we're not coverage.
Well, this is super fast. Do you need to add that third study up there? It says require reports on, and you've got 2 out of the 3 reports that were.
By teachers, about vision and.
We're doing that visioning study too.
Yeah. Can I have that?
Huzzah!
Thank you. Good catch.
Yay.
It's that editor.
I am in it.
Yes. Every committee should have one. Two. There's 2 editors, don't we? Thank you. We're almost through page 1, folks.
No, we haven't really wordsmithed anything real hard this year. We do.
Okay, so definitions are here. The one that we talked about quite a bit is definition for each child. And we took the 504 category here. So it still allows 5-year-olds to fill an IEP plan. Any comments on this?
And aligns it. Everybody okay with this definition? Okay. We're not going to come back to that then unless.
Any comments on the private provider or public provider definitions?
We can go back to it if we ever need to. Okay.
Comfortable with
Okay, all right. Okay, then the section here hasn't changed much really from current law. This is the whole thing about telling them it's 10 hours, 35 hours a week, 35 weeks a year, sorry. Talks about how it's paid by the district of residence, private programs, public programs. So this language is basically current law with some changes just for clarity reasons. Okay? Okay. When we get into your changes more over here, so this is where you have the notification that the public program is expanding or beginning a program. That's A, and B, if a private provider is beginning or expanding a program, that's required to give notification. Any comments on this?
Okay on that?
Okay. Okay, there's over here, and then we have definition in C in line 5 of what expansion means. Okay. So
Okay.
Okay. Then we go into the provider qualification requirements. So the requirement in on lines 20 and 21 are the requirements for a private provider. And so so it's NACI or 4 stars.
That's for private.
Private. And then you've got the requirement, as in current law, as we understand it to be, about the requirement to have a teacher. So it's basically a reflection of current law. So for a service program, it says at least one teacher. It didn't say what they do or how many hours. For a private program, likewise, though it does say that they can use that teacher to receive active supervision and training.
So we took the 3 hours out of the family.
Yep. We went back to current law on this until we get the results of the study, and then you can decide what to do next. Any comments on that?
Comments?
Just, I still want you to hear you say it again.
Yeah.
This is now to better reflect current law.
Correct.
Current practice.
Correct.
And the license is, what kind of license is it?
It either has to be a teacher licensed and endorsed in early childhood education or in early childhood special education. A licensed teacher.
A BA, right?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're on page 6.
Yeah, we're page 7 now.
So we're all right with that, correct?
Public provider qualifications are again either NACI or 4 stars, and again current law, employing or contracting for the services of at least one teacher who's licensed, and new requirement, meeting safety and quality rules adopted by the State Board of Education, and we'll come on to this later on. We have the requirement that they map to the extent possible, map to AHS requirements for childcare centers or private.
This is for public.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Then we've got the requirement in 2A and B for the agency of human services in A, and AOE and B to post on its website a list of providers that are qualified. And a requirement that if a provider is no longer qualified, it notifies the agency.
So they each post.
Each post, yep, and the providers each have to provide notification if they are no longer in compliance. And then the language of building bright futures, so they're going to be linking into these websites and making it searchable, etc. So a parent could go to one place to find this information.
I have a call in to Building Bright Futures. Unfortunately, Morgan is away. I'm hoping to hear from Katie Mobs. I don't know if we will get that before. So there's any concerns on this, it may need to go upstairs.
Just ask about their capacity to do that or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you always name someone in this, like if Building Bright Futures didn't exist anymore, do you is it better to define their role as opposed to a specific agency? I haven't done, so I'm just, no, it doesn't matter, we can just name them.
Well, we need to.
Okay.
In this case, I think you need to, because somebody has to do it, and it has to be
Right.
identified, so. yeah.
Okay.
There are convening organizations.
Then we go into the sub D, which is tuitions, budgets, and ADM. And just a reminder, this hasn't changed very much from current law. So this is a section that requires the district of residents to make payments to other providers, and it talks about how you deal with that from a budget standpoint, how you count that for ADM. All of that is the same as current law. And the changes here are just conforming changes, really. So, go through here. The one difference to current law that's noteworthy is this line 20, which says a private provider or a public provider that is not the child's district of residence may receive additional payment. So that allows publics to charge for pre-K for the additional hours that was not permitted before.
So if they have, let me clarify. So if I send my child to a program that has a half-day program,
Which kind of program?
a public school nearby that's not in my district, and they have a half-day program, do I have to pay for that?
They can charge you for the hours in excess of the 10 hours. Yeah. That's up to them whether they charge you or not. Yeah. And then we added this new subdivision 5, which is a requirement to use uniform forms and processes, which are developed by the Agency of Education. And then this notwithstanding clause on line 16 that allows them to not use those uniform forms fully if it would be unduly burdensome or costly.
Okay, forms, everybody. Any comments or concerns?
The what?
Forms, universal forms.
Correct, a little later, we describe kind of how we want them to come up with the new forms.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Then we have this limitation of liability provision here. So this one says here that the only responsibility of the school district is to pay that tuition to the provider, and the school district shall not be responsible to monitor the administration of the pre-K program by that provider, and shall be immune from liability for that provider's administration of this program.
So that's saying basically the AOE does not monitor the private program?
Nope.
Is that what it's saying?
Nope.
Oh, that's not a thing?
Nope. It still does. It says the public school districts don't have to monitor private programs.
So if something bad happens at that private program, if they want to come back and sue you, you let my child go to that program that says, I'm not responsible for what's happening, correct?
Correct, yeah.
But is the AOE still monitoring that kids are getting taught certain?
AOE, it doesn't change anything in here related to our decisions about monitoring.
AOE still monitors both private and public programs.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just making sure that the school districts don't get sued.
Okay.
For essentially being forced to contract with these providers.
It's okay, Sarita, we will work through it, and I do want to give you an opportunity to ask your questions. I am also paying attention a bit to the time.
So this section here, E, on regulatory oversight, one is unchanged from the previous draft, which is the Agency of Education has sole regulatory oversight of public pre-K programs, except to the extent that it participates in CCFAP or in STARS, in which case it's under AHS for those program elements. Okay.
So as soon as you take CCFAP in your building, you bring the Agency of Human Services in with you?
Only to the extent of those program requirements. Yeah. The same 4 stars. And then here's where we talk about DCF. So DCF and the Agency of Education shall have joint regulatory oversight of private pre-K programs. Yeah.
And at one point, we tried to be more specific about it, but it made it really clumsy.
Right. And I mean, I'm just gonna say again, I was the only one that heard from superintendents, but they find this very cumbersome.
No, they find AHS being involved in public pre-K cumbersome.
Not private. This is what the superintendents have been saying.
So this takes AHS out of public.
Okay.
Out.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Unless you have an after-school program where you're
No, yeah,
accepting
no.
CCFAP, that's different.
Yeah,
but-
no, okay,
Okay.
thank you, yes.
Yep. And then we've got joint rulemaking by the two agencies, and I won't go through all the rules. We went through them a number of times. I'll scroll through them though slowly. If you've got comments on the rules, just stop me. So I'll just say what they're about though. A is about helping private providers be qualified by giving some teacher supports. So public programs helping privates with some teaching supports. B is about providing opportunities for effective participation. C is a process basically around how you enroll your children in pre-K and get counted toward ADM. And then D is a process about the annual statewide tuition for pre-K. That's the $3,400 a year. E is around including a cost for your budget for your public program. F is around reporting to the AOE of your expenditures. G is around the administrative process for complaints in both the private and public sectors here.
And these are all really just technical changes that we're doing right now. We're just renumbering and.
Well, there's some changes. Yeah, the numbers have changed here because so much is underlined, very parsed out. But and then H is the monitoring, which is goes along your regulatory oversight philosophy. So this requires that there be monitoring of public programs only by AOE. There'd be monitoring of private programs by both AOE and AHS, and then they jointly report back to you. This would be the results of that monitoring. And the requirements for what is monitored on line 16 is the same as it has been in current law, with the one change that you've added on line 5 here, the reference to social and emotional development. I is a process to document progress for children in pre-K. J is to establish health and safety requirements for public and private providers.
Let's just to make sure everybody understands H. That's
H is the monitoring, yeah.
Yeah, the monitoring, do you understand what we're doing here with monitoring? Any questions on that? You have to have a comparable systems. AOE monitors, public, and both monitor private. Just sometimes in those things where it says publicly funded, it gets people confused, but that's just the public dollars that are going to the private program.
Yeah.
Okay, we good with that?
Just, can you help me understand on the ground, how does that work, like with the AHS and the AOE both monitoring privates? How would
So
that
if I'm a
look?
public program, I'm
Yeah.
running a public program, and I'm not doing any CCFAP stuff,
Yeah.
the monitoring person is gonna be
Right.
the Agency of Education.
I understand how it's set up, but
Yeah.
actually how, I mean, do teachers from the privates and the publics get together and kind of decide on how children are doing? I mean, how is it monitored?
A lot of that is through the test scores and things like that. Now, the early learning standards, TS Gold is how individual students are doing.
Okay, so both of them would look at those test scores and both of them would come up with a remediation plan?
Well, this monitoring, a lot has to do with, it could be health or safety monitoring. Do you remember when Kate Rogers came in and presented the monitoring, that's some updated monitoring?
But they'll also be doing educational monitoring?
Yes.
Okay, together. I'm
Yes,
just trying to figure out how that's gonna work.
And some of that is called desk monitoring. But everybody's required to participate. It's in rule, it's already, it's,
Okay.
there are things that go much deeper later. This is kind of the overview.
Okay.
So we're good with H?
Okay, we're through H. Talked about I. We talked about J. Talked about K. No, we didn't talk about K. K is that to establish a process for remedial action, which could include sanctions and penalties if the providers fail to comply with the program quality requirements.
So we heard a little bit about that from K.
And then L is new, to establish a process to verify the public and private providers satisfy and continue to satisfy the program quality requirements.
Does that help? Does that one help right there? Yeah.
And then 3 here says that in adopting these rules, they should be aligned, except there are compelling reasons that they shouldn't be aligned.
Can you just wait for a call?
Okay. F and G are unchanged for current law. H is unchanged for current law too, except for some conformity changes, so that allows geographic regions. That's there. And that takes us to section 2.
Wow. All right, section 2.
Yeah.
18 page, 19 page, section 1.
Okay. Section 2 is taking the public programs outside of DCF's jurisdiction.
So we are now out of volume 16 and we are into volume 33.
And it's right here, except to the extent that they participate in, that's interesting. This should be changed here. Number 6 says, this takes them out unless they participate in CFAP. I think we also have to deal with stars here too. Right?
We don't need a license.
Could you go back up just a little bit, Jim?
Yeah, sure.
So this is saying that you don't need a license or a registration to operate a child care center, and then we have a list of exemptions.
Yeah.
So if you're a public provider taking CCFAP money, you don't need a license or registration as a child care facility.
So we need to get out that unless?
No, I think we want the exemption, what are you saying, take out of this?
Unless, so you don't need a license for that anyway, so you wouldn't have to have that reference to it, right?
So this is saying if you're a public provider, you don't need a license, it's an exemption.
Yeah.
Unless you participate in CCFAP, then you do need a license.
Oh, you need a license for that?
Mhm.
And do you need a license to do stars, to get the stars?
Well, that would be a policy decision. If there's a public provider who's using STARS to qualify under the pre-K program, would you want them to need a license or registration as a child care facility? Or would you like to keep them outside of that?
They still have a school board and a principal and a superintendent. And a superintendent.
And it's, seems like it's sort of out of the scope of
Yeah.
pre-K anyway.
Okay. So do we need a language change? Let me think on that.
Just a quick one here, just clerical, should, so under section 2B, there's just 2 things, shouldn't it be 1 and 2, not 5 and 6? So I'm just wondering, so on page 19, line 15, shouldn't that be a 1 in parentheses because there's just 2 subcategories to B? I guess I'm just confused what's 5 and 6.
The ellipses on 14 signify that language has been omitted. So 1 through 4 have been omitted because they aren't relevant to the bill. So we don't show the language in the bill.
I see. So there's 1 through 4 in this that'll be there in the statute. Correct?
Yes.
We're just adding 5 and 6, and you're not showing.
Well, we're adding 6, and 5 we're making a change to, which is why we're showing it, because on line 19 there's an add and added.
Okay.
Yep.
So we've seen that 1 through 4 in a previous bill.
It's existing law, so you might not have seen it recently.
I'm just curious who's exempted, but that's fine.
We could pull it up and look at it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're not changing anything there, but that explains it, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will think about whether we have to change the language on page 20 to deal with STARS. Okay, going on in section 3, again, this is the thing of the definition of pre-K. So this now is just cross-referencing the definition of pre-K children as defined earlier. So we don't have definitions in 2 places. And then we got the requirement in section 4 for the section of education to develop these uniform forms and processes on before March 15, 2021. And they have to do that in collaboration with private pre-Ks, pre-K coordinators, which are representative of different geographic regions in the state. So, any comments on that? Okay. Section 5 is health and safety. So,
These were the pricing, okay, I don't know what's in the box.
Section 5 is health and safety rules. This requires that the Agency of Education
Becomes very gifts.
We're supposed to be wary of people that bear gifts.
Oh, that's
right.
Thank you.
We'll bring our afternoon wine, maybe?
Okay. Health and safety is being aligned. The rules for AOE are being aligned to the rules for the private side. Okay. Again, unless there are compelling reasons, they should be different. And then we get on this report on availability of qualified pre-K teachers. This is findings and purpose section, which we won't read through, but I'll just pause here to let you read through that, see if there are any changes.
Take a minute here.
We don't need a language change here.
No?
No. So you need a license, and then the next are pre-K
Okay.
provider.
Serena, here's, this might help you to look at these questions. This is what we're getting ready to just act on.
Okay. So we don't need a license.
Yes.
Or you do need a license, except if you're a public provider.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So Tuesday and Wednesday, so we can do that.
Okay,
That's
okay,
hours. I have the same question.
Yeah, so hold that question. Yeah, yeah. So this is basically just kind of a statement of findings,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So you find that it's best practice to deliver through high-quality, effective, direct instruction by qualified educators who use evidence-based practices within intentionally designed early learning events, which is similar to the language that came from here. So that's what we're shooting for here. That's our goal. Okay. However, here's the however part.
You said we're gonna answer Chris's question later?
Yeah, I think, let's just get through sort of the findings section here. Findings. However, we recognize that there are challenges. So this is for the quality that we hold, however, there are challenges. Therefore, what are we going to do about it? We're commissioning a study, okay? So we're looking at, we believe in high-quality education programs delivered by qualified teachers. We have a problem, we're not there yet, therefore, what are we going to do? This is the what are we going to do part.
Okay.
So let's go through that.
Okay, so we're on B. Maybe we should read this language here. So it says, on before December 15, 2020, the Agency of Human Services and the Agency of Education shall study and report to you. 1, the number of teachers in the state who are licensed and endorsed in early childhood education or early childhood special education. We define that as a qualified teacher. Okay? So first is the number of them in the state. 2 is the number of private pre-K education programs in the state, and the number of qualified teachers employed by or contracted with those programs. 3 is the average number and range of direct instruction hours pre-K children receive from qualified teachers employed by or contracted with CERN-based child care programs and family child care homes, qualified pursuant to the section we went through.
And do we have a definition of direct instruction, or I think that's an understood concept?
We don't have a definition. I assume that people know what that is, but yeah, whatever if you want.
Yeah.
4 is the number of public pre-K education programs in the state and the number of qualified teachers employed by or contracted with those programs. 5 is an estimate of the additional number of qualified teachers that private pre-K education programs would need to employ or contract with if those programs were required to use the services of teachers for direct instruction. 6 is the financial impact to private pre-K programs and families of requiring these programs to employ or contract with teachers for direct instruction. 7 is if the supply of qualified teachers to staff private pre-K programs is less than those necessary, or the financial impact of this requirement poses a significant burden on those programs or families. Recommendations on how to achieve the goal of having those programs provide direct instruction to students by qualified teachers in a cost-effective manner. And 8, taking account your goal to have pre-K education be delivered through the implementation of high-quality, effective, direct instruction by qualified educators who use evidence-based practices within intentionally designed early learning environments. Recommendations on how many hours of direct instruction by qualified teachers should be required in a public school that offers pre-K education, that's the line there, B, a CERN-based child program, and C, a family child care home. And C, a child care home where the operator of the home is qualified as a teacher, and D, a child care home where the operator of the home is not qualified as a teacher.
Okay, so Rita, this is where your questions are. So this is getting to, hey, we really think that a program should look like this. Wait a minute. Doesn't look like we're there yet. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to start to find out what's the gap. How many are needed? How many are there? How many hours are they doing? What's the supply? And how, if we don't have that and we've got a ways to go, how are we going to achieve the goal? This is what this thing is supposed to say. If it looks like we've got 15 years before we're going to get there, then maybe we need to figure out something we might need to do.
Oh, I thought you said it looks like.
No.
Okay.
Let's say we've got a lot of preschoolers that have to grow up, go to college, and want to be pre-K teachers.
So I'm just wondering if it would help to have any questions in there about a provisional license. Like where could a teacher be teaching and be getting professional development in
That'll
terms of...
probably how to achieve the goal. That might be something that would come up. Yeah.
And the other question I would have is...
You have to go for 2 minutes. Why don't we get through the last one?
It's okay, because
okay.
You can sit for 3 minutes, but I gotta go to
So we can talk about that later.
Okay. Yep.
So the next section is a new section. It's another report by the same group, by the 2 agencies, by the same date, December 15, 2020. And includes their 5-year vision for this will change for pre-kindergarten, I should say. And then the capacity of kindergarten programs to take on 4-year-olds. Will change. And then 3, bridging the gap. You have some changes on this. I haven't really.
Yeah,
kind of looked at.
That's fine. I think there was a concern that people would think that when we were talking childcare, we were only talking about preschoolers, but we're actually talking about the whole gamut of pre-K. I mean, of childcare. So I don't know if there needs to be language that includes, infants and toddlers or.
What gap is being bridged, though?
We're looking at, and worker support should be, we changed that to, what did we talk about?
You said supports for working families.
Yeah, supports for working families,
And
yeah.
parent engagement.
And parent engagement, yeah. We keep running into this problem in looking at the pre-K program, filling that gap? Is there another, do we need to be looking at the broader view? I know we had a study, we had the study done, I think, Building Bright Futures, or there was a, what was the report done a few years ago? Do you remember, what was that one?
The Ribbon Commission.
The Blue Ribbon Commission, yeah, reviewing that. So I think you might have, I think that you might have some language that might help with that, we'll get in a minute, because I know you have to go.
Okay.
Unless you can quickly say, can you quickly say what it was, Sarah? Or we'll come back to it, if we get it, just let us know. Okay.
And then Section A is this report by the advisory group, the one created in Act 173, in collaboration with a bunch of folks in pre-K, education providers in the private sector, pre-K coordinators, pre-K teachers, looking at two things. First, how to ensure that a student who attends pre-K out of district of residence gets special education services without cost to the parents. And two, how to ensure that we're not overpaying for pre-K, given the fact that the census grant under Act 173 covers pre-K, and there's a separate provision of statute that covers pre-K, the EEE grant. So looking at how to deal with that, those two funding sources.
Yeah, and a little bit more on that, just in that the difference between pre-K is calculated and the way K-12 is calculated, and between 40-60, and then they do the ADM thing with pre-K, and it ends up being very little money and not coming close, which was what Carolyn Partridge was concerned about.
Yeah. Okay, and then this Section 9 is your new section, but the grant program, we went through this morning. I've heard a couple edits on this already. So this would create, this would basically be what would be recast here a little bit as seed funding to start to create a position of a pre-K coordinator on a regional basis. Regional basis being across 3 SUs or more. So this has to change a little bit for language, which I'll take care of. The administration of the program is Agency of Education. What's not here and what needs to come in is talking to a rapid comment before this testimony. The grant will be a 2-year grant. The first year of the grant will be $90,000. First year of the grant will be $90,000. The second year of the grant will be $30,000. So $120,000 total over 2 years per applicant. Remember, applicant has 3 or more SUs. And the total appropriation would be $480,000. So that has to be filled in and changed a bit, which I'll do, but that's basically, I think, where you...
We figured that's 4. That's 4 grants.
And then the effective date. So I need to go.
Yeah.
I can revise this for tomorrow, so we can take a vote on tomorrow. You have any more notes? Maybe, just
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so very much.
Sure.
How are we doing?
Is Katie going to go over the date with us?
Oh, right.
Yeah, are you going over
Oh,
the
yes,
I had a question.
Yeah.
Backing up to Chris's question.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So this bill, which echoes current statute, is silent on the number of hours.
Yeah.
And the specifics of the licensed teachers who are, present at or providing instruction in or coaching or whatever in the privates. So is it that, I just want to understand that, is it that was later promulgated in a rule and that's where that appears? Or has this practice just evolved in the field? Where is that written down?
I think it's in
And then I understand that public schools hire licensed teachers just period.
So it's in Rule
Is that a rule? Okay.
2605.
All right. Thanks.
And that, what we have here doesn't change that, right?
Correct.
So why don't you just read it so people know what it says in the
All right.
rule? Okay.
A private pre-qualified pre-kindergarten education program operated in a licensed center-based program shall employ or contract for the services of at least one teacher who holds a valid Vermont educator license with an endorsement in early childhood education or early childhood special education. 10 hours that the licensed teacher is present shall coincide with the hours of pre-kindergarten education paid for by tuition from districts. So teacher has to be present for those 10
That's in the
hours.
center base.
Yes.
And we don't know what present means.
The operator of each registered or licensed family child care home approved as a pre-qualified pre-kindergarten education program shall ensure that one of the following requirements is met. One, or A, the operator holds a valid educator license with an endorsement in either early childhood education or early childhood special education, so meaning that, you know, the owner
Grandma
is there,
Kate
present,
is the
but is the
license
license holder. B, or the operator employs or contracts with the services of a teacher who holds a valid Vermont educator license in early childhood or special for at least 10 hours per week for 35 weeks annually.
But apparently there are a lot of those.
10 hours that the licensed teacher is present shall coincide with the hours of pre-kindergarten education paid for by tuition from district. Or C, the program receives regular, hands-on, active training and supervision from a teacher who is licensed. I'm not going to say in what, it's all the same. At least 3 hours per week during the 35 weeks that is paid for through the district.
Mhm. So you can be present for 10 hours, or in the homes, 3 hours of active coaching, training.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris?
I think that helps.
That helps, okay. So there we go.
That doesn't change anything.
Right.
Yeah. We're just gonna look at.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we rule to rule. How are we doing, everybody?
I'm good. When are we voting?
I was gonna wait till we got the completely redone one. I wanted to make sure we had a little bit of a chance for, if the advocates had a chance to speak, that would be great. I want to remind everybody that this bill is going to another committee, okay? And there are things that, I mean, there are certainly some things on the report back that they might have some great ideas to add to that, I don't know. In terms of the oversight, there's an opportunity, they have opportunity there to make changes. So, I'm realizing that we don't have a perfect bill. We have some questions that are still there. It will go through 2 more committees. And we're pretty much out of time, and I really want to get this to them. So if it was possible to get it, why don't we take a straw vote on what we have right now?
Yes.
Supporting the bill?
Yeah. Send it over.
Okay. Okay.
Let's vote it out tomorrow morning. Send it out.
Yeah, and, yeah.
Is it safe to assume that the other 2 committees will hear the same testimony we heard from the Bs this morning?
It's safe to assume that people will be up in that committee wanting to testify. We will also send 1 or 2 of us up to present the bill to them. In terms of being able to get back with those changes,
I don't know Jim's schedule for today. I know that I have another committee I have to be in a little bit, and then I could make changes after that, but we've been kind of working collaboratively and going back and forth, so I'm not sure his availability this afternoon.
appreciate that, really. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
So is he in the Senate?
Yes, and he's pretty much there the rest of the afternoon because they are.
Oh my Lord, proficiency is learning.
Oh my goodness.
They're doing structured literacy.
They're not, that's a strike.
Oh, that's right, that's a strike off. And it's the waiting study.
I know, it's miscellaneous.
It's a miscellaneous that has waiting on it, I think, and health, so. So it looks like tomorrow morning then, we will have the final copy and we will take a vote. Sarita, are you here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Everybody here tomorrow?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Did you want to speak to the bill?
At 3:15, for people who are out meeting with the Secretary of Education, would love an opportunity to speak, if that's possible.
Yes.
It can be very brief.
When would they be?
They can be here for 3:15.
3:15. And what about you? Do you want to speak?
Sure, I have that language that you
Okay.
share.
Okay. Great. You want
Want me to do it now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Just related to our conversation earlier, sorry, Sarah Kenny from Let's Grow Kids, about the vision and capacity report. The language that I have thrown together very quickly for your consideration is just saying that the report shall build on the report and recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission on Financing High-Quality Affordable Childcare. And you might want to also include the report of the Building Vermont's Future from the Child Up think tank, which grew out of the Blue Ribbon Commission, and include representation from the agencies at both of those tables. So just not losing track of all the work that has previously been done on this visioning question. And then I would also recommend that somewhere in the guiding language for that report that you require them to work in consultation with stakeholders somehow. So it's not just the agencies in the room coming up with the visions, but that they're talking to other folks.
It might actually be something I'll leave to the other committee.
Okay. And then I just had one technical question that might actually be a question, I'm not sure. On page 24 in the study about the licensed teachers, the report on availability of qualified pre-kindergarten teachers, there is a reference. Sorry?
What number is that?
Page 20. It's on page 24, line 1. There's a reference to 829C1A as amended by this act, but I think that's a reference to when you were changing the requirement for licensed teachers in classrooms. So I just wanted to double check if that reference is actually, if there's still a change in the bill to that section, or if it needs further clarification that you're talking about that vision of requiring direct instruction in the future. Yeah. And it's referenced again on line 9 and 13 and 17.
Let's look it up and see what it says.
It's referencing as amended by this act. So, and I don't think that this act is any longer amending that definition, but I don't know. Just a question.
That's a Jim question.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's possible that we'll leave that language to the other committee to do what they want to do. It really, I think in thinking about that, it was just thinking, as we're working on policy for pre-K and childcare, you know, what's the interaction between all of those? And are we looking at what's happening around the state and reading what's happening around the state? There are so many different interpretations of how to do this.
Yeah, yeah. And there's definitely a movement in the field from birth to 5 toward having increased credentials and having folks who are well qualified and professionally prepared, and teaching young children from birth to 5 until they get into the public school system or until they're in kindergarten. So,
and there
we want to move toward that.
Full commissions that, you know, are assigned to the governor that are related to birth to grade 3.
So that's another question about how broadly those should be looking. I don't think I mentioned earlier, but we totally support the new pre-K coordinator grants, and we talked a little bit about making sure that that's clear, that it's incentivizing new regional coordinators as opposed to funding the ones that are already there, which might be nice too, but if the goal is to have them statewide.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to have to go online.
Really?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, what's right?
Maybe the end of the day.
Maybe the morning.
Yeah,
What's in your bucket?
Maybe they're open it too soon.
Tonight and tomorrow.
I don't know if I'm about to break, but we need to be back here at 3:15, right? Who?
These.
He said people.
These.
3:30, you and I are going someplace else.
Yes. Oh, you know what? Let me show you. We do have. This is kind of cool. There's a student coming in to see the governor tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And let me see if I can get this up.
Did you ever get those dancers?
Yes, those dancers are. Yes, they are coming.
Good.
Singers, yes,
Singers.
and they're gonna speak to us too. We're gonna get a special opportunity for them to speak to our committee. But this young man who's coming to see the governor tomorrow. Can you switch me over?
I'm not saying that it's,
Are you plugged in correctly?
I think so.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, have you seen this?
International dyslexia.
Okay. So I've invited him to come speak to us as well.
Who?
Nobody.
That's good. Read the subtitles, though. Oh, yes. Thank you.
What's happening with the sound?
It's beeping. Sorry.
A lot of obscenities.
Yes.
There you go, just pass it.
You might need to plug the.
Oh, I might need to plug this guy in?
Yeah.
$3, that's it.
Usually when you do this, so. All right, so I've invited this little fellow to talk to us.
Dyslexia Association says about 15 to 20% of grade school students have dyslexia.
They say the core difficulty with dyslexia is with word recognition, reading, fluency, spelling, and writing. Channel 3's Connor Cyrus is live in our studio to explain even with all those barriers, one Berry boy is proving anything is possible. Avery Carter Somaini is a 4th grader and with the help of his mother wrote a book, The Boy in the Bat. The book is about a boy named Bill with dyslexia. He's nervous to read in front of his classmates, so he runs away. Through a series of adventures with a new friend at the bat, and a sword that reminds him to never give up, he's able to overcome his fear, proving that anything is possible. Mom Rebecca Somaini says that this is very important to know.
Dyslexia is extremely common, and there is help out there in the community. There are many people, many programs there to help your kid learn how to read. And the book is just to let families know that they're not alone.
She and her son Carter have been working for over a year and a half to get this book perfect and published. Coming up at 5:30, hear from Carter and why he thinks this book is so important for everyone to read. Alexandra?
I'm afraid I don't have
It's a sale so extraordinary. It only happens once every year.
No.
Yeah. Sale at the Total Home Center.
Okay, thank you. So at any rate, I've invited him to come in.
Nice.
Cool.
All right.
Excellent. We need another influx of kids in this room in a big way. It always seems to make
Can we
us
ask him
smarter.
his recommendations on our literacy bill?
We could certainly ask him what to help.
Can I share that I went to the prison in Northern State yesterday and spoke with 8 gentlemen sitting in a big circle with a teacher. Scary, they had my bio with my picture all out there, so I'm going, oh boy. I couldn't have snuck out because they would have known who I was by that time. Anyhow, they all sat around and they had some very wonderful questions. They're all going to vote. They've all contacted their town clerks. They're planning on voting. 2 of them will be the first time that they've learned that they will be voting. One young man has been in and out of troubled child homes, and he's only just 21. So he's been in Woodside twice and back and forth, and I didn't share, or they didn't share what they were there for. But I asked a question. I said, I hope I don't embarrass anybody, but would you gentlemen tell me, can all of you read and comprehend and spell? And they said yes. And I said, does anybody have a struggle with dyslexia? And I had 2 that raised their hands. And that it was very hard for them trying to get through school without having to have a fight because they were different than the rest of the kids. And when I told them that was, the 63% in the reading and they couldn't believe it. And I just said, well, we have to do something about it. That's all there is to it. After all these, 200 years of
learning how to read, and we still don't have it. So, but anyhow, it was a delight. The scary thing is that as they were leaving, they all shook my hand, and they walked out and they told their teacher, there were 2 of them that said, "I'd like to run for office." I said, "Do your time." I said, "We did have a gentleman here who had done their time, went back to school, and I said, he's done very well." And I said, "You can too. You can do whatever." But the teacher was so excited that they actually were listening and were really, really interested in what was going on. Of course, they wanted to know, how much do you get paid? And why? Why did I choose to go into government politics? And I must like it because I've been here 10 years. And I just...
They didn't say that, you said that.
No, they said, you've been doing this, yeah. Well, it said on my bio that this is however many years, and it's 10. And so they were very excited, and they're going to continue this class. So on the next class, they're going to ask me to come back again. And,
Oh, nice.
And we'll do that.
Excellent.
And I stole your origami little people. One of the gentlemen has a lot of problems with being able to be centered. He's nervous. And I saw him sitting there, and he says, "Ma'am," he said, "I'm not ignoring you. I can't sit here and do nothing." So he made me a family of cranes, and they're the littlest, teeniest things I have ever seen. And he said, "It's just something I do." And he says, everybody in the prison, I think, has one, if they haven't stomped on them or strung them up. He was joking. And but it was a lot of fun. It was really a lot of fun. And if you have the opportunity, go. Share your abilities. Go to pick a prison that's near you and go in and ask. They all have community high school in Vermont, or they should, and just say you'd like to talk to them about literacy or whatever we're talking about. So
That's great. Thank you. We are going to have a redraft of literacy. Trying to balance a few things. It's challenging. And then this afternoon, I think Lynn and Dylan, you're going to go next door?
Yes.
To follow the school construction. There's a little interesting thing. I saw Rebecca Ellis, who used to be a legislator here, and she now works for the Welch's office, so guess what I always talk about when I see her? Federal aid for school construction.
Help.
So she told me last week that she thought that there was some steam that was being picked up on that. And so I told her some of the things we were doing. And she asked if we had any update on what kind of projects were happening in the state. So I gave her everything that I checked back with the bond bank and sent that information about our bonding and then our bonding that's going now at the local level. So she said, "This is fantastic." So I'm going, "Oh, good. Maybe people use
maybe
this
maybe they can
to
help.
help move it."
And they're voting that healthcare bill out now, so I'm gonna go up, I'll follow that.
Oh, okay. You mean
So I'll be
you
back.
have to tell us about that bill. I don't really anything
There
about
was,
that.
there was just some interesting testimony.
Yeah, I thought there was.
But I'll be back at 3:15.
So we're 3:15. We're off until then. I really appreciate your ability to keep it designed to the sections of the bill to make it a little easier for us to. We don't have our attorney in the room at the moment. We don't have either of our attorneys in the room. So it's very helpful if you can organize things to identify the sections of the bill that you're talking about.
Hi, everyone. Jeff Francis, Executive Director of the Superintendent's Association. We've been working with, as a collaborative, the school board, superintendents, principals, and council of special ed administrators. And we've been trying to stay with you in your work as you looked at drafts 3.1, 6.2, and 8.4. And we came in this morning with testimony on 6.2. You were listening to a walkthrough of 8.4, we were asked to testify, because we know that you're preparing for a vote. So we went back to our offices at 2 Prospect Street and looked at draft 8.4 and have an interest in commenting on the bill. Now, the chair has asked that we be very specific with respect to the sections, but we did not organize our testimony that way. We organized the testimony thematically around the things that we were interested in, that we stated as priorities, and are going to comment that way. I've asked Sandra Cameron, who's with us, to try to honor the request of the chair. When I talk about provisions within the bill, she's going to tell you the section that they're in.
Okay, so just have you talk about the provisions of the bill, we're going to take a moment so we can find that section.
Right, and what we'll do, and I realize that you're on a tight timeline, is if we're not successful in that approach, we'll come back to you with the sections referenced, okay?
Okay, good if that was today.
The 2 general comments that 3 general comments. One, we're very appreciative of the fact that the committee is turning into this issue. As you've heard from us ad nauseum, this is a bill that we've been interested in since its passage in 2014. The folks who we work with in the field have been challenged by the implementation construct of the law. We think that changes to the law are necessary, and we appreciate the fact that you're tackling those changes. The second thing that I'll say is that I know that Kate Webb joined some of you in terms of visits to public and private providers of pre-K through the fall and early winter. And I know because of the people with whom she visited that she learned a lot about the variability, and multitude of local partnerships that have arisen. So the interest that we have in this bill does not speak to what's not happening at the local level, because we think by and large the folks at the local level are working well together, and that's something that I think you've thematically heard in this committee. And then the third thing that I would be remiss if I didn't bring up, because it does speak to some of the testimony that I'm going to provide, is that we were surprised at the testimony that was offered by the Agency of Human Services and the Agency of Education last week, particularly after they had issued the 27 report for improvements to the pre-K delivery system, which called for greater equity of access for kids. It talked about the challenges associated with dual oversight, and it raised the issue of the credentials for the teachers who are in contact with kids in the settings, whether they're home-based, center-based, or school-based. So the testimony that I'm going to offer is thematically on those points, and it won't come as any surprise to you that we're going to offer the testimony that we are. So in the bill, there is a study about the implications associated with higher teacher credentials. And it really speaks to a couple categories of interest.
Hold on a minute.
Yep. Can you take us to that part, Sandra?
So page 25. Starts on line 16.
So,
Right.
Okay, so there are 2 things here. So what, you're on the section 7 study, the vision and capacity part, or the other one?
No, I think the study that we're speaking about is the study that is the report on availability of qualified pre-kindergarten teachers. That's section 6 on page 21. So there's a lot of data that's collected here, and I think it's data that's intended to substantiate what we already know, which there's a shortage of qualified pre-K teachers, and that if you evolve into a system where there are increased obligations for center-based and home-based providers to provide access to these educators in these settings, that's going to be challenging. So our thought is that rather than reiterate the problem and substantiate what we think you're going to learn is that the focus be on addressing that issue rather than proving it. I'm not sure exactly what the language would say, but we think that AOE and AHS in their capacity as the leads on this Act 166, which they will continue to be, that the focus of that section ought to be more on how, not why you can't or the implications of that, but how to do it. And I'm not sure what the language would say. We didn't have to get to that yet, but
I would say that I would ask you for that language to get to us before the end of the day.
Suggested language though, right? Because I'm not sure I agree with the premise.
Yeah.
okay.
So create capacity, is that what you're asking?
I mean, what I think the testimony said on the issue was that research shows that working with a licensed educator is preferable in terms of outcomes, and I would add parenthetically literacy. We know that these are education fund dollars, and we know that there's a belief, which I have no reason to dispute, that to evolve to more stringent requirements, even over a 5-year timeline, would be perceived as burdensome both from a financial standpoint and from a standpoint of are there enough educators available. So, I mean, that could be studied, but you could also say we accept those things as true. What are we going to do about it in terms of getting access to educators in these programs? This study's got...
I don't think we need a baseline then.
Maybe you need a baseline, but it seems to me like you could turn this study as much into how you address the problem you anticipate as identifying the problem in its scope. So we can try to get you language on that.
I think I'm hearing that the committee believes that we need a baseline.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't.
Jim, what you're saying is what you want is to put the focus on how to reach the goal of, essentially to really be specific, how to reach the goal of 10 hours of direct instruction from a licensed teacher in a private setting.
Yeah, and I think if we were gonna, and again, we didn't have a lot of time with this draft, so we're going thematically to the points we made. I think that because AOE and AHS are confident that everything's gonna get worked out by them, that they ought to be the ones who do it.
I would just say only, I do feel that we need to retain the baseline info, but if you guys are feeling that this doesn't correctly address the solutions, you know, right after section 5 is the place to beef that up.
Sure, and again, I want to stress this, and it's not a tremendously uncomfortable situation for me because I've been in the witness chair before. These are not fine. This is not fine point testimony. This is our response to 8.4 based on the time we had, which was basically from the time you concluded this morning till we all went to a meeting at the AOE at 1 o'clock. So we're doing the best we can. The second thing that I want to say is we're appreciative of the bifurcation of responsibility for AHS and AOE with regard to oversight. That oversight is still inextricably intertwined. So what section are we going to now?
Going to the bifurcation. It helps with me when I'm talking to the attorney.
Sure. Can you? I'm going to go to point 3 next.
I mean, there's these, it's just scattered now.
So Sandra says it's scattered throughout the bill.
There's a number of
So let me just be real clear thematically about what it is we're interested in. Because AOE and AHS will continue to have to work together in a wide array of issues associated with the implementation of the Act, we would like to see the AOE and AHS have some kind of a ongoing feedback loop so that they are in contact with the field with regard to the effectiveness and efficiency of the implementation of this act. So right now we're functioning as intermediaries at the association level. We come here and we say, special educators, early childhood coordinators, principals, superintendents, school board members think that the implementation of the law under the dual agency oversight construct is not working well. The testimony from AOE and AHS was that they had a new monitoring system, they've rewritten the rules, and they have new paths forward in terms of how they're going to work well together. Let's take that on face value, but let's, in addition to the changes that you're making here in terms of the partial bifurcation, the realignment, as it were, that AOE and AHS go right to the field, public providers, private providers, and they create a feedback loop. And that's not funneling it through Building Bright Futures, not funneling it through Let's Grow Kids, not funneling it through the Vermont Superintendents Association. Let's ask the AOE and AHS to create a feedback loop and then present to you the evidence that the improvements that they've made are in fact in place. So that's the second.
I'm a little bit not quite sure how to do it.
I think, yeah. Well, I think you could. I think it would be relatively simple language that says, as part of the implementation of the Act, AOE and AHS will develop a feedback mechanism so that public schools and private providers, you can include parents if you wanted to, have a way to convey their experiences associated with the effectiveness and efficiency of the implementation of the Act.
And that wouldn't happen in the monitoring?
I think that the monitoring system is intended to look at program deficiencies. I don't think it's got anything to do with the satisfaction of either. I could be wrong about it, but I don't think it's got anything to do with the satisfaction of the public schools or the private providers in terms of what their experience is trying to navigate the system.
What kind of system are you envisioning, like a?
I'd ask them. First of all, I'd ask them if they think the concept has merit, and if it does, it's something they could do. But there's every kind of survey form available right now. And here's the thing. We were of the belief that the best way to move forward with this bill was to give the Agency of Education oversight for the public schools and the Agency of Education oversight for the education portion of the private delivery system. And you've made some headway with respect to that, but it's got, even in the construct of this bill, there's an integration, understandably, I think, because when Act 166 passed, everybody was of the belief that this dual system was going to work well. And now here we are at various intervals saying that it's not.
Well, and parts of it have worked well from what we understand, but not all of it. There's been, and of late, certainly.
Well, you had 2 secretaries in 2017 say that it ought to be separated. And we had late testimony from AHS and AOE last week coming and saying, keep everything basically the way it is. So what we're saying is, that's fine. We've got good working relationships with those entities and organizations. You're making progress with regard to this bill in terms of the construct of the bill. I think it's true that there are still going to be experiences for public schools and private providers, presumably with both agencies. And in a modern era, it ought to be reasonable for the AOE to get feedback and AHS feedback on what the experiences are of the people who they're providing services to. Okay? The third issue was equity and access for children with disabilities. And
Okay, hold on a minute.
yep.
26.
So this bill remands that issue, as it were, to the Census-Based Advisory Group. We had a lot of conversation in the short time we had this morning to talk about the wisdom of that. I think that equity and access for children with disabilities is a core principle of an equitable education delivery system. We've known since the passage of 166 that that was a problem, principally with regard to equity and access to services for children with disabilities who may, for reasons that are legitimate, useful, and make sense to the families of those children, they want to have portability. And portability is a big aspect of this bill. So we think that there is a fundamental issue around how to provide services to those children and give them the same opportunity that any other children would have. The Census-Based Advisory Group has its hands full with regard to the implementation of 173. It's got its hands full with regard to supporting the implementation with the Agency of Education. And I've got a feeling that it's going to have its hands full even more so when you delve deeply into the weighting study. So we don't believe that the right entity to examine this issue of equity and access for children with disabilities would be the Census-Based Advisory Group. We can imagine a construct where would you again have representatives of AOE and AHS convene the appropriate stakeholders. I'd go so far as to say they could determine the appropriate stakeholders and then work on this issue. I had a conversation with the chair before we came in here. It is a tough issue because it's an issue that basically bends the construct of the current way that we provide services to kids with disabilities in a construct that has been stretched downward into a partnership or collaborative between private providers and public schools in a construct that provides for portability. So it is a thorny issue, and it's one that is going to require, I think, access to resources in ways that the Census-Based Advisory Committee is not well situated to do it. So we think it ought to be done because we think it is a core interest with regard to this issue, but we think it ought to be the responsibility of other entities, and I would suggest to you that AOE and AHS could be charged with that. The fourth one is one that is not touched on in the legislation at all. But when we talked at in our meeting earlier today, we were examining draft 8.4 for a response to our core principles. And we realized that we had left a core principle out. And this, I think, is through the iterative process of trying to track the various drafts. And that is, it goes to the question of how do you get increased contact time beyond 10 hours for children most in need, those who live in poverty, those at risk of developmental delay, and those are English language learners. And that aspect of this bill has been with us since the passage of the bill, right? So Ned Kirsch, who, as you know, fortunately passed away last year, unfortunately, in 2016, he was examining the delivery of 166 in his Franklin West Supervisory Union, and he said, you know, these things are going okay, we need to do work in these areas, but the thing I'm really concerned about are the children who don't have access even to the 10 hours because of their circumstances, and for those who do have 10 hours but need more, how do we get it for them? So I think it would be reasonable for you to say, Jeff, you know, that's not in this bill currently, we're not going to put it in the bill, but when we talked in response to draft 8.4, we raised the question, if Act 166 is intended to improve access to public education and outcomes in public education, starting with pre-K in a system that's funded by the education fund, can we do more to get access to kids who need more than 10 hours? So maybe that we should take with the committee upstairs. Maybe if this bill progresses, we ought to bring it up. Otherwise, but we talked about it today, and I thought I'd bring it up with you. And then the fifth one, and again, this is sort of ancillary to everything that I've commented on so far, but thematically, it's totally on point with what this committee has spent a large amount of time on in this session already, and that is, how do we make sure that Act 166 and universal access to pre-K is aligned with your short and long-term literacy development initiatives. So you've got 166 right here, and you've got literacy legislation right here, and you've got 173 right here. When you think about pre-K as being the foundation to a child's education overall, and that is in conjunction with what you do with children birth to 3, then it does make sense that as we examine Act 166 and its implementation, that we ought to be thinking about how Act 166 and its implementation conforms to your interest in literacy, which takes you right back to the first point, which is contact time with the most well-qualified educators. So that there you could say, missed that too, we get your point, if you do get my point, and thanks for bringing that to our attention. Now, going back to 8.4 specifically, the provision, which is the streamlining provision for the expansion of public programs when deemed necessary by local school district officials. Sandra's going to find that for us right now. Thank you, Sandra.
Oh gosh, I'm all mixed up now.
Well, as we look for that,
It's on page 4.
so our testimony is that we should dispense with the notice on agenda, because the implication there is that it's quite similar, albeit without the repeated hearings that are currently in Act 166. We think that it would be better if the public providers and the private providers just had the same 60-day notice requirement. Communities in Vermont are relying heavily in some regions on public providers because there's not enough private providers. And it would be sufficient in our belief that we simply say to all providers, we believe you're going to act responsibly. You're only going to add capacity when you need to add capacity based on local determinations. Once that determination's been made, it's sufficient to notify your partners with 60 days advance notice. The notion of, once you post it on an agenda, you need to notify all your partners within the region, presumably so that they can come in and talk about it at a school board meeting. Well, one calendar day. So the notice requirement for regular meetings in Vermont right now is only 48 hours. So basically, you warn a meeting on Wednesday. Plenty of schools do it ahead of time. The meeting's on Friday, and on Thursday, your program partners get a notice that, guess what, we're going to be talking about this tomorrow night. We think it's better and goes more to the equity of implementation of this law, and equity in terms of how we consider the public providers and the private providers, that it just be 60 days for everybody. And then finally, and this is the last point, and I may ask Tracy to speak to this.
So then you might as well say we should notify someone by July 1st or something.
Why is that?
Because they aren't going to be starting until September, right? August.
Jay Nichols, Director of DPA. That's not necessarily true. You may start.
January.
You could, yeah, depending on an influx of students or something like that.
So 60 days is what we would propose there. And then finally, although we addressed the issue of ensure equity and access for children with disabilities in my testimony above, Tracy Sawyers was quite interested in making sure that there was a study through the Early Childhood Special Education Task Force around, I think, all forms of funding support for pre-K for children with disabilities. And if Tracy's willing and you'll grant permission, Chair Webb, I'd like to turn to Tracy so she can talk
Right.
about that.
For the record, Tracy Sawyers, Vermont Council of Special Ed Administrators. I can re-give you, Sandra and I testified on some more specific language here, just Valentine's Day, I think, a few weeks ago, so I could give that to you. But I think the issue of looking at access and funding, because that's going to be key, and there are some opportunities in where we are around the funding piece.
Are you talking about kids on IEPs or not on IEPs?
Yes, I'm talking about children with disabilities that need services, IEP services, outside of district, yeah. And that it's about access and how to do that, but also the funding. It's looking at the EEE grants, it's looking at the census-based funding, block grant, possibly pre-K through 12, looking at the current reimbursement model. So I think there's pieces that need to look at in conjunction with the access piece. And I can hand this to you, this language again, and share that with you.
And then finally, what I'd like to say is, we realize that this is a fluid process. And we appreciate the fact that you have allowed us to come in and testify on draft 8.4. We recognize that when you consider the testimony that we gave today, some of the points we raised, you may be able to do something about, some of the points you might not, some things you may agree with, some things you may not. The test that we applied when we prepared to come in and talk to you was whether or not we were being true to the issues that have been brought to our attention for the last 5 years by the people who we work with. And I am very appreciative, and I think I speak for my colleagues when we say that you've brought this discussion to this point, draft 8.4, and I also feel that we would not be doing our jobs and would be remiss if I didn't come in and speak about these issues just the way I have today. So,
Given the legislative process, I'm already way behind in getting this bill upstairs. This bill will go upstairs. It may go to Ways and Means. And if it gets out of this building, this chamber, it goes to the Senate. And as we say, sometimes these are things you just take to the other body.
that always hasn't worked very well for me, but I understand that that's how the process works.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the things that you would like. I think some of them are pretty easy. I think, for example, not using the census-based advisory group, moving that to AOE-AHS, that seems to make sense. Probably theirs? No, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
it makes
Yeah.
sense, I agree with you, for part of it.
Yeah.
I think they're the ones who need to study and come up with recommendations for how we deal with portability. It still seems to me that the census-based advisory group is perhaps the best place to be looking at the funding mechanism as we move to the census-based model, when there's already a categorical grant program for pre-K special ed.
Which we're hearing is not great.
You don't have a problem with that remaining with it?
No, I mean, like I said, we did our best with regard to the comments that I made. I understand you're gonna work on it. And I realize that time's limited. Anything that you can do to give consideration to the points that we raised, we'd appreciate.
Okay, so in terms of the report back, you are okay with gathering a baseline, but you're suggesting that perhaps there needs to be more on what we're gonna do about it.
Yeah, and for me,
And we would say a plan to respond to the,
yeah,
within a time period.
yep. I think that would be good.
Okay. In terms of oversight, you're talking about some kind of ongoing feedback mechanism beyond monitoring?
Yeah, I mean, I think that people do surveys all the time. They know who the licensed providers are. They could just say, what's your experience been with administration of this program by AHS and AOE? I mean, one of the challenges that I've observed over the last 5 years has been a communication challenge, and I think that is an evidence in spades. And I think that if AOE and AHS are at the dawn of a new day in terms of how they work together to implement this program efficiently and effectively, and I'm paraphrasing now, but that's the testimony you heard, then I think that's great. Let's go with that, but let's have a feedback loop.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Well, and to be fair, there's nothing in here that prevents them from
Right.
doing a
Doing
feedback loop, nor prevents anybody from encouraging
Well,
them to do it.
if, with all due
Do they need legislation to do that?
Well, I mean, this is didn't go back and check the calendar, but I think I've testified on this bill every year since 2016, and we're here raising the same issues.
I think one of my problems with pre-K is, again, access. We're not serving our kids. We're serving some, not all, particularly with disabilities. I don't know how I mean, there's a lot of issues there. There's transportation issues, there's poverty, there's so many things that interfere with this. I don't know how we fix that. I really don't know how we fix it.
10 hours.
Huh?
10 hours.
You have to be there. You have to get there.
10 hours doesn't work for working families. 10 hours is running out.
So I just remind us that we're really just trying to kind of make the program as it sort of is work better.
Yeah, I mean, you want to vote tomorrow too, right?
I'm sorry that I can feel in my face that I'm showing some frustration. So I will acknowledge
yeah,
that.
I mean, with all that's fantastic, but
it's not fantastic.
I mean,
it's stressful.
no, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's, you know, this I think is our 4th time testifying on this bill.
Yeah, well, we're going to draft 8.3. So
Right, and AOE and AHS came in when?
Friday.
So here's the deal. The goal has always been to stabilize this program. That's all it's we're trying to do is stabilize it for now, and there needs to be a plan looking for the future. Just stabilize what we can. Is this a done deal? Is this a 10-year plan? No, it's not. But it was designed to help free the public schools from dual oversight, designed to allow public schools to be able to expand if they wanted to, designed to bring forward what we learned from the field, that pre-K coordinators are really valuable and it's working, and we need to figure out how to scale that up, and always to maintain that a mixed delivery model is what we have now, and that we can't do it without a mixed delivery model. And being adversarial between the public and private is getting us nowhere. And so I just want to, we need to get to the point where we have got teachers with a kind of qualification that we can understand means something. And at the moment, we don't have something that we can say means something, unless they have a certified teacher there. It's not to say that in those private programs they're not doing some wonderful things. It's just that we don't have evidence that there is, without having a teacher, a person that has credentials. So our goal is to stabilize. We're hoping that out of this we'll be able to start looking at, there are states around the country that are coming up with some amazing ideas. And we're stuck going like this. And I'd like us to get out of being stuck there. Because this is going to go upstairs and it's going to be this again. At the same time, everybody I know wants to do well by 3, 4, and 5-year-olds now and plan for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in the future, which is why we have a visionary piece in there as well. I think some of these that we can fix, so they're not too big. We'll talk about whether 60 days works or not. We'll talk about, we'll get the language from Tracy about the Early Childhood Special Educator Task Force. And I'm going drinking.
Now that I should say fantastic though.
That's my opinion.
What's the effective date of drinking? What's the effective date of drinking?
No, I'm sorry, I have an unfortunate humorous side that I hate to see in the press.
Typing away.
No, wind up
Some I really don't know Lola's in the room. And then I'll just add that I'll pay for it. Did you get that?
Can I ask a,
Yes, you
just
may,
a question?
please, ask something.
So I want to just make a statement about one thing. One is that when I was an early ed teacher, what I heard with children that were struggling, that a double dose, like where they went to the same kindergarten program in the same day, and did the repetition, had better outcomes than longer hours. So that's just one thing to think about how to structure that. So you brought up the issue of literacy and special ed and pre-K, and this is why I'm concerned, and I expressed this morning that the AOE is not monitoring kind of the delivery of educational program in the private school. And what I hear is that the VELS, the Vermont Early Learning Standards, are supposed to be being implemented in both the public and private. And when I read the VELS, there's a whole section on literacy, for 4 and 5-year-olds. And that's why I'm feeling I want some assurance that is being done. I know it's probably being done in the public. I don't know if it's being done in the private. So that's all.
It is. It is.
Do we know that? I mean, how do we know that?
But what,
It's supposed to be.
Serena, keep bringing this up, but what do you need for what's going to convince you that it's happening?
Probably for the AOE to go in and look at the curriculum and the standards and meet with teachers or, get some data.
What I'm saying, what's going to, we keep telling you that the VELs are in place and are being monitored right now.
Right.
You don't seem to believe that.
In the privates. It's not like I don't believe it, I don't know. Do you know, for certain? I mean, do we have a report of outcomes from the private?
So we know that progress monitoring is done, TS goal, right? We don't know what curriculum looks like across all the settings. We don't have a way to measure that. We don't have on-site monitoring of what it actually looks like. Sorry, Sandra,
But they do, TS goal is a measure that actually is sort of says how they're doing on those, in a sense, sort of, doesn't it?
Measures child progress.
Measures child progress, and that data goes to the AOE. Yes, and we have not seen that data.
We've not seen it analyzed.
No.
So maybe if that happened, that would be really helpful.
To see the data, and as you know, we've had incredible data problems with the AOE. I don't know if the AOE is in the.
That probably would help me. So anyway, I just was thinking that link seems like it's already there, the literacy and the pre-K. And it just would be good to see some data on how kids are doing in the privates and the public.
It's Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. I know we keep talking about the monitoring system and saying it's not fully rolled out yet. It'll be fully rolled out at the end of March. Yeah. It's color-coded, and I'm observing that everything in yellow is the monitoring of VELs. It's the third bucket of things that we monitor in the monitoring system.
Could you send that?
I did send it to you yesterday.
Oh, yes, you did. That's great.
So do we have the data? I know you're monitoring. Do we have the outcomes?
That would be the TS goal. Would be the measurement of the outcomes.
And we have that for privates?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. I do apologize.
I think I owe you the apology because I said, if I keep talking about this, it will end up in, what's that called, Lola? You know,
Final reading.
yeah, I've been in it once already. It didn't end well for me, so if you can keep me out, that would be good. Thank you.
Hey, when stuff comes to the legislature, it's not easy.
We know you're doing your best. We're doing our best. We believe AHS and AOE are doing their best. So.
So we're saving $7 for every $1 we invested in pre-K as we were promised. And the price continues to rise.
We're decompensating.
We're not taking up big issues like that.
And
so
I could go on for hours.
Conversation team. Let's go, kids. Did you have anything more?
I just always like the opportunity to say on the record that I agree with almost everything Jeff Francis just said.
Put that in, what's it called?
Final read.
Yeah.
So, other than the bifurcation piece, I think they was great.
Anything to comment on the 60 days?
That's what I want to look into a little more. I feel like that might just be an ongoing topic as the bill continues moving, because I just don't have a sense for how it actually plays out on the ground all the time. Thank you.
I am coming back.
Okay, if you folks could help, I'm happy to go work with you in the cafeteria and see if we can get this, hook up with the lawyers, to see if we can get the right language. Any other comments from the team?
I don't think so. I'm sorry. I was getting distracted by the vice chair. Did you just ask for more comments from us?
Yes. Did you have something to say?
No.
That was constructive?
I want to know what our return on investment is.
Could take a few years.
All right.
In the biz.
And we've had
In the biz.
many years to discuss it.
So where we are at the moment then is, any thoughts on what Jeff had to say in terms of, we're looking, if I could have that paper, that would be really helpful. Did Jeff just take it away? Yeah, the one that had your bullets on it.
Yes, we should be able to do that. Okay, I'll give these to you, right?
Okay, we'll speak to it right now.
Do you have a newer copy of this?
I would just say,
She asked for
in
this.
reference to the testimony,
Yeah.
there's some very important points
Yeah.
that were brought up, but they're really big. Like,
Something
is 10 hours sufficient for our kids who are most in need? I don't think that this bill is going to solve that without just sort of saying somebody needs to study that
Yeah,
further.
we're not addressing it this time. That is a big issue. This has always been a tweak, not a
And the
revision.
alignment with literacy, I think, trying to make that happen in the two pieces of legislation now, I think would derail any progress.
I think it's happening.
And it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I think it is happening. I just want to see some data.
Okay, so we're gonna look at moving census-based funding advisory group. We're gonna talk with you about that language, okay? Sound good?
I was glad to hear the news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Report back, we'll make sure we have the baseline language that we're talking about, but also some recommendations. I can't remember if that's in there or not.
Yeah, but it's in the findings before the study, I think it says
Yeah.
that the goal is to have direct
Yeah.
instruction.
So we look at that. Some of this is just moving on, and we can earmark those for another committee to take a look at, because I can't hold this bill here any longer.
No, it says taking into account
Yeah.
the General Assembly's goal to have pre-kindergarten education be delivered through the implementation of high-quality, effective, direct instruction by quality educators.
Right.
So that will be looked at.
The 60-day thing.
So I'd speak to that. I think that the idea of the sort of 1 day or 2 days after an agenda is supposed to provide a clearly defined, concrete way, trigger to say, we need to start having the conversation. Obviously, it appears on an agenda item that's 60 days before an expansion is going to take place. To me, the whole goal here was to say the two sides need to start talking. I would hope it would be as they're noodling the idea, a school district would say, well, let's talk about it and make sure we're not killing the private programs around us by doing this.
Yeah, 60 days is not enough.
Well, it just seemed like it was easier to say, hey, we're talking about it. Here's the link to the Front Forum notice, is what seemed easier to me, but I'll hear from the school boards. Okay, so I will go work with these folks and the lawyers and see if we can address some of those concerns. Casey, do you have a thought?
No, I'm just looking forward to get this out tomorrow.
Yeah,
No thoughts?
we're gonna get this out tomorrow.
I'm
Even if
excited.
it's not perfect.
Are we voting out anything else tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we have a couple things going on. 8:30, like, could it be in here to do pre-K markup? Okay, to do, not mark, this is gonna be the vote,
When?
okay? Tomorrow morning, 8:30?
What time?
8:30, can you be here? We could go in.
Mine's gonna depend on traffic in Burlington.
You got storms coming.
8:45.
Thank you, Casey, for saying that. I can't drop them off
We
till
had had
school
a plan
service.
for humanity coming in at 8:45.
New agenda.
New agenda.
Yeah.
She could just do this in time.
So who, 8:30 is a hardship for whom?
Everybody.
If there's traffic through and if my kids drive their feet, I'd drop off. That urban area.
Right.
I got a motion on these two guys, and I'm not raising my hand saying it's gonna be a hardship. I don't have kids to drop off.
Okay. No, they sleep in and.
Okay, so I will do, I'll move that, we'll move that.
Videotape it tomorrow, you guys can see.
No, we'll start at 9 with the boy in the back, which is probably what we need. And then we'll just jump right in after that, but then it'll only give us a half an hour, which isn't enough.
Well, this is all of our own time. I mean,
Yeah.
that's literacy.
That's literacy, and we've gotta do literacy. And then we've got,
It's be okay.
maybe it will be okay.
Just make
Maybe
a
the
motion
boy
and
in the
vote.
back will only be 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Keep that 15 minutes. So 9:15, so Abraham, hoping you're listening, okay. So 9:15, we'll do pre-K.
Well, 9, we're gonna do the boy.
9, we're doing the boy and back. 9:15, we'll do pre-K.
I think the boy's gonna be.
And then we'll follow it up with literacy. And then we will, we're gonna be hearing from Lynn and Dylan, our next door, listening to what they're doing with our school construction. They have been working on the survey of schools and the language for that, so they're gonna be presenting that language to us. And we'll hear from John Carroll on that, State Board of Education. Then we'll go and have a wild log floor.
So we're definitely doing cannabis tomorrow? Yeah.
I think we are,
Think we are.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think that's right, yes. I think there's no way there.
we'll be there a long time. Yes, Rita?
I'm just thinking out loud here. What harm would it do to assume that there weren't enough teachers? What, as opposed, in terms of going in that direction of looking for a solution? What harm, why do we need that data? What harm would it do in just finding a solution? Kind of, looking for a solution in the middle. Not a solution, but a path to give us, do we really need that number? I mean, what if we just assume there aren't enough teachers? What harm would it do to, think of a way to build capacity?
And figure this from the person who always wants data.
Yeah.
I know, it's amazing, but I'm thinking what harm, what difference does it make? I mean, if we just went and kind of looked at how to build capacity, if there's enough people, there's enough people. If there's not enough people, we're like a little ahead of the game. I think about it, you don't have to answer me, but I'm just wondering about that, what harm would it do to do that? You're right, but about the data, but I'm just looking at
where we were at one point where we set a goal, an aspirational goal to have licensed teachers in the school.
Yeah.
And then we had a rather large upset about that.
Yeah.
So we said, okay, this is gonna wreck programs, let's go back and see what that means.
Yeah.
So then we said, let's get the data on where we are now and see what the distance is to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we ended up with this. And then people wanted us to take away the aspirational goal of 5 years from now, it will be, which for me felt a little bit like a death, but gave that one up and said, we'll just do this and report back.
Okay, I just thought it'd be, go ahead.
I think we're done.
Farrell, State Board of Education. Thank you for having me, sir. First, I want to commend the chair for shuttle diplomacy that got us to a middle ground solution that I think is fair to all. I want to just talk about this word implement that the Secretary has introduced to this discussion. He spoke about it in his testimony, and he basically said, and the State Board should have implementation authority within each of the rule series that it retains. And the Secretary has agreed that the Board will retain special education rules, educational quality standard rules, as well as independent school rules. I can't imagine that the Secretary seriously intends that we should have implementation authority over education quality rules or special ed rules. But if so, we'd be happy to take all the necessary staff from the agency to do that. So
I think
that word is it leaves us, however, though, with another of the Secretary's general principles, which is that confusion and efficiency inherent in the split responsibility that exists under current law. And I would posit to you that the present arrangement where the State Board approves independent schools is a vestige from the long ago days before Act 6098, 2012. Back when the board was in charge of the department. They fired the secretary, the commissioner. If they didn't like how the department was doing something, they could change it. That's not the world we live in. We have no authority over whether the agency does something well or not. And that's appropriate. I'm not trying to relitigate that. But I'm just pointing out that the way independent school approvals work, I didn't bring any with me, but we get them almost every month, is that the agency people go to the schools, hold up the rules and say, well, they're doing this, this, and this, and they verify, they oversee. If there are problems, the agency gets notified. So the school applies for a renewal of its approval every 2 years, 5 years, whatever the interval is. That comes to the agency, they receive it, they say, oh, you don't have all the documents you need, so-and-so's about the management of that. There are two people who are largely devoted to this in the agency. Then they go to the school, write up an analysis, present it to the secretary studies it, maybe asks questions, and then gives us a summary of their findings and a recommendation. So we basically do what the secretary advises us to do, since we don't have any information that we've gathered ourselves.
So is it your request that we have that be determinative going forward? In other words, that the secretary, instead of taking the information from his staff that's been gathered, making a recommendation, that he just make the decision?
Yeah. The present situation we have now is a divided responsibility. I mean, it's his recommendation. Just hypothetically, what happens if a school goes belly up all of a sudden and 40 sets of parents are left holding the bag with tuition that was paid and their kids can't go to school? Who do they get angry at? Well, they ought to get angry under the present law. They ought to get angry at the board because you approved it. And we would turn around and say to the secretary, you told us to approve it, and what good is served by that? So I think that's why we originally proposed to remove the board's authority to approve rules, because frankly, we rely entirely upon the agency over whom we have no control. And I might say the board has complained, as long as I've been on there, with the previous secretary and the present secretary, about the quality of analysis that we see and upon which we are to make our decision. But frankly, we have no ability to improve that quality.
So let me restate this. Tell me if I'm... So what you're proposing would not change the workload for the agency?
Not at all.
They are...
It actually might simplify it because they wouldn't have to ask us to approve it.
Right. So with that understanding, Emily, what would the agency's position be on that suggestion?
So first I would say that it's the state board's authority now and in our proposed future to set the bar at where it is appropriate to approve or not approve a school's application to be an approved independent school. And so the main concern that I have is that the agency would be making a decision based on where the state board has set that bar. Some would think it should be lower, some would think it should be higher. And for each unsatisfied customer our decision creates, we have no ability to respond to their source of disagreement. It would entirely be the state board, and there's no feedback loop there. We would say, sorry, your application is denied. You can take proper appeal procedures, but we didn't write the rules, sorry. The second is that I'm abundantly clear that the state board has been dissatisfied with the documentation that the agency brings to each meeting that they approve independent schools. And our response would be that the state board should amend its rules so that we follow a different process and check a different set of criteria that we then bring to them, because we just do a check against the rules that they have. And sometimes we're not satisfied with the result either, but it's the result that the current rules require.
So in summary, you oppose this suggestion for those reasons?
Yes.
The agencies. Okay. In my thinking about this and what I've been trying to do, it's to redivvy the rulemaking split, to redo the charge to the state board, and then otherwise make things mirror reality, and then change that reality as little as possible other than those areas of rulemaking. All the way of saying, so when we talked about implementation at the beginning, I think that indicated that we should go along with the board's, with the Chair Carroll's suggestion, because we don't want to change the implementation split. So here, my tendency is to, if the agency opposes this change, to stay with the way things are currently done, which is agency doing the visits, preparing recommendations, handing them to the board. I see your point logically. I think the agency has logic behind their position too, but in order for this bill to move forward, I think it has to try to work as much as possible in areas where there is agreement rather than not agreement. So I would be for leaving this situation as it is currently done. In other words, board retains authority over rulemaking, board sets the bar, and then board has ultimate approval. Agency follows the rules set by the board, implements, does the recommending work. Does that make sense, even though it's not where you wanted to go?
Well, I understand your logic, and we'll do what you tell us to do. I don't mean to be flip. I understand. It's a logic set that's credible.
Yeah.
It leaves behind the sort of confusion about who's actually making this decision and all of that, but I don't need to relitigate that. I've heard you.
Okay. I think your other suggestion to anticipate is that we move those rules from session law, not those rules, the rulemaking areas on page 14.
Right. It's yes.
Can I just ask a question? Have you, to your knowledge, the board ever not approved an independent school if the secretary has said that he or she thinks?
We have sent the agency back to get more information, and we have also insisted that the school come and testify before us. We found it fairly frustrating that we don't have access to the agency staff themselves. The secretary won't bring them to meetings. We would like to inquire of them what they saw. But I should think that if this goes as you suggest, then the secretary and I can talk about how we can make this work more successfully for them and for us. And I don't disagree with Ms. Simmons' suggestion that the rules could be improved to clarify what the board is so preoccupied about. And in fairness, what comes up a lot is the board is very concerned about governance. You know, who's on that board and what do they know? And second, financial management and oversight. And although the rules speak to that, they don't speak as forcefully as I think we've come to understand. Those are very important. And so I think we can make this work better within the constraints of what you suggest. If I may, to go to the question on page, it's actually page 13 and 14, starting at line 13 on line 14 on page 13. All of that is going to be in session law as it's now proposed and drafted. And yet the language in paragraph A at the bottom of page 13 is really important language. This sort of sets the ground rules about, which basically says if it's not called out to be the boards, it's the agencies.
Yeah.
Well, burying that in session law seems to me just to be an invitation for years and years of quibbling. And is this stuff important? Yeah, you can see that it's important. We spent 3 weeks arguing about it. So it would just seem to me to make a lot of sense to have this language up in either chapter 3, which is what the board's authorities are, or chapter 5, which
Jim pointed out the place where he would.
Right.
It would be in both places, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to deal with section 1 and 2, which are reassign all the rules.
Yeah.
But we can have the authority, we're going to put a list as well of the city board's duties and powers.
So, Jim, do you mean then what's on 13 and 14?
What's on
together?
14, that rule set there, that set of responsibilities for rules would be on page 3.
Yeah.
Chapter 7.
So the powers and duties would include rulemaking in those areas, and they'd be listed.
And then what about the on page 13, section 14? Or is that one whole section?
That's one section. The A part is, yeah.
The A part presumably would go either in the board or in the secretary's duties and authorities.
Yeah.
Which is chapter 5.
Well, I'll leave it to Jim where it fits best, but so the idea would be that both that paragraph A on section 14 and the list would go in.
I don't quite know how to work in A, actually, into statute.
Okay.
So it could possibly go in connection with 212 on page 6, where you talk about secretary's duty generally, and that's where you get into talking about rulemaking, authority of the secretary, and it might fit there. Anyway.
I think Emily has a thought.
I think that the language that the secretary proposed accomplishes this better. We would have had the language say, adopt rules pursuant to the relevant provision as necessary for the implementation of powers given to the board under this section, which is where its authorities are listed, and then the other various sections that correspond to the existing rule series.
Where is the language you're reading, Emily?
It's on the document from our meeting, but Jim changed that language in today's draft.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, that cross-references a bunch of sections of law, which is fine today. If you can find all the sections of law, you cross-reference them. But in 2 years, when you add more duties and powers for rulemaking in another section, somebody will remember to put it back on that list. I mean, I'm just worried about, so I'm fine with having this proposal here. That makes sense to me to put the list in there, putting the element to this list. Cross-referencing sections of statute, I get
Yeah.
I don't understand how Jim's idea is different than mine, because you'll still have to update the list there anytime a new area of authority is given to the state board. Except my concern of putting the name of a current rule series is it ties their hands. What you're actually giving them is rulemaking authority where there's a jumping off point in the statute that you've decided is the state boards, rather than, I don't think you mean to give them rulemaking authority on a series of rules called special education, but nothing else that might be related in the statutes.
Well, I wouldn't be listing the rule series in the powers and duties, listing the content of the rules.
I mean, at any time that the General Assembly determines that we should have some additional rulemaking authority, you can do that. I mean, I just don't see that that's a complication.
Okay, so it seems to me that's a matter for the lawyers to figure out.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
I don't agree to the language on page 3 as it stands today, because that's identical to the secretary's rulemaking prompt, and I don't think it's consistent with our agreement. We said the state board.
Which language on that?
Page 3 of the draft you're looking at today, lines 7 through 5.
7 through 5?
Oh, sorry, 1 through 5.
1 through 5, okay.
So that's open-ended.
We did incorporate your suggestions there.
No.
No.
Well, lose their suggestions, but they also have one put in cross-references to sections of law that currently give state board rulemaking authority, which are not in this section of the duties. So basically cross-referencing amongst the statutes, and as I say, I'm worried about doing that because so I was not going to list out the rule series here. I was going to list out the state board has authority over making rules for independent schools, for the content areas. So I was going to list out the content areas for you that will map to your rules. So that was the first I would recommend.
So, Emily, can you just, I don't have your language in front of me, so it's a
I
little
could
hard.
pass you my page. I just showed it to Senator Hardy.
So you want to add, for the implementation of powers given to the board under this section and under sections, dot, 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 dot.
And if it works better for you, Jen, maybe under, we could make it refer to topics rather than sections of law, but with that lead in language for the implementation of the authority given to it.
Topics are better because we're going to have topics that are ready for.
So to make rules about special education, independent schools.
Educational quality standards.
Do you understand? Okay, so I will put page 3 also as an outstanding question. And am I assuming on pages 13 and 14, Emily, we bumped off of that one. What was the decision on paragraph A under section 14 on page 13?
Which lawyer are you asking?
Well, I'm wondering, Jim seemed to think that was tough to find a place.
This is really sexual law. This is what it's not meant to be a statute.
It doesn't need
B is fine for a statute. A is basically saying you're at one-time deal, you're reordering who's responsible for rules. And so like a one-time realignment. So
John?
Agnostic.
Okay. So let's go with leaving paragraph A in section law and moving the piece on 14 to statute.
It'll be in both places.
Yes.
Okay. I want to come back to, if we could, to the conversation we had about approving independent schools, because it's not just that. Emily, I'm sure you hear this. So if we have the independent schools that are still approved by the board, does it also apply to post-secondary schools? Does it also apply to distance learning schools? There are other categories under the 2200 series that I'm not sure what you want to do. So,
I guess if we're going to leave how we handle, I hate this word implement, how we handle independent school rules, status quo ante, then I think we ought to do that for the entire Rule 2200.
Okay.
Rather than try to rejigger out how we do this. For now, anyway, I'm certainly not prepared to parse that baby into you do this, you do that. Let's just leave the whole thing the way it is.
Yeah.
And then we can, if we see a better solution at some other time, we can talk about that.
Fair enough.
Another question, one more question. Yeah. This is detail stuff I know about.
Yeah.
So for independent schools, for example, there's a decision whether to approve the school or not, which you will have. There's a bunch of other language about various steps are taken in the process to get information about the schools or to set fees for application fees. Is that going to be, and it's set by the ACA, is that going to be the agency or the state board?
I think for now we ought to just leave the rule as it stands. And come back and examine this.
Yeah.
And a really important piece is the review piece that you, I don't know where that came up. Was it 173 or 49?
It was in I forget what bill it was.
Or maybe the big bill.
Was it?
Where was it?
It was in Act 173.
There you go. Anyway, that review process, we've activated that once already with respect to the Compass School in Westminster. And the result was really, really positive.
And you like retaining the board's power to do that?
And even if the approval was the secretary's, I would welcome the opportunity to keep doing that. But anyway, so that all stays unchanged because it's all in the independent school rule approval stuff, and we just leave that all alone.
Well, let me give you one more example. We've been dealing a lot with what happens to transcripts when schools go out of business. Right now, the statute has the state board doing lots of things about that process, about determining what happens next, or doing appeals to the court system, or making sure that there's a good record retention plan.
I think we changed that, didn't we?
No. Oh, well, sorry. We changed it, but here's my question. Is it independent school approval or the post-secondary school approval or now disapproval, which if we go by that philosophy, you'd be doing that still. So this
but this philosophy that every rule that the board has authority over, it must have implementation authority is
we're just talking about
frankly.
Yeah.
We're just talking about now.
So let's, instead of dealing with the philosophy, let's just, is there agreement on the way the draft is now? Who has that responsibility?
Right now, it's gone back to the state board has a responsibility under the philosophy that we had, I thought we had a couple of days ago, and as of here now.
And
existing statute with regard to independent schools and anything else covered by Rule 2200
secondary
would remain unchanged.
Yes, and
So that post-secondary transcript issue is a special case, truly, because the agency and the state board actually agreed last year in the context of last year's miscellaneous education bill to change that responsibility to the secretary, and it didn't pass. So throughout this year, I think the state board has approved 4 agreements for closing post-secondary institutions that are closing, and it doesn't take much time off of their agendas,
No,
but
it
if they
doesn't
would
happen
like,
very often either.
right, if they would like for that approval to only be within the AOE, that's totally appropriate. I see that as a consumer protection provision, and it's not related to approval of an institution to open up.
It's a classic case of the kind of thing where we don't bring much value and expertise, and we come and we go, but the agency is always there. So if there's a way easily to move that, that's great. But it's a little bit like changing school snow day rules. I mean, it's stuff from the old days that I think we all would like to see change. So if it can be done easily, great. If not, we'll just.
Okay, so you're both in agreement if it can be done easily.
Yeah.
We would support it. Okay.
I
make that.
I think we've covered most of it. I want to just point out what I think is a possible conflict of purpose or something. On page 6, lines 13, 14, 15, something like that. Shall adopt rules, the Secretary shall adopt rules of all persons under the Secretary's supervision and control as directed by the General Assembly. So, to the extent that the board retains rules over educational quality standards, over special education, those involve people who are under the authority of the Secretary.
I see.
And so that seems to me to be an invitation for a later disagreement, where the agency says, well, we have authority over all rules that pertain to people over whom we have oversight. And, well, that simply undoes the agreement that we have made about education quality standards and all that. So that language just reaches way too broadly into the area of authority.
This isn't our language. This is language from the original draft, and I thought that it was odd too. So I went and looked at it's the rulemaking prompt used for most state agencies who all have rulemaking authority. And I think the essence of our agreement is that the state board will have the rules that you all, and we have agreed, are important for them to retain. And other rules will be the Agency of Education's rules, unless you specifically dictate otherwise.
Yes.
That's why I think that this language is appropriate in concert with what we discussed earlier, which is a very clear list of what belongs to the state board.
Yeah, but the language that says all rules will be the secretaries except a list is not going to be in statute, it's going to be in session law. And I just feel like if that is it would seem that they ought to both be in statute. It seems to me just invites confusion. It's
this will be in statute and discussion.
But paragraph A that sets further rules about that, except for the State Board of Education rules and so on, that will not be in statute as you have advocated.
But it's just left out, but it's still law, so it's not going to go away.
But I see John's point, which is a broad reading of this charge on the Secretary's duties would indicate that the Secretary controls all rules pursuant to anybody in the employ of AOE. The weird duty split that we've been dealing with from day one is that the State Board does in fact have the power under rulemaking to direct the agency to do certain things. So
let's throw in a reference to section 164, except as provided in section 164, which is where the state board's rulemaking authority will be.
Nice.
Yeah, I would just point out that this language of execution of its powers and duties and of the powers and duties of all persons under its supervision and control has been around for years. And it used to apply to the state board. We struck it out because there are no persons under the state board's supervision and control. We are very mindful of that.
This is referring to AOE.
This is referring to AOE.
I understand that, but the original language was here.
So what do you think about Emily's suggestion to make reference to except as directed in section 160?
I think that's a good suggestion.
Well,
no.
Too many lawyers in the room.
I'm not a lawyer.
Necessary appropriate for the execution of Secretary's powers and duties and our duties of the agency. I'm not sure why that was hinging your authority.
Well, she's all right. Well,
let's belt and suspenders it by referencing back except as. In other words, it might offend your redundancy meter, Jim, but it speaks to an anxiety. Okay.
Can I, in conclusion,
please,
just celebrate what you're doing here? Because in addition to your observation that we have stipulated that any rulemaking by this board will be within the limitations of legislative intent, about which you know I'm pretty ferocious, we also, you, have done something really important by striking out on page 1 at 164 under general powers and duties the language that was slipped into law at Act 98, where it says at line 16, and establish and advance education policy for the state of Vermont. That never existed in state law until Act 98, which of course did strip the board of virtually all of its authorities. And this was tucked back in, not in the original draft.
I remember the morning it was tucked back.
Okay, you were there, present at the creation, I was not.
I was, I was on the other side,
Yeah.
but Bill Doyle was sitting in that chair right there, and I had a 3-2 majority for not making the change to an agency, and then
Bill talked to somebody else.
an old hand in the building who shall not be named came in, met with Bill Doyle, and he switched, and this was part of the.
When I was majority leader, we had a 16 to 14 majority, and I suffered with the same phenomenon.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so taking that language out is a huge step because it has been understood by previous boards to mean that we make law. The established policy has been understood to an effect, and I think getting that out of there is a huge step. So, as I've said, if nothing else happens and those two things happen, success.
Yeah. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for coming to us with this. I mean, the healthcare bargaining bill happened similarly. There was, the governor was proposing statewide healthcare bargaining. NEA was opposing it. The following year, they came forward with their own draft, which allowed the logjam to be cleared. Same here. You came forward, in essence, willing to circumscribe the powers of your own body, and that's the only thing that's allowed this to go forward. So, very much appreciated.
Thank you, especially you, Mr. Chair, but also the committee entirely. Thank you, and Chairman.
Emily, would you like to take a witness here, or have we answered your thoughts?
I think I'm good, but may I have time to review the very long draft and all of its details since you
So, just to clarify, and I have yet to ask for questions from the committee to either, but the idea is to treat this now as an extremely semi-final draft. Tomorrow we'll come in with the intention of final markup and vote. Doesn't look like there'll be much in the way of markup. So unless one of the parties or one of the major educational organizations come forward with an objection, we probably will vote this out pretty quickly tomorrow. But understood that you would like to review it and reserve the right to put in for more alteration.
I was just going to say, there's that one funky line that we didn't know what it. Did you? Were you in the room when we were talking about that?
And I found it on the next page too, so it made me feel better that it appeared twice.
Two funky lines.
I support what Jim has done, which is to keep both entities in and leave it do no harm since we don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about, this is a big bill, I'm worried about minus things, frankly. I want to know how to turn this draft, that's easy. But I was wondering if you want to give people more review time to go through it.
You mean let it hold over during crossover?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait, during crossover? You mean during our break?
During break.
Yeah, okay. You want it out by crossover.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm fine with that. So why don't we think about tomorrow as when we get it ready from the committee's perspective. So committee, let's go to 226. 226.
I had a couple of questions on this.
Okay.
On the list. Yeah, I just wanted to know about the only questions I have with special ed.
So
on these two,
the way it
didn't show up.
The way it would work is what's the question?
Or why wasn't I going to go to AOE because of the federal rules, regulations, mandates?
So they agree, based on the logic that this is Act 173 is being implemented now. So my feeling was let's not interrupt what's going on because there was already a lot of contention around the special education advisory panel and the new rules that AU drafted, and then the state board stepped in because they have the final authority to mediate between them. So that seemed to me a good outcome. And so I recommended to the secretary that we special education where it is, with the idea that possibly in the future we would contemplate moving those on, mostly because of Act 173. So that was agreed to by AOE and Chair Care.
But no future date set.
No.
In other words, just, we have to come back to it and address this later.
Yeah. Post 173 and
Yeah.
4 years, 5 years.
2022. That was the year I was advocating for.
Unless
So,
we delay it.
We don't have Jim. What happened to Jim?
I just got
You just got one?
a document from him, so.
Oh, he must have just hit send and now it will come down. Okay, so Jeff, Colin, Sue, I'm thinking yesterday as we ended, we kind of had in place what seemed like the committee's straw voted version. We had a couple of outstanding questions. So one of those outstanding questions was superintendents. I talked earlier with Sue, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, but Sue says that school boards are okay with just pulling out superintendents, not business managers or AR or HR. Jeff?
We agree with that.
Okay.
Sue and I met in Colin this morning.
I have one concern still. I raised it last week, but I want to reiterate it in the language I didn't see get fixed. As part of the pay, if we pay by income, I still want to make sure that that's not reversing any actions we took a couple years ago where school districts will pay 80% of healthcare costs. We expected kind of at least 20 out of the employees.
Okay, so different issue.
Right.
Let me come to that.
But that's just, yeah.
One sec. So, so the idea would be to have, in fact, Jim, in his new draft, is that what he just sent you, Jeannie?
Yes, he's bringing copies.
Okay, great. So in that draft, he has pulled out superintendents because that looked like where we were going. So that basically solved.
I think we have the draft 5.1, or were there?
I have 4.1.
I have five.
I think there's
Is it
a,
5.1. I think there's a new draft.
You think it's beyond 5.1?
I think that's what you just said, right?
Yeah, I think there's a,
Oh, okay.
We'll wait till Jim comes down.
It's 5.2.
Okay.
5.2.
I think that's good. I'm happy with just pulling them out. And
Yeah.
I did get a text from Jeff, the other
he was
Jeff,
okay
that
with
he
that.
was good with that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You never.
I had an error in my draft. Jeff Gannon corrected for me. So here is the updated draft. And Jeannie will make 4 copies for folks.
And you want to let us know what's different here, Jim, and then we'll ask our folks what they think.
Left. Jeff, you pointed out. So there you go.
We're paper.
So this is draft, Director Jim Damer as counsel, draft 5.2 of S226. So first change is at page 1. So definition of school employee now says it includes the following individuals, same list as before. And then on page 2, it says line 4, notwithstanding subdivision A, it excludes individuals who serve in the role of superintendent.
Great.
Okay.
Elegant.
Then next change is up on page 6. Just cleaning up the appropriation, take out the brackets around the dollar figure, putting in general fund. And this is what I had made a mistake about. So other people in this who don't have this draft, the line 2021 has been struck out, and the draft that I had distributed earlier, I just deleted this language altogether without striking it. So that's okay. That's a change. I just brought it right down. Likewise, on page 7, lines 11 through 13, this has been struck out. Okay. And then on top of page 8, it says the commission may negotiate a statewide grievance procedure for disputes concerning public school employee health benefits. Then we have this language that has not been settled on yet, on 8 through 14.
Okay, and I spoke earlier with Sue about this, and we'll hear from them. I think it's mostly around the timing of November 1st.
And then we go over to page 11, and took the word comprehensive, so it says on line 11, including a cost estimate for the affirmative proposal. And that is it.
On page 12, line 9, it now says explaining in appropriate detail the rationale, where you are in terms of wanting to comment on this.
Jeff, and for the record, we met and talked about data, which is found on the issues of.
Really favor Senator Hardy's suggestion, which was to require timely submission, but not to have dates in there. But if you are going to have dates in there, I think October 1st would be better than November 1st.
Ordinarily, I'm a fan of fuzzing up because you get more agreement. My feeling, though, is if there was a dispute about getting information because the two sides disagreed on the need for it and on what was timely. So I think if we just say timely, we leave it to both sides and even to individual districts to determine what timely is. So I think in this case, if we supply a date that's agreeable, I think that's preferable to having it hang out there just as a determination to be made by the parties on the fly what timely is. So I heard the last thing you said was if we were going to do a date, we prefer October 1st.
Yes.
Okay, so committee, how do you feel about doing a date? Not doing a date?
Yeah, I agree with you.
October 1st is good.
Ruth?
That's fine with me.
Corey? Okay, let's go with October 1st on line 9 and leave February 1st on line 12. Sue, were there things you wanted to speak to? Or?
I think you covered the exclusion of superintendents.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So yes, the SBA supports that. I was not able to get feedback from the employer commissioners on that particular topic.
Okay. Jeff, anything else?
No, I think we're supportive of 5.2.
Okay, and
The October
characterize
one.
your position now on the bill as supportive, neutral, or in opposition?
I guess I would say mostly supportive.
Okay. And understood that for each side, I think there was a piece that they didn't necessarily want.
Right.
Okay. Very good. So, Jim, that's a pretty minimal change.
Everybody down?
Want to do that? And then we'll.
Wait, Corey,
What do
did
you
you
wanna-
get here?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So my question, and it's kind of to the cross out, the premium responsibility percentage, it's page 6, down the bottom. And I understand it, and I don't necessarily have a problem if they want to negotiate different premium percentages for different employees. But as my understanding, a couple years ago when we made the deal, it was like an 80-20 split.
Well, we didn't really, I don't think we specified any split numbers.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is,
You don't want the district on the hook for more. Well,
you know what I mean? I don't want to see the high-end employee, the employee who's making a lot pay, roughly the 20, but negotiate the 10. I'd rather see them work that out within their membership, how they want to do it. I don't think that's a lot of negotiating for individual school boards, and the complexity of these plans makes it more complex. The more variance we put in it.
Well, at issue is, in the bargaining itself between employer and employee is the split. So it would be hard, I think, to limit it because then we'd basically just be determining by statute, which is what the governor wanted to do originally. He had an estimate of $14 million could be saved, and then he wanted in statute the results of the bargaining, which the legislature didn't go along with. So I see what you're saying, but it seems to me the only way we could do that would be by predetermining an outcome of the bargain.
I mean, just to me, I mean, that's, I just still have an uneasiness because it's still.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to have a separate vote on this piece?
I don't think it matters. I'm not someone who thinks that committee votes end up anywhere anyway.
Okay.
But it still makes me noodle on it. I'm just worried about the long-term implications could be.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, either side or anybody else in the room, but I think what we're talking about is NEA wants the ability to bargain and to seek agreement on different rates of contribution. Mm-hmm. I would think that wouldn't change the basic dynamic of how much the employers are billing.
Well, I don't see the NEA going to their members saying, yeah, you're going to have to go up 25% contribution because we're going to give new teachers out of college, they're only going to have to pay 10% or 5% of their income.
Well, I do think if you're negotiating different rates of contributions, that would be something you'd have to be honest with your members about, that it may mean that people at higher income levels pay more, right? So I wouldn't assume at all that it means that the difference would come out of the hides of the districts, because again, that'll be openly bargained. The premise behind this draft is that you've got the employers on one side want a statewide grievance procedure. They're now able to bargain that, and NEA would be able to bargain for differential contributions. If I'm the school boards, there's no way I would let the fact that they're going to have differential rates of contribution force me to accept a result that I don't want otherwise. So it seems like you're still getting the same bargaining dynamic. It's just that they have the ability to seek a split within their own.
Right, which
accepted.
I have no problem with that, but I wish there was a way we could legislate that. It's like.
Yeah, I think it would, the only way that I can see to do it would be to put in a solution that.
Which I wouldn't be opposed to, but I get some folks.
I think others of us would be opposed to that.
So, just checking. So, if you want, we can have. We did originally straw vote this. Yeah. So, if we don't change it, do you want to have another? Okay. All right, Jim. Then, if you can get us another draft and smoke them if you got them. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
That's the House floor, right?
Senator, are you going to do proficiency-based grading next, or I could waive off those folks before they get on the bus?
If Jim has a draft for.
Oh, she already got on the bus. Never mind.
Okay.
They're coming.
Hold up. Is people waiting coming up, or?
Not sure. It'll depend on whether Jim has a. Actually, he does have a draft.
He does have a draft.
It's
online.
Yeah, 1.1. So yes, we will discuss this. So Jim, you want to show us what we got?
Yeah. So just 2 sections. First section, session law. This is on 9 on before December 15, 2020. The Agency of Education, in collaboration with the State Board of Education, they have and Bratt, in case you want more stakeholders involved in this. Shall study, recommend, and report to the House and Senate committees on education on how to implement Simulation B1, the Pupil Weighting Factors Report, commissioned under Act 173, including the timeline for implementing the correct pupil weighting changes, how to implement these changes in a manner that is sensitive to the effect on property tax rates and school budgets, and 3, the interaction of these changes with other provisions of existing law, And this list is from Chloe Wexler, has a list of things here, including the excess spending penalty threshold, the hold harmless provision, the effect on non-operating districts in the districts to which they pay tuition, small school grants and incentives paid under Act 46. And then B, as part of this collaboration with the Agency of Education under subsection A, on or before December 1, 2020, the State Board of Education shall hold not less than 5 public meetings in different regions of the state to gather input on the weighting report and its implementation.
If you could add a sentence there, Jim, that makes it clear that they would then pass those findings to AOE for inclusion in their implementation plan.
I can do it, but it says it's part of the collaboration with them, so I think that's assumed, but if you want me to add it, I can.
Well, it doesn't specify that they have to pass on their work product. So. I'm also wondering about the language shall study, recommend, and report on how to implement. Could we just say more directly, they shall develop an implementation plan?
Yeah, that's better.
Because I think the rest is implied, and I'd like to avoid.
No study.
Right.
No study ever.
Right, exactly. Does that make sense, Jim?
Yeah.
Other comments on this? Either the approach or the language?
The approach is the approach. I don't know if I can support it just because I don't know if I support the move to that change in that.
Good point. So can we have a piece explicitly, Jim, that says the legislature will then deliberate and either accept or not accept the implementation plan?
Sure.
I don't know, that's not the most elegant way of saying that, but making it clear that there's that the legislature has to green light.
Okay.
Making it clear that it has to green light?
No.
It does
In
not?
order for it to go forward, it would have to green light. In
Okay.
other words, it won't automatically go into effect.
Okay.
Oh, we can't do it like.
We could.
Cannot
We could, but.
stop it, but we don't have to agree with them.
You mean, well, that's always the case. Like if we passed this year that it was going to go into effect, we could stop it regardless next session. You know what I mean? As long as we did it before it was implemented.
It can go into effect for that statutory changes anyway, so.
Yeah. And it's more a psychological thing, because when people read it, like Corey, they're going to say, I want to be doubly sure that we're going to have a vote on this next year, once we see the implementation plan. So the idea is to make it clear that we're not studying it, it's a plan for implementation, and then there'll be essentially a up or down vote on it after it comes out of the committee of jurisdiction. Assuming it comes out of the committee of jurisdiction.
So I'm happy that we've moved to this sort of interim step, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked out. I guess my concerns with looking at this, and this is no disrespect to anybody involved with these two entities, but I'm concerned about putting this fully in the hands of the State Board of Education and the Secretary of Education and this Agency of Education, because I think that there is a lack of confidence in those two organizations out in the field. And I'm concerned with the sort of blowback that might happen with a major change like this, unless there are more sort of partners at the table that will help determine how to implement it. In talking to my school districts, wanting to have superintendents at the table, special ed directors potentially, maybe school boards association. I think legislators need to be involved, because we're going to have to put it through this building, and unless there are people who can really speak in detail about what this does, we're going to have a hard time passing major legislation through here. So I guess I like this potential approach. I just feel like it needs to be broader. And yes, obviously we can all go to the meetings and sit and watch and participate as we can. But I think without a real structure about getting the sort of major players involved, it might be more difficult. I'm also, there are a lot of policy questions that have to be answered in order to implement something like this. And the implementation plan may speak to those policy decisions, but I think they are decisions that we have to make in terms of what are we going to do with all of these elements.
To be clear, the implementation plan when it comes to us is just language. So we would then, January 1st of next year under this rubric, that language would come to committee. We would apply all of our policy scrutiny at that point, and then we would only green light out of the committee what we were comfortable with. To go back to the idea of the different constituencies, the superintendents, the special ed folks or whatever, so this is avoiding a study committee, which is where you would specify those people to together create a kind of agreed upon implementation. So this is specifically going to the governmental agency that does this and asking them to put forward the plan. They will draw on advice from all those areas as a matter of course, but speaking for myself, I would be reluctant to, in this, name a bunch of people and elevate them to the point where the agency is going to have to dicker with each of them about how it's going to implement. So that's a difference of approach. What you're describing sounds more to me like a study committee as we really understand it, where you have Dan French or designee as one member, all these other people as single members. What we would wind up then, I think, would be a bunch of homogenized recommendations that then we would ultimately do our policy work on and ask the agency to implement anyway. So I'm trying to go over that step, but it wouldn't eliminate the advice that those people would offer the agency and the state board going forward. I kind of see what you're saying about the skepticism around those organizations within the state, but I don't think this is a huge lift in terms of coming up with an implementation plan given the study's results. It's mostly education and phasing, and is there a way to ameliorate the effects on hardest hit communities?
Well, there are a whole bunch of things that are not answered in the study in terms of decisions to be made. I mean, about the spending threshold, for example, that's major. They removed the spending threshold in the simulations. So, trying to figure out what is the appropriate, that's a policy decision. So what is the Agency of Education going to do? Are you expecting them to make a recommendation of this is where the spending threshold should be? Is that what you're saying?
And I mean, Chloe, in producing her simulations, removed the excess spending.
Yeah.
So it's a policy decision, but what they would do is they would put forward a plan that probably stipulated that, and then that's their approach. It comes to this committee, and then they explain their assumptions that their approach is based on. If we disagree with them, we might do something else with the excess spending. And so in other words, this isn't going to produce anything that's acted upon except by this committee, or the House committee will get a copy too. And then we will begin our work on it, but we would be beginning from an actual plan of implementation, and we would be sort of the beneficiaries of this public education tour that the state board would have already conducted.
5 public meetings. I don't think we ever had a discussion about our feeling as to whether or not simulation B1 was.
Well, that's the discussion we're having now.
Yeah, because I know that's the one that you asked for the updated, and you know, maybe that is the quote-unquote best one, but I don't think we as a committee ever discussed if that's the one we think, and that's a huge decision in and of itself, and in terms of the approach that we want them to implement. And it doesn't really say what it is in here. Simulation B1 for people who've never read the report, they're not going to know what that means. And the other thing I would add on this list of things, the study does mention early college and whether or not to have a weight for early college. And a couple of my superintendents have requested that we consider that. And so I don't know if it's possible to add that to this list of the other things to include.
Do you mean early college or early ed?
Early college, because right now, if students go to early college, they're not included in the pupil counts for a school district. And so school districts are still, in most cases, providing educational services to those students, but they're not getting counted.
Yeah, I think the level of complexity that would introduce for the number of people involved in the early college program makes it, you know, sort of complexity prohibitive, I would think. In other words, in the simulations, there's the suggestion that we could add in special ed. There's the suggestion that we could add in and take care of small school grants, and then early college. So there are all kinds of ways in the report, if you wanted to, you could make the weighting formula speak to 7 or 8 different needs. But with each category that you add, especially ones that aren't currently part of the formula, you're increasing the level of complexity. And I can't see that there's enough benefit for the relatively small number of students that do early college. But that's my opinion. So it's a point well taken. We haven't had a discussion about which simulation to use. I asked Jim to plug in B1 because it's the least bells and whistles, and special ed is not really a one-to-one correspondence with special ed. It's a kind of way of predicting special ed, and the census-based formula that we've already got going into place with 173 seems to me a much more accurate marker because it's based on their actual data. So that's why I didn't want to use the special ed one. And the small school grant, again, there's only 4 or 5 communities that are getting it now that aren't getting it as a merger support grant. So it doesn't seem like there's a huge need to change the weighting formula in terms of that. So that's why I went with B1, but let's leave that open as to which simulation we use. How do others feel about Ruth's other thought about more organizations at the table? This imagines the agency in a kind of stripped down fashion, creating an implementation and avoiding a study committee to follow the study we just had.
So we've asked the agency to implement Act 46 and proficiency-based learning, and same state board, and I don't think either one of them got rave reviews from our constituents. And this one's going to be a large tax on increase in a lot of towns. So I think you're going to have more fodder for someone like me to come down next year and say, just get rid of the board again, if you can. And they're,
well, to be clear, what the board is doing here is essentially a listening tour with a basic explanation of what is.
But what happens when they go to the community and the community says, hey, our tax is going to 52 cents, we're dead set against this, and they still do it. They're still going to holler and say, we weren't listened to.
No, the board passes that testimony on to the agency, and the agency theoretically uses it to fine-tune their implementation. With that said, if you implement this weighting formula, there are going to be communities that are outraged. There's no way around it, because historically, we've underfunded certain communities, which means that those communities are now enjoying an advantage that.
I don't think you've underfunded anybody, but that's a different.
Well, I mean, we are getting letters now that are talking about reparations for communities that have been underfunded historically. So this is going to ferment the way that, you know, these other controversial bills sort of bubble along, and we will develop people who will probably, you know, become more outspoken, more involved in the electoral process based around that we didn't do something or that we did do something. So, Jim, thought?
I think this is a little premature to do this so soon with everything else in the works.
Premature to, because this puts it out a year for the agency to come back with a plan.
Right.
Do you think
there's still things in the works that need to be worked out back home with the school boards, superintendents. Would really appreciate something like this sooner than later, I think.
Call it 3/5 of the state that are going to feel like if we don't do it this year, we're shirking our duties because the report makes it clear that the current formula is inequitable. So we're all going to have to vote our perception of which of those is the worst outcome, right? Is it better to, so it sounds like you'd be okay with a few years before we address it.
Yeah, a few years out from, this is soon for me.
So I mentioned legal risk here, which is that report that ADM did, is public, is just a recipe for a lawsuit. I mean, it's all written down. So if you don't, I would say there's a risk that that report will be used if you delay, don't do something for a couple of years or don't take action. I think there's a reasonable chance you're going to get a lawsuit based on that report.
I think it's interesting though for a lawsuit. I think it's time Brigham's looked at again. I think the way we've defined equal opportunity in the state is wrong and it never got us there. It's a 30-year-old case now or a 20-year-old case that I think is inherently flawed and we will never be able to come to it. I don't think equal access to educational opportunity has to do with money. As a student at BFA St. Albans who wanted to study economics in college, I couldn't take an economics class and Essex had one. Now, I had a lot of opportunities at BFA St. Albans. I don't feel like I was ever limited, but if that to me is an inherent, oh, that's a constitutional violation. I didn't get that equal opportunity. I think we're flawed in this building to think that equal opportunity is where dollars are because I don't think dollars necessarily relate to quality of what we're getting product. Well, I don't think it would be a bad thing necessarily if we end up back in the courts to try to figure this one out.
And you can never avoid the possibility, but it's Jim's job to give us advice, and much appreciated. I think I have gotten letters. I mentioned the one from a guy who's talking in terms of reparations. I have gotten, a sequence of letters where people are making it clear that they view this study as authoritative and solving the question of whether their districts have been underfunded, usually rural communities. We all had a letter from VREC, I think they're called, 40 some odd districts or signed on to that, making a similar case. So I guess, inherent in what Jim was saying, you were saying there were people at home who needed to be brought up to speed. I think that's what I was attempting to do here by having the state board go out. And I talked to Chair Carroll, he would be excited, was his word, to do that, to go out and try to engage the state on the issue. That's the sort of thing that he envisions the board doing in its new incarnation, and then passing that information to AOE. I think, Ruth's concern about us having the policy in front of us, I don't worry about that because this would come immediately to us beginning of January, and then we would operate on it as we would with any bill that we deal with.
Yeah, I think, a couple things.
Yeah.
I do think that this is an appropriate, based on all the work we just did, it's so riveting about the state board. I think it's an appropriate use of that, and I think that, I like that about this,
Yeah.
and having them go out and do the public hearings. I think 5 may be too few, because they're not gonna get to every place, but I like that. What I would like to do is expand the implementation group beyond AOE. I think we got testimony from somebody, I can't remember, Jeff or somebody, Jay, one of the J people in this room, who said, you know, they were concerned about making sure we did this right so that we didn't degrade respect for public education in our state. And I have those concerns too. I think that we're in a sort of fragile period right now after Act 46 and 173 and proficiency-based learning and all the other things that are causing stress out in the field. And I want to make sure that I think we should do this. And even though my districts will not be helped, or they will be neither helped nor harmed, it seems, for the most part, I think it's the right thing to do for education and finance in the state. I just don't want to do it badly and have it further erode trust in public schools. And so that's why I feel like we need to have broader representation in creating an implementation plan. And there are policy decisions that need to be made before you get to the part of the plan where, like, what do you do with these things? The other thing that's not mentioned and that is you know, the reason I requested that we update to 2020 numbers is because the interactions with merged schools versus non-merged schools. And that has a big effect on the school poverty rates and how they're calculated for school districts, and sparsity, and probably maybe to a lesser degree ELL, but certainly poverty rates and sparsity. And I wouldn't want the outcome of this to be punishing schools that went ahead and merged through Act 46, because if they hadn't merged, they would have had a higher poverty level, they would have had a higher sparsity level, and now they're merged into one big district.
But that's not punishing them.
But being conscious of those interactions and how that will play out in the field, and how that may exacerbate some of the
right. But you could as easily say, so in other words, they merged. The reality now is that they partake of economies of scale that are allowing them lots of advantages. So you'd be saying, allow them all those advantages, but then should we?
No, I'm not saying we do that. I'm saying we have to be sensitive to that in the field. There is huge division in my county right now about school districts that have merged, and the schools are now pitting against each other. The communities are. And getting this out there to say, oh, well, if we hadn't merged, we would have gotten this big bump in our aid with this. There's going to be these interactions in the field about all of these various policies piling on top of each other. I don't think it's a reason not to do this, but I think it's a reason to do this very carefully and thoughtfully. And I have concerns that the AOE and the State Board of Education will be able to do that.
How would you feel about if the language was that they shall create an implementation plan drawing on the advice and study of listed parties, comma, blah, blah, blah?
I would like that better.
It would make it explicit that they should be interacting with them. What I want to get away from is a situation where we create a committee where AOE is one vote, Jeff Francis is one vote, blah, blah, blah. You're nothing against Jeff Francis, by the way.
He's not in the room.
Just saying that. What you wind up in that case is going back to square one. Half the people in the room maybe, based on their constituencies, not excited about doing it. I think if we want to move forward from the study and be careful, we can hand the authority to AOE, and then we're giving the state board not the authority, but we're assigning them the duty of going out and taking public opinion, passing that to AOE, who retains the authority. So they're putting together the raw materials for the plan, but they would draw on these other people and organizations, but without being inhibited by them. Because, you know, the administration supports this. They support redoing the weighting formula, even though it's politically sensitive. And I think that's of value to us if we want to go forward with it. So I'm hesitant to say, well, I just don't trust the agency involved. I think we can trust that no matter what happens, it's coming back to us. And hopefully they produce something that looks really pretty good for us, and then we can, and I do think legislators can enter the process at any point, going to the meetings, interacting with the state board, going directly to the agency and expressing concerns or ideas. I like that better than study committee too.
Yeah, I agree. We don't need study committee too.
Okay.
I do agree with that. I was thinking more implementation working group, which may be just semantics. I realize that, but just say we are going to do this, and we want you to tell us how you think we should do it. That's what I want to do. But I think having a broader entity doing that than just AOE with the public outreach efforts of the State Board of Education. So maybe in consultation with is a good compromise.
Yeah. And if you want to develop a list of parties that make sense to you, and pass it to Jim, he can drop it in this draft.
Okay. And we are still doing that public hearing?
Yes, on the 11th.
Okay. Because so we're not going to pass this until after that public hearing? Is that correct?
Yeah, so the idea would be not to act on any language until we've heard from you.
Okay, that would be great. I would like that.
And we'll take a look at this 2 or 3 more times, well, at least once more before the public hearing. So, any thoughts from anybody else?
Yeah, I agree that naming bigger groups to consult with makes some sense. I mean, theoretically, I think it ought to just be the agency's job. I think given the track record, it's probably wise.
And it'll make explicit what they would probably do anyway, but it'll make sure they do. Okay, does that make sense, Jim?
And I just wanted to say, that some districts will actually fare better. I mean, everybody realizes that, right? I mean, there's,
Oh, yeah, talk to Bobby. He's very...
Better by 2 pennies to the cost of 52 in some of the towns.
I mean, you guys both have districts that are both extreme.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a big, and I've already heard from some of the ones that are not too happy about Burlington, and we're usually doing a bit better than they are. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to update this, and then when on Tuesday we'll be in Winooski. That's Tuesday when we come back.
Right. Yeah.
So we won't pick it up then, but on Wednesday we'll pick it up. And then on that Wednesday, assuming that we don't hear anything from AOE or the state board, we'll vote out the state board bill.
Sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to do, what did you say we were going to do, Jean?
TBA. Go home. TBA, it says.
No, it's, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
What'd you say?
To be absent.
Friday.
We're doing
166 is...
TGIF.
It's the State Board of Ed.
So we're not going to do that tomorrow because we're going to hold that over until Wednesday.
Okay.
So we'll do the miscellaneous bill tomorrow. So we'll do the miscellaneous bill. We'll talk about athlete deal. What was the other piece? Oh yeah, the UVM language. We were gonna So, were you in the room, Jim, when we talked about expanding that UVM picture language?
I was here for that language, you had that drafted by somebody, but it wasn't me. That language that you brought.
Oh, no, it was Stephanie. Stephanie did that.
Yeah.
Did you get a copy?
Somewhere, I think it's upstairs somewhere.
Let me give you a copy, and then we had 2 suggestions, as I remember.
This is what the miscellaneous bill. This is the public employee.
We already voted that out. So it'll be the 224.
224.
So let me just find that, Jim, and then
Are we gonna do proficiency based?
Tomorrow.
Oh, there's AOEs, I think, here.
I think we were here.
I'm sorry.
Because they said Emily said they already got on the bus, so we need to talk.
Okay. Oh, I took it the other way. I thought you were already on the bus and weren't going to be here, but you were already on the bus to come over.
To come here, yes.
So please.
Yeah.
You're Pat Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah,
And
please
Jessica
join us.
Careless.
I
think you come to chair. I know, you're close to it.
I misunderstood Emily to say.
That's okay.
I thought
We all make mistakes.
had gotten on the bus to go home. Okay. So the reason why we asked you to come and thank you for coming is that we were wondering what was going on in the agency. Was there an action plan, something, best practices being assembled, or some plan to target districts that were having trouble with PBL? So if you could fill us in on what the actual administrative approach is, and then the question is, how can we help without hurting what either local communities are doing that's working or what you already have in process?
So thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about proficiency-based learning. I'm Pat Fitzsimmons. I'm the team lead for the proficiency-based learning team, which is the team that has all the content specialists, 2 of whom have only been there they're still in their 6-month probationary period. And we have just hired a new arts person who's moving here from Tennessee. So we're bringing some people into the state, at least 2. So we're excited about that, just so you have a little bit of background information. And I think yesterday you were talking.
I'm going to put myself on the record. I'm Jessica Careless. I'm the division director, of which the PBL team sits. There's 6 other teams.
Okay. I think there was a misunderstanding. Susan Yesaloni was here, and when she was asked about an action plan, might not have understood what you were actually asking about. Okay. Because the proficiency-based learning team, we have a 2-year work plan that includes support for proficiency-based learning. We have people like Maggie Carrera-Bly, who's very invested in the state science assessment. My team has been doing a lot of work for the alternate assessments. So proficiency-based learning is a part of every team member's work, but they also have content expertise and responsibilities related to that content. So in terms of, it might be good.
Yeah, so again, I guess I just pause because I think I appreciate that you asked that question, and I do suspect that perhaps Susan was cut off. So we have a broader set of goals for the agency. We have priority actions for the division. There's 6 teams that sit within the division. And obviously, proficiency is actually a goal, which is that you want every student to minimally be proficient. And I think one has to ask themselves the question, what would be the alternative if we don't want kids to minimally be proficient? But it's within a larger ecosystem. So it came with multi-tiered systems of support and personalization and flexible pathways. Granted, some of those things were statutorily defined, others were regulation, and some came with funds and some came without funds. But within that context, there is a set of team goals, but those are always also attached to teams across the agency and across the division, because to stand things up, they can't be parsed out. And so I think one of the things is she was reflecting on the fact that we've just put out a survey and we're collating the data now. In 2017, we put out a survey as what was the status of PBGRs across all SUs, SDs. We've just collected that information for 2020, and I think that's what she was reacting to when she said we're collecting data.
And we always use data to inform what will be the next set of 2 to 3 year goals that we're putting out in the field.
So to give you some ideas about the professional learning opportunities that we've provided, based on integrated field reviews, the data from those reviews, we noticed that systems with good intent were trying to create local comprehensive assessment systems, but the assessment systems really were focused on elementary and in math and English language arts. And according to the education quality standards, a local comprehensive assessment system should incorporate all content areas, grades K through 12. So based on those data, we've been providing convenings around what is a strong proficiency, what is a strong local comprehensive assessment system. And within a proficiency-based system, we really think that performance assessments are essential, that you can't assess those transferable skills without giving students opportunities to do something. So our second convening was directly focused on performance assessments, going over some sources that we had developed in terms of quality criteria for performance assessments, sharing that information with people from the field and getting them to help us improve that work. Because whenever we do something and then we get input from the field, they always make it better. And they're using the material, so they have a really good idea about what will work in their systems, what will not work. The other thing we do with the resources that we create is that we put them on our website as a Word document so that people can tailor them for their specific circumstances. So
Can I just ask, when you say a convening, what in physical terms, what is a convening?
Convening, for me, is that idea of pulling people together to make some decisions and problem solve together.
And how I'm just wondering, who's pulled together where, how often?
Our focus was really educational leaders, so curriculum directors, principals, teacher leaders are the roles that are most often represented. That we're trying to think systemically. I love working with teachers, however, teacher only has one classroom. If I can work with a curriculum director who is working with a supervisory union or district, I have the opportunity to affect a lot more educators and therefore students.
And so you pick a location and invite everybody and have a morning? Or?
Yeah, so we have multiple types of professional learning. I'm sure you've heard folks come in and talk about network improvement communities. We can perform workshops, there's conferences, there's convenings. Generally, convenings are when we're developing resources for folks and you want to be informed to make sure that what you're developing is of most use to them, the problems that they're trying to solve. And I think you'll see that in the resources we've organized under headers and provided links so that you can go and take a look at some of those samples. Usually it's the stakeholders who are most impacted, and there often can be multiple stakeholders. So sometimes you might specify, we want a team. So we want someone who is in leadership, someone who is maybe district leadership, building leadership, and then a classroom educator. Sometimes we're focusing on special educators because we're doing something very specific about ensuring that all students can meet proficiency. Sometimes it's folks who are responsible for flexible pathways, but one of the trickiest pieces is how do you align flexible pathways to the proficiency-based graduation requirements of a particular school. And so you pull folks together. Generally, on average, we can have our technical assistants be informed by 100 to 300 to 800 educators at any one time, depending on how long we can sustain the project. Sometimes we use contractors to identify spaces. It makes it a little bit easier to get locations. Sometimes we work with schools. We have leagues, so like the League of Innovative Schools, there's 25 high schools who are involved. We actually often have our conferences or convenings at those sites around the state, so that usually it's north-south, or sometimes if we can have 4 regions covered. But it varies depending on whatever the activity is.
Okay. The third convening actually was the most interesting one for me because it's new work in terms of how do we help students design performance assessments. So if a student is doing a flexible pathway, how do we help them figure out what evidence they're going to collect to demonstrate that they've actually met proficiencies?
Excuse me. Sorry. Please continue.
All right. Well, and the other thing we do, like we've worked really hard to put this information together, so I look for multiple ways to disseminate it. That I'm currently writing some blogs that will include kind of the stories of those convenings, along with links access to all of the resources. We're doing workshops at other conferences related to local comprehensive assessment systems, and we'll be at the BEST Institute, week-long institute, once again sharing with educators who haven't participated previously information about assessment systems, because we feel that there are real levers of change. That I was a science person in Barry, and it was always interesting for me to watch teachers and what causes them to really change. And it was when we had performance assessments in science, grade level performance assessments, and we'd get together with the student work, and there would be some variation in terms of what students produced, and the opportunities for teachers to talk to one another about, just how did you manage to make that happen in your classroom?
Because I'm incredible.
Yeah, she is. But that's when I saw teachers, because I wasn't always welcome into all classrooms, but once we started doing performance assessments, all teachers want their students to be successful. But that's when I got invited into classrooms where teachers were kind of struggling with science, teaching science. So so performance assessments, I think, and assessment in general, because assessment drives what happens in classrooms, is really important. So based on the IFR data, as well as that's an important lever of change, that is why we've been providing those opportunities throughout the state. And that's just one example of some of the work that we're doing.
So I have a question. One of the school districts I represent, probably from what I can put together, had some of the poorest implementation in the state, and they made it or tried to make it clear to the parents that AOE was providing them no support.
Yeah.
You know, how do we answer to that? Are you guys actively reaching out, or are they coming in? How's the relationship working? Are you guys looking for places where you can go and say, hey, it's not working, we need, here's this, or are you just waiting for them to call you and raise their hand when things aren't going well?
So there's a mix of things. So the first thing we did is we actually did an audit to see how many folks from St. Albans actually participated in any of the professional learning that we've offered over the last couple of years. I believe there was one person who was not at a district or leadership level. So, and I think that that's important for folks to know.
I agree. I don't want to place the blame on you if it's not it.
Because we love bogeymans. I mean, it's a great way to not take responsibility. I think the agency should sit here and say, certainly we have some responsibility in this, but I would also say that what we've tried to organize, and this is not the full complement of what we provided, is organizing both professional learning that's been provided, the technical assistance that's currently sitting on our website and that's out there, that often what we try to do is make sure that those things are tethered together or tailored to the audience and then direct them to it. One thing that we are currently working on from a structural perspective is we're rebooting our professional learning network. It had been a system that had been put in place, and we had contracted out with some funds that we had identified within the agency to have certain professionals from well-known organizations to provide various series, particularly around proficiency-based learning and personalized learning. However, I think it was not effective in getting the word out. So one thing that we would own is we want to improve how people hear about the opportunities. We often have listservs, so every education coordinator at the agency who's responsible for a program usually has a fairly lengthy listserv, mostly because also people don't get off the listserv, so it can be thousands of people. So we usually send it out through that. We have our weekly field memo. We certainly reach out to some of the professional organizations that have actually been named. We coordinate with them all the time. We work with them around the Proficiency-Based Learning Symposium that was recently offered, and we certainly provided some support there. But one thing that we'd like to do is we have a digital platform, and as you know, the state is actually overhauling its entire web pages, which also, these are all the things that are hard to quantify and articulate to people where you can have delays. But we're turning over our professional learning network so that we actually have a coding and tagging system so people can put in and search for professional learning based on something that they're interested in, and then also download reports, and that's a way that we can communicate. It will also auto-populate a calendar. So we're working on that, but of course we have 3 communications people, one whom you see every day here, which means that he's not doing communications. So I'm actually working on that, right? But I have 6 teams and responsible for 15 independent grants and et cetera, and 22 contracts. And so you're doing all of this, and I think one of the things is that the sheer volume of what people are contending with. It's absolutely true that our public education system certainly should be honored, should be respected. There has been a distinct lack of civility in the conversation around education in this state. The fact that literally I'm interviewing principals who are coming to the agency to work, and I always ask this question to folks, why the agency? Why do you want to do state level work? And to literally have folks say, well, it came down to I could either be a really good principal or I could be a good spouse and parent. And it's now time that I have to be a good spouse and parent because literally it's just eating me alive to be out there trying to talk about this, which is why I want to go back to that question. What is the alternative to proficiency? Kindergarten, primary education has always been a proficiency-based system. Can you imagine if we promoted kids who had not received basic numeracy or literacy, right? You don't just say, well, good kid shows up, puts his lunchbox away, you know, C+, move him along, right? You hold him. We actually had multi-age grades, right? We have classrooms in which you're doing K-2 or 1 and 2. We do that because we know that we need folks to have the requisite skills. The problem is that we have turned it into something more complicated than it needs to be. And really, I want to ask that this body be a champion in articulating that minimally we should say that if someone, however we grade them, however we report their learning, a B+ actually means that someone knows, understands, and can do independently in novel situations. We are at a time right now in which we cannot anticipate the future. Maybe, 4 decades ago or 10 years ago, we could say this is what the next 10 years are going to be. We can't, right? I mean, there's cars that you download a $3,000 app, right, to update your car. What? And it's self-driving. What's next? So you need to have kids who literally absolutely know it. I think, was it last week or a couple weeks ago, you asked the question, well, I got a good education, so why do we have to do this? That's not incompatible. It's very likely that you had teachers who were absolutely committed to making sure that how they reported how you were doing was an accurate representation of what you were doing and that they weren't going to let you graduate without minimally being proficient. Proficiency-based systems are also really good for kids who want to excel because now there's no longer a boundary. In a traditional system, if you imagine just a circle, you have kids who got pushed out and then couldn't get back in. So we developed a high school completion program and flexible pathways, and we have adult education, and that's all the money going out. And then we have kids who are hitting a ceiling because there's nowhere to go, because there's no extended learning, there's no way to advance, there's no way to extend their learning to exceed proficiency. In a proficiency-based system, you just erase that boundary. Now folks who've been pushed out, they can come back in because we're saying we're going to make sure that you know, understand, and can do. And for the kids who want to excel, we have early college, we have dual enrollment, they can design their own learning, they can negotiate curriculum, they can do all of these things. The problem is that this kind of change, if for 100 years we've been doing something the same way the whole time, it's not going to change in 4 years or 6 years. I mean, the regulation was put in place, in 2014? Which means that we're starting to roll out, and by the way, there's no funds, so that means the agency has to go after grant funds so that they can pay contractors to provide professional learning. So there's a year, right? Plus, you've got PLPs, flexible pathways, plus now we start to add in Act 46 and all of these things. It's just on top, on top, on top until the skeleton can't move, right?
Understood. Let's just stop there.
She's on a roll.
What I would say, what I would say is that I think the committee, from the testimony we've taken, has a generally positive outlook on proficiency-based learning, but as Senator Parent pointed out, uneven results in certain districts, that's driving anxieties. And so what I would ask you is this. What I hear you saying is you have a plan, you've developed resources which are available digitally or on your website. Is there, because...
We also go out in the field.
And that's my question. Is there a, given the severity of some of the problems in some of the districts, are you proactively going out to those districts to offer them help of one sort or another?
We are, but we also have to balance it with folks, again, viewing, are you coming in to evaluate, right? So we have our accountability system. So education quality reviews, the integrated field reviews, that's another data point. We instituted listening tours. So the first 2 years I was at the agency, we went out to schools. Of course, those schools, if they were interested, someone could say no. We then visited the second year after engaging in collaborative problem solving to say, how can we work you through? We've done the same thing. We have an implementation kit that we've just launched. We've gone out. We were just up in North Country City.
Can you just explain that?
The implementation kit, it's actually for flexible pathways, but it has everything to do with proficiency, which is how is it that we're measuring student learning, right? How is it that we're articulating to families and communities so they're making informed decisions before they engage in a learning activity? There's also a student tool that goes with it. There are 2 facilitation guides. We went up, we're evaluating things that aren't even flexible pathways, but we're going up to sit with teams to say, how can we help? But if you're asking the question, what if someone does not want us to come and we're not engaging in monitoring, or we're not engaging in a formal field review or education quality review, do we have the authority to say, no, we insist, right? So what we have to do is we have to develop those relationships, which we do. We belong to a million organizations. You're out there, you're saying, please let me come, but you understand that people might feel sensitive. So you have to almost play the long game where you're saying, I promise you we're not coming here to evaluate or judge, but we are coming to help you. But at some point, there is a responsibility at the local level, right? We wouldn't have local control if the expectation was that it wasn't implemented at the local level. So it's a balance. But I would say that we're continuing to do those field visits, that outreach to say, we'll come, we go to those professional organizations where they can bring together their members and then offer. So the VSA has a conference, BPA has a conference, VSBA, VICLA, et cetera.
Have you had any school districts tell you, and not the terms, but basically you're not welcome?
Not to me directly, but I will say that certainly, we hire administrators. It's not, I was in the field, so certainly I have heard people say, well, it's not like there's AOE police. I think this is the thing, is when we talk about lag and drag on a system, it's because we are subject to constant change, and I would just ask that we stay the course, because that folks are out there just waiting to see if we lose our will and our knees tremble and we go back, right?
Well, and that's another question I had. So stay the course. Proficiency-based learning, as the Secretary has said many times, is different things for different communities, and he has said we're not going to be policing what you do. So what does stay the course really mean then? If there's not an agreed upon course or a single course, are you just saying that we should not insert ourselves in the process? Because the course is really 300 different courses playing out.
Yeah, to some degree. I think that we are moving towards consistency. I think last year when we came in, if you remember, it would be understandable. If you don't, we invited Andrew Jones in, whom you heard from again this year, because we work with folks as they develop solutions to scale those solutions, to share those out with folks who are looking for those solutions. People are at different places. We just heard folks talking about how different areas are resourced differently. And so we know we have different learning management systems and different student information systems. Well, that's how people measure and report grades, right? So again, if we were to change things up, they can negotiate different contracts. If they want to customize, that costs different money. So I think there's a whole slew of things that we have to consider. If I was to be so bold as to interpret what the Secretary was saying, I think he's saying that there is no one mandate coming from the state as to how you implement proficiency-based learning, but there are a set of recommended practices that are based in evidence-based research, which I know previously you've been asking about, learning targets, measurement of learning, and I believe when the exercise happened, John asked you to say, what would you need in a proficiency-based system? I heard clear learning goals, so that's learning targets. That makes it explicit. High quality, well, that's measurement of learning based on mastery. Instructional approaches and support. Pacing and progression, I heard someone say an individualized pace. When and where learning takes place, that's flexible pathways and assessment of learning. Those are 6 components that have an evidence base that comprise how you get to proficiency.
And so AAR, American Institutes for Research, has created a teacher and student survey based on those 6 key characteristics. Sigrid Olson and I were trained in it. It's been too busy this year, really. We've asked a lot of them, but this summer we plan on doing a training for educational leaders so that they could use these surveys in their systems to figure out what are their strengths and what are areas they might want to target to improve. The other thing that is really interesting, I think, and indicates the variety around the state in terms of implementation. We just did a survey and we received 100% information from 100% of our high schools around the status of proficiency-based graduation requirements and personalized learning plans. And currently there's a range from 6 graduation requirements to 135. That's an indicator that we need to do some work at least regionally with folks. And the tool that we have to use now as a lens to consider what your graduation requirements are, and that's different than what we want all students to know, understand, and be able to do. This is what they need to graduate. But we've worked with over 300 educators, business folks. Students gave us the best input. Who else? Every group we could manage, parents, community members, to create a Vermont portrait of a graduate. And it has 6 attributes. Under those attributes, we have descriptors and then performance indicators. It looks very different than the original one that the agency created. It was kind of our transferable skills. The transferable skills are woven throughout it. But my favorite one is well-being, and that came from students. And it's only one of 6. It's not the only one. It's one of 6 attributes. And within that, they wanted financial literacy, which I also thought was interesting. So other things like academic proficiency, learner agency are some of the examples. So we can now use that portrait of a graduate to say, here's the goal. Because if teachers can't hit something if they don't know what they're aiming for, here's the goal, here are the attributes. Do our graduation requirements actually enable students to meet this vision of a graduate?
So another question, just to cut to the chase. We're trying to decide if we should do something, nothing, or some mildly helpful thing in between. So is there anything that we could do by way of legislative action that would be helpful to what the agency is doing? For instance, is a lack of resources driving the plan rather than what ideally the plan would be?
A couple of years ago, we got a Nellie Mae, some funding from Nellie Mae to do the kickoff for the Portrait of a Graduate, as well as the grading research brief for grading practices. And it was really helpful to be able to bring in a national expert. They like us, like the field, I think, likes us. And I think we have something to contribute, but the people who have a national have national expertise and that perspective really bring people to the table. So having some funding where we could have money for larger convenings and bring in national experts, I think would be wonderful.
We've kind of, in our testimony, we've kind of isolated the not surprisingly, the notation as the piece that tends to be driving the most, contention, anxiety, etc. Would it be possible to arrange a series of convenings on that piece?
Yeah, and it's sort of begun with the PBL symposium that happened on the 11th, and hoping to be able to provide for folks different exemplars based on the different systems that they're using, right? They're not all created the same. So Power School, but then if you can afford to actually modify Power School so that you can get what you need. So certainly those kinds of convenings. I think there would be 2 things. One is that, there's one appropriation for secondary school reform. It's $200,000. When it was first laid out, it was for implementation of Act 77, right? So literally there's been no financial support, and those are grants that go out to the field. And I think that if you have systems right now who are attempting to either develop, refine, or expand upon how their reporting systems, how they actually articulate these things, how they take 130 PBGRs and get it down to something that's a little bit more manageable and realistic, they have to rely on the few in-service days, the few early release days, and that means that usually they're looking to be able to pay their staff to stay to be able to do that work, that additional work. So I think being able to provide funding to the field to really get over the hump and do that work is really important. I do also agree that the agency having the opportunity to hold those convenings, to put that work out there, to facilitate it. We're using a lot of our leagues and networks to do that. The New England Secondary School Consortium, the League of Enabled Schools, those tend to be centered on secondary schools, inclusive of middle school, but generally secondary schools. And really what we're looking at is PK to 12 systems, or whatever, however those systems are organized, because I think we also heard that if you want to have coordination of curriculum, a clear pathway, not disjointed, different sending schools, sending to one district high school, all of them have different pathways, different standards, kids are entering the door at different places. If you want that coordination of curriculum, you have to be able to convene and put out there system-wide supports.
I don't know if you feel comfortable doing this, but if you would like to generate language for an appropriations section of our miscellaneous bill that would encapsulate what you just said, I hesitate to try to pass on my understanding of what you said to Jim, because it'll be a game of telephone and won't mean much by the time it gets to him. But if you would send me language via Jeannie, we can take a look at it. I think it would be great to the extent that it's centered around the PBGR, development and evolution and in-service professional development around that piece. That's very targeted, because that does speak to, I think it's fair to say that that's what we isolated as the biggest issue for people.
And the transcripts. We had some students from the think tank at CVU come talk at the agency a couple years ago, and one student said, with all the changes in technology, how come our transcripts look pretty much the same as they did 30 years ago? And the Mastery Transcript Consortium is doing some really interesting work in terms of creating an electronic platform where you get a quick view of the student, and then you can dig in deeper to find out more, so that admissions officers can do that quick scan that they need to do, but then get additional information. There are, I think, 6 schools that are piloting it this year. And what's interesting about this group is they called every student who applied to college, they call the admissions officers to check with them what worked with this transcript, what did not work, and they're constantly trying to revise it and improve it so that it is a platform that works for a variety of colleges. And they're going after some of the big universities and having those conversations with them, because if they can make those bigger universities comfortable, they're thinking some of the other colleges will fall behind. I believe they're having a meeting this spring with some of the principals and educators in Vermont to talk to them to find out more about what they need.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what you described is a hybrid model where you can get the old traditional grades, but you can also get a richer portrait. That's really the key, is how to help districts that didn't make the right call on how to present grades and have.
And I don't know how funding plays into that. I haven't checked into what the cost is, and I don't know if it's too expensive for some systems or not. But it's something.
But I think another focus at the agency right now is also providing assistance to districts so that they know how to actually expend some of their federal dollars. I believe you've probably heard from the secretary that we have a tendency to send a lot of those federal monies back. So by being able to provide really specific guidance about here's the evidence base, this is where it might fit within your title dollars, this is how you can do it. We've been piloting with like different courses like EMC Squared, which has been a collaboration with VSC and VSAC. Though we're about to send out a memo to say this is how you can support professional learning for your teachers so that they can be trained to deliver that high quality mathematical instruction that's going to lead to proficiency. So I think the more that we can do that, they'll have, because I do think that there's some value in saying that it's not always about funds, but it's about, there's different kinds of resources, investments, time, support, beyond just financial supports.
So I heard you just say that you're sending federal dollars back that are going unused, and yet we're talking about a new state appropriation. Is this, if you can use those federal dollars better and put them toward this?
So
is
some
a state
of them
appropriation
are like IDA. So all federal dollars often have very significant and specific restrictions on how they can be used. Also, if we have already funded at the state level, so as an example, dual enrollment, it gets really hard to then say we need federal dollars to do it because we're getting into supplanting versus supplementing. But I think in looking at some of those infrastructural pieces that people might.
The other thing that I heard that concerned me, the two other things that I heard that concerned me beyond the sort of notation issue, which I think we all agreed was problematic, was this question of collecting data so that in future years we can have some data that shows that this was useful.
I remember that question.
You clearly listened to the tapes of us talking.
No, I was in the room.
I'm sorry.
I like to be very undercover. So I would just say that one, which I think, you were talking to Mike Martin and you're talking to John Painter and you're talking to Andrew and Gabe. They were struggling to figure out how they would assess. We would assess the way that we've been assessing all along. We would build into the existing accountability system. And I think last year I came and I read to you from our Common Data Project as part of the New England Secondary School Consortium that as of the 2017 data, which is always a couple years behind because you're talking about cohorts, is that we're leading the New England states when it comes to both 4- and 6-year graduation rates, college persistence rates or completion rates, high school graduation rates, even across certain groups. And what we would be doing is looking at those same metrics. That's the concern, right? If we want to reduce the dropout rate, which we have since 2013 by 1.5%, if we want to increase college persistence rates, but also around those historically marginalized groups, we would be looking at those same things. So we'd be using our accountability system. We would be leveraging that. We wouldn't create another inefficiency by having another set of measures.
Okay. I mean, the question originally came up, and I don't know if you were in the hearing with the Education Commission of the States, and I asked them about national data.
I was not there for that.
They were like, oh yeah, that does not exist. It was wholly unsatisfying.
Yes.
But my other question was, and you mentioned this in your comments, but for students who are at or exceeds proficiency, we did get testimony from students themselves saying that they felt like it was just, oh, you're proficient and that's good enough. And so I'm wondering if you have any professional development or resources for educators for those specific students who may be already at that level that they can then help those students to exceed proficiency and go beyond what is specific.
So absolutely, and I would say, again, that professional development isn't necessarily going to look different for anyone else because you're going to be getting to those 6 fundamentals of how do you implement a high-quality proficiency-based system. I hate to say it, and I hate to say it on record, but across all jobs and careers, you can have folks who aren't necessarily excelling, right? So I'm not sure if it's proficiency that resulted in someone saying good enough, right? How do we know that that's someone who wasn't saying good enough prior to us implementing proficiency?
That is absolutely fair.
So what we really want to do is be making sure that we are investing and continuing to build out our education quality reviews and our accountability systems and providing support to district and building leaders who are the folks who are responsible for evaluating teachers and making sure that based on those evaluations, they're using CIP funds to invest in needs-based professional learning to make sure that those teachers are getting what they need so that they can give students what they need. But certainly we, as an example, would be the Flexible Pathways Implementation Kit, again, which is what we've been doing is letting kids engage in flexible pathways, but we're not actually attending to how is that leading to proficiency? How is that expanding upon and providing that extended learning opportunity? So
but I think
providing
the whole
templates and tools like that for them to create profiles and to think that through and to put an action plan into saying, if I can't say yes to this question, how am I going to get to yes?
But I think just that statement alone of how is this leading to proficiency is what bugged a lot of the students. They want to, how is this leading to excellence? And what the students are hearing when they're hearing proficiency-based learning is that proficiency is enough, that we're not expecting them to go beyond that. So I think a lot of it is about the messaging, and I'm hearing it in the way that you're both talking about it. It's about proficiency, it's not about excellence, and that's really...
Proficient really means, it's not perfectly synonymous with excellence, but proficient means like very good at something.
It's not creating a value.
In your annual job review, if you had not meeting expectations, proficient, and then exceeding expectations, it's kind of like meeting expectations. It's like
that's what we want for all children. We want all children to be proficient, but we want anyone who can to excel. And that's why when we created the scoring criteria for transferable skills, in that exceeding column, we had a description or put something like what the student comes up with. They might come up with something we never thought of. So it's actually on the student's plate, not the teacher, to say, I have a great idea and I want to try this. I want to go above and beyond. And if that's not happening in classrooms, that's a problem with instructional practices, not with proficiency-based learning. So we have to be careful about when is proficiency-based learning at fault and when are some of the instructional practices not allowing students to excel.
And I think I take your point because, quite frankly, within our division, we actually refer to this as student-centered learning. And proficiency progressions are just one component of student-centered learning. Flexible pathways, learner profiles, high-quality assessment, student agency, all of that goes into it, which allows for that. And if you want someone to be agentic, to be able to think independently, apply their learning in novel situations, they minimally have to be proficient. But if we don't actually evaluate for proficiency and have some clear target for that, then how do we even know if they're exceeding it? And I'm not sure if that's always clear to students either.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think for them, what I heard from the students and from kids that I know.
Yeah, there was a student who ended up going to CTE, so he was saying he had a 3.8 or 2.8, and he thought he was below, but he was a freshman, and if it was 2.8 as a scale to proficiency-based graduation requirements, that means that he was pretty far along as a freshman, and then as a sophomore he went to CTE, which, by the way, is an example of student-centered learning, where you can go to CTE, which has historically been proficiency-based, and then he came back and got 3.8, I think he said. So literally by sophomore year, he was already meeting the proficiency-based graduation requirements. But no one was able to explain that to him. And I think that's the problem.
And actually in the Presidential Scholar applications, there were some examples of students who used proficiency-based learning as a springboard to do the work that they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Which was really interesting to read. And we could share some of that with you if that would be.
Well, I really appreciate the time. As I say, if you wouldn't mind generating language for us that we could, massage into something that we can drop into our bill. I think our intention is to, at this point, do as little as possible in the mandatory sense and not enter into creating any more requirements for anybody. But it does seem that money might help in a certain targeted spot and might attract people who are otherwise saying, leave us alone, we'll do it on our own. So thank you for coming over.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much for this opportunity.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your support and not making the field go in a different direction because they're working extremely hard.
Yeah.
And did you want extra copies or no?
They have one
They did, but I'll leave them.
for well, I mean, just a set.
You don't want all of these?
That's right.
You don't want to take them home and read them in the glass?
Okay, committee, we are done for today.
All right, so as we get ready to get started, I wanted to pass, we have two things for us to do between now and March 13th. We have a solid waste bill, we have a fish and wildlife bill, we're originating, we're also going to see 267, the RES bill that's in finance, is going to get voted out and come back to us. So we're going to have to be somewhat nimble. There's a Senate housing bill that includes provisions around first couple sections related to planning. And so whether we're talking Act 250 or talking municipal planning, things we deal with both. Doesn't matter which title. And we need to be able to respond to that in a timely way to let that bill crossover. And food residuals are under discussion in the Ag Committee in terms of being a feedstock for compost and chicken feeding on the way to make compost. So we're going to need to be able to respond to that. So there's a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover.
This week.
We're gonna have to be.
Before March 13th, he said. Before March 13th,
Yes. So we have the balance of this week, and we have the full week when we get back from town meeting.
Okay, okay.
So, meanwhile, to get us ready on the solid waste bill, there's a short article here on extended producer responsibility, which we've talked about a little bit. Give people copies. If you read this ahead of time, the conversations that we're going to have on EPR, extended producer responsibility, will be more meaningful.
Thank you.
Okay. There's also, it's just so people know, an overview of the procedure amendment on the Constitution. We have Prop 9 adding a right to clean air and water on Constitution. We're not going to take that up until really in depth until after crossover because I had to double check this with the Senate Secretary, but constitutional amendments aren't subject to our crossover deadline. So, but I don't want to wait much longer than the crossover deadline because should we take it up and move it past it, in the House enough time to dig in and look. So honestly, from what I've been reading, it will be an interesting conversation to figure out what do we gain for ourselves by having a provision like that in the Constitution.
Well,
Senator Bratt, did Scott Castle, did he testify before this committee?
He came this fall to speak with Cindy in Scott's group.
Okay. He was on, I thought, yeah.
One of his associates spoke instead.
Oh, okay, that's right. Reference Scott. Thank you. Can you extend the name?
So, Senator Gray, before we move on on the whole constitutional thing, I guess my interest in it is I signed on because I believe in the premise of it, but how do we protect individuals' property rights is going to be a major concern for me as we move forward.
Yeah, Article 1, Chapter 1, right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and property. So Vermont started out with property right front and center, and how we balance that off. I mean, honestly, I think it would be pretty interesting to figure out how we maintain private property rights while also affirming explicitly for ourselves that we believe in having a clean, healthy environment, especially given what's been going on at the federal level, where they're reversing things that have been in effect for most of our lifetime, which I didn't think any of us would see, but it's happening. It's conceivable this administration will continue for another 4+ years.
Don't worry, humanity's only got a couple more generations, right, Brian?
There can be further erosions that we might want to put ourselves in a better position to respond to. So that's it for air traffic control. So we really have 2 major bills of our own, 2 or 3 other bills that we're going to see, and maybe I think paddling full steam ahead from here to March 13th. Okay. With that, I can invite Melissa Bailey. Ms. Bailey to join us at the table.
Are you going to cry, or should we move to tissues?
Hopefully I won't be brought to tears.
We don't know what.
Depends on your response.
And for the committee, so again, this is because we're going to see 2 studies. I didn't want to have
You might see 267. There are now discussions as to whether or not it needs to come back here.
Oh, well, it was a...
right, it was an agreement. So we're now asking in rules, does it have to come through here?
Well, I think by rule, it would not need to go to finance, but
Thank you.
verbal agreement between chairs.
Was there a witness?
My mother was there. Anyway, so I want to be ready to respond if when it comes back. So with that, good morning.
Good morning. Melissa Bailey with Vermont Public Power Supply Authority. Thank you to the committee for having me in. And
That is a beautiful photograph, by the way.
Where is it?
Yeah, I'm just curious. It's really stunning.
I believe that one is Morrisville, the Cadies Falls Hydro.
Okay, really, really nice.
Yeah, pretty dramatic.
Thank you. At the end of the testimony.
So we'd want to talk about the importance of community hydro to the VEPSA members, and that will come out in my testimony. As the committee is aware, I'm here representing 11 municipal electric utilities in Vermont that represent roughly 6% of Vermont's aggregate load. VEPSA offers a variety of services to these municipals. I think the committee is aware. Those are listed on the third slide. We do specifically power supply, rates and planning, and financial services, as well as legislative and regulatory support for these, the member utilities. And jumping into our overarching position on Vermont's energy and climate policy, as this committee has heard, VEPSA is supportive of meeting state energy and climate goals in the most cost-effective manner. The term cost-effective does not mean unwilling to incur costs, and sometimes I think it gets misconstrued that way, but really VEPSA's core position is that we should be efficient with scarce resources, ratepayer resources and taxpayer resources, and target those where we'll get the most bang for our buck in terms of making progress on energy and climate issues. And we strongly believe that a comprehensive strategy across all energy sectors is needed. There has been a lot of focus, as we've talked about, on the electric sector. And we think that a broader policy covering all sectors is really going to best serve the state. As community-owned nonprofit entities beholden to our member customers, cost effectiveness and equity are both paramount to VEPSA members, and with any kind of policy change, we're cognizant of who's benefiting and bearing the costs of those policy decisions. We have a desire to minimize cost shifting and really do any shifting of costs among ratepayers in a mindful way, in a deliberate way, and not have that be a byproduct of an unwanted byproduct of policies. And since this bill specifically, I think as drafted, would promote more solar development, I think we do have some concerns around whether unregulated private entities will maximize the public benefit and achieve the most for climate and energy goals. So, and the final point I want to highlight in my testimony is VEPSA's members have experienced to some extent, a disconnect in state energy policies, and that would be the policies around, when we get into talking about the hydro units, maintaining water quality and protecting biotic life, and our goals to increase renewable energy, and specifically in-state renewable generation. And so to the extent practical, we'd like to see policies that are more in cohesion as we move towards potentially a 100% renewable future. So moving specifically on to the bill, VEPSA is supportive of increasing renewability in the electric sector. We're supportive of 100% renewable energy standard requirement, the so-called Tier 1 requirement. We clearly see value there as conversations around increasing reliance on the electric sector as a larger portion of our overall energy use. It's important that that be drawing from clean energy, so we're supportive of that.
Interrupt for 1 second. I just want to make sure we've been in the thick of this.
Yes.
Not everybody has,
Right.
so I don't know if it's worth saying just a few words of what's happening.
Yeah, so
because we don't have a bill in front of us. I'm sorry to do that.
No,
yeah,
that's-
yeah.
So, right,
You don't have the bill. Oh,
Right.
I'll speak at 60,000 feet on it and make sure since you all have been working in detail. But so the 267 says for Tier 1, where we currently have a goal of moving from 55 to 75 by 2032, that will pick up the pace and make all energy renewable by 2030. So Tier 1 basically shortens it back 2 years and goes, so 75 is the endpoint, it's 100%. It really goes hand in glove with our stuff like beneficial electrification. It's really only beneficial if the power that's the fossil fuel you're displaced is displaced by clean electricity. So a coal power plant driving power to your EV. The second major piece in that bill is to take Tier 2, which says it's a carve out in that 100% or 75%, but you need to do local renewable generation. It's 5 megawatts or less distributed. It has to be sited in Vermont. And it says 10% of the, from the current law, 10% of the 75% must be of that nature. The proposal is that going forward, if it's 100%, it would also be 20% of that 100%. And the question is, if you're doubling the amount of in-state generation, what are the engineering and financial impacts of that kind of shift in mandatory purchase of power supply in-state?
Well, I would question the value of in-state. I mean, why is in-state more valuable than out-of-state if somebody else has a renewable resource that's easy to pipe here? And I think one is as valuable as the other.
I don't want to speak, I mean, I think that apart from what's come up in finance, please, that's where the economic development piece is a component of this. I think people believe if I'm just answering, as best I can the question and some of the concerns. The other thing I just want to mention, if you want to say a few words about how this would connect us or disconnect us with Hydro-Quebec a little bit, because in part that's one of the goals of this.
Right, so there's another provision in the bill which says that as we go forward, that we, well, I think it's actually any expansion of renewable energy in the future will not rely on a large-scale existing hydro. So, and I don't remember the precise way it's formulated. You've been in the middle of it, but it ends up removing Hydro-Quebec as one of the sources, I think, for fulfilling the growth to 100% renewable.
And then part of that, I guess, again, I was in a conversation locally yesterday. It was having to do with if Hydro-Quebec continues to expand, what is that impact? I think a combination of not only on a negative impact on the environment, but also I believe there's concern about indigenous peoples up there as it relates to the expansion. So those are just some of the themes that have come up in finance.
Right, but also Hydro-Quebec is invested in large-scale wind development in places where there's not many people. And so there's the question is it better?
See, that has not come up.
Is it better to, if they can get the power here cheaper, in my mind, it's better that they're putting it in a big flat place with no people than blowing off the top of another mountain. And so my concern with this in-state stuff is the environmental impact we have in this state. And there's a whole bunch of people that don't think blowing the top off a mountain and putting industrial wind on it has, a negative environmental impact, but I believe it does.
And I can never foresee us putting another hydro facility in the state of Vermont.
No, and that's it. Even our small hydros that, to me, make perfect sense to be generating power, you can't, it's not economically feasible to put small hydro in because by the time you've been through all your permitting and engineering and regulation, you've spent more money than they can ever pay you back. So I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with the economic argument about jobs because like Lowell, all the money, the profit that's created goes, Gas Metro is the parent company. So, I mean, yes, they pay a lot of employees here in the state, but still the overall profits go back to a multinational company.
Do you happen to know if the wind on the Gaspé Peninsula, is that Hydro-Quebec? Does anybody know that?
I'm not sure which one is theirs, but I know they've got a big one up there somewhere.
So, I mean, this is a good example of that. It's a very interconnected system. So when we're adjusting it in one place, there are intended and unintended consequences that will, so thank you everyone for surfacing these things. We'll have to dig into it before we would fill up. But I think there's, to add one more complexity to it, someone alleged to me, I don't know if it's accurate or not, we'll have to get testimony, that part of HQ's strategy is to sell clean renewable energy to the states. There's a REC value associated with it, but they're backfilling their own demand with fossil fuel power generation because they're exporting enough hydro that they need power in their own region to fulfill their own needs. So that would be, I don't think we would want to have the wool pulled over our eyes on that word in that case. We just need to know.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. So thank you for offering this very stimulating point. And thanks actually for flagging it. So that's what's operating in the background.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so these comments will be on the bill as drafted, which I think has been characterized. I see three components. One, moving us towards a 100% renewable energy in the electric sector requirement by, I believe, 2030, increasing the distributed generation in-state requirement to 20%, and then this limit on Hydro-Quebec, on the amount of Hydro-Quebec power that any utility could hold in its portfolio. So again, BEPS is supportive of the 100% RES. I think the testimony in the building has been fairly consistent on that. I have not heard a lot of opposition to that provision.
Explain how that's not more, I mean, why that's cost, affordable, basically.
Which, I'm sorry, would you?
100.
The
Oh, the 100.
one,
Yeah.
getting it sooner, which seems like great news. I just wondering how it is that everyone's comfortable picking up the pace that.
Sure. And I think it does get to your point about there's a lot of interconnection in the electric sector around the region, and there is potentially some benefit to getting there first. I guess what I would say is existing resources, all renewable generation essentially comes with the renewable energy credit that is available to be bought and sold separate from the generation, and there is an adequate supply around the region of renewable generation, enough to keep those prices fairly low. I can't be specific on prices, but in the single digits of dollars for a existing, REC. So because of the hydro that exists in Maine and other parts of the region, you can purchase those at a fairly low cost. There absolutely will be a cost to going from 75% to 100%, but it's not, when you're looking at the trade-offs, it doesn't seem to be an unpalatable cost from our perspective. And it is, again, if every state in New England, I mean, I've tried to run through these scenarios in my brain, if every state in New England went to 100% renewable standard, then those RECs would be in shortage, and that would drive up costs.
Mm-hmm.
There is something to be said if Vermont is the first one to implement. I believe other states are either committed or contemplating this commitment to 100% renewable, but being a little bit ahead essentially gets you some benefit there. And we do have a lot of existing renewable resources, and I think that sometimes gets lost in the conversation about how much new resources to promote. There is a lot already in the ground, specifically around hydro. So doubling Tier 2, I think you've heard testimony from several other parties. There is a good deal of angst around the cost impacts of simply doubling Tier 2 as currently structured. There will be costs. Those are expensive resources to build. There's some concern that they're more expensive than the value they deliver to ratepayers, so kind of an above-market added cost. There are siting and grid concerns as well, which I think have been highlighted in testimony, but Velco, the statewide transmission entity, has, I think, put those costs of enabling the transmission grid to absorb or accommodate this level of distributed generation in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And I believe the department put just the power supply costs of procuring in-state renewable resources in the tens of millions of dollars.
How much?
Tens of millions. I think it was 15 to 55 million.
They had quite a range depending on where it was, the selection of where it located.
Exactly, the location matters, and there is, I think, some concern that we're talking about 1,000 to 1,200 megawatts of solar would be needed to meet this, and there is some concern that we might simply run out of sites and actually not be able to build projects, in which case folks will remember that under the renewable energy standard, the fallback is if you can't procure the resource, you pay the ACP, which is over $60 a megawatt hour and growing. And so I think there were some assumptions about, in that wide range of cost estimates, about utilities needing to essentially pay the penalty rather than being able to build due to the grid constraints and the locational siting constraints. So in terms of testimony, ongoing conversations have been going on. I think you've heard from a lot of utilities that they're asking for some sort of flexibility if this Tier 2 requirement does get increased. To Senator Rogers' point, some utilities are asking for acknowledgement of regional resources. The flexibility that BEPSA thinks would be most valuable is placing added value on existing hydro resources that are in the state, our community-owned hydros. And valuing those as Tier 2 resources would help keep them economically viable and keep in-state generation running. So as we're looking to increase the amount of generation that we actually have located in Vermont, our position is that we should do everything we can to maintain what's already been built, the investments that customers have already made in renewable energy, as well as, so not instead of promoting new resources, but as a complement to promoting new resources.
Isn't there, just thinking outside the box here for a second, if we continue to move just towards solar, we've got a little bit of wind, there has to be some base load. And so without Hydro Quebec, I know we've got a lot of small generators, but I guess I don't understand right now, unless there's huge leaps in storage technology, then how do we provide base load with solar and wind?
It's a really good question, and I think we need to. It's the complexities of the REC market, essentially. So we, and I will show our power supply chart, that we're able to purchase baseload power, and that may or may not be renewable. I mean, we do have some renewable resources in Reigate, and HQ does act as a baseload resource. But the way that renewable energy standards, or RPSs, in the rest of the states are structured, you can purchase your power and then you can purchase your renewability elsewhere.
So if you sprinkle a little pixie dust on a gas generator, it becomes renewable.
Exactly. Whether it's ideal or not, that is the regional structure that we have. So,
but wouldn't getting rid of HQ, or not qualifying it as renewable anymore, wouldn't that create a major hurdle because of the amount of energy that we get? Wouldn't utilities have to spend a bunch more on RECs?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. If HQ were not qualified as renewable, there would be a big cost pressure for the tier one. It would be passed on to ratepayers. Absolutely. And I think that that was a deliberate decision that the legislature made in setting the 75% current RES target. Was we're going to set a more aggressive renewable target than any other state in the region, and we're going to allow large hydro to qualify, which none of the other states, they all set their targets lower, 20 or 30%, and didn't allow HQ to qualify. So, and my understanding in this bill is that it wouldn't change, it wouldn't exclude HQ from Tier 1 compliance or eligibility. It would limit that to 35%. We could use 35% of our Tier 1 compliance could come from Hydro-Quebec. But yes, to the extent we can't rely on Hydro-Quebec, there will be cost pressures from other resources that would need to fill that need.
So, remember the pricing scheme for RECs. Tier 1 is roughly $1 per megawatt hour, and Tier 2, that we associate with something like solar, is I can't remember, 30, 40, 60?
I think in the most recent energy report that the department put forward, it was in the $35 to $40 range, and currently, and again, that's capped at the ACP of 60, and the concern is that if we're not able to build, that's going to increase. That's the current, those are the current, essentially, values of Tier 2. So, again, we're moving on to some considerations that we looked at when we were in the context of this bill. Again, these have been touched on. The goals of the bill, one, getting to 100% renewable energy clearly does have some carbon reduction benefit, but the doubling of Tier 2 seems mainly targeted at supporting local in-state jobs rather than carbon reduction. And I say that because, as we've discussed, the electric sector is currently 2% of our carbon emissions. So there's 98% of our carbon emissions are coming from elsewhere. So if the primary goal were emissions reductions, we would probably, that would implicate a different strategy.
That's a really good point.
2% of all purchases or 2% base load?
So from ANR data, 2% of our carbon emissions holistically across the transportation sector, manufacturing, electric sector. The electric sector is only 2% of those.
We saw a very interesting chart way back in the first week where it showed assessment by fuel type, and electricity at the highest, and then if you looked at emissions per fuel type, they also have the lowest emissions associated with it. So electricity out front of the other fuel types.
exactly as highly taxed, if you call it a tax, the surcharges we put on electricity, while also being fairly clean. And so our concern there, of course, is that household energy costs, the electric bill is a significant component of those. And of course, we're keeping in mind that increasing costs in the electric sector make it harder for customers, for homeowners to electrify either their vehicle or their heating source. So it's running in cross purposes to other state policies and goals. And so I think this bill opens the conversation about what is the value of in-state generation, what is the appropriate amount of generation to have in-state versus import from other regions or other states, or potentially our neighbors to the north. Is 10% the right amount? Is 20% the right amount? And I would point out also, I think you've received testimony from the Department of Public Service that there's much more in-state generation than what counts under Tier 2. I just want to make that really clear that Tier 2 is a very small subset of our in-state generation. We're talking about excluding the wind projects. We're talking about excluding any project that's over 5 megawatts, and also the new date in statute that is July 1st, 2015. So even our standard offer projects that were procured to increase renewable generation in the state don't technically count as new, and they don't count towards Tier 2 compliance. So we do have a lot more in the ground than we're counting.
And all new net metering by default goes into Tier 2. Is that correct?
New net metering, so post 2017, if the customer elects to transfer the REC to the utility, which they're compensated, so I won't say give the REC, but if they transfer the REC, they're compensated for that, and the utility must retire the REC. If the customer elects to retain the REC, they can sell it, they can do whatever they want with it. So not all new net metering, but the net metering that the utilities receive, which is the vast majority of new net metering, that automatically goes towards Tier 2.
Okay. Are many people opting out? I don't know, businesses might say they want to be able to make the claim.
Exactly.
So they retain their excess at cost, an acceptable cost to them. Are you seeing much of that, or most people just letting it flow through to the utility?
I would say 90+% transfer to the utility because of the differential in compensation. They get more revenue for their kilowatt hours.
Ms. Bailey, would you just mention, so the cost pressure in the electric sector will undermine state climate goals. Do we know for sure that this is going to increase electric costs, and over what kind of period would it increase electric costs? Because I remember in finance we talked a little bit about, there's some unpredictability there.
Tier 2 will absolutely increase. I mean, you're talking about
2%. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's the emissions.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been different rate increase numbers that you've seen, in the 5 to 10% rate increase. There are a lot of variables, but it will absolutely increase costs in the electric sector, because buying in-state generation costs currently $30 or $40 more a megawatt hour than non.
So do we know how much it'll cost? I mean, what we're looking at?
For overall state costs?
Because, the only, this cost pressure in the electric sector will undermine state climate goals. I'm not quite there in agreeing with you. I really don't know if that will happen. I think in part it depends on what those electric costs actually look like, and whether or not it'll make that kind of an impact, such a negative impact.
And I have not, I think it's additive, right? I think that our concern is that we have a lot of cost pressures in the electric sector. We've kind of had this conversation in the energy efficiency utility realm as well. Whether a 2% rate increase or a 5% rate increase, I mean, to your question, where is that tipping point where it makes it uneconomic to go to an electric vehicle or a heat pump? I think for electric vehicles, the operating costs, it's a fairly compelling difference between an electric vehicle operations versus a gas-powered vehicle. So I think there's potentially more room for increasing rates. I did recently see the testimony of the department comparing heat pump deployments in WEC's territory and GMP's territory, and that's maybe a 5 to 8% rate difference, and it actually makes it uneconomic to put in a heat pump. And I know WEC is very cognizant of having high electric rates and being concerned that will.
Thank you.
Yeah. But in terms of an exact rate impact, I don't think we have that.
Is there any generalization around who's got higher or lower rate? I mean, does it relate back to utility scale? like the smaller NetSet members, will need higher costs per kilowatt hour, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I don't think, we actually have some of the lowest residential rates in aggregate, but even within our members rates range probably from 8 cents to about 22 cents among our 11 members. So it's a variety of factors. One of those factors is whether you have a hydro resource that's in your community.
And just to make sure I understand what you were saying, so is your concern around meeting energy goals that the more expensive electricity gets, the less attractive it is for people to electrify existing fossil fuel loads?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you keep focusing on net metering, and if we depend largely on net metering to meet these goals, isn't that some of our most expensive energy, and doesn't that affect rates pretty dramatically as well if that's where we're developing?
Yes, I would agree with that. Much of our Tier 2 deployment so far has been net metering. This bill doesn't explicitly expand. It's silent on net metering, but we do have a concern that raising Tier 2 to 20% would encourage more net metering, and it is the most expensive way to meet Tier 2.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Campion, interrupt me if I'm in error, please. We're looking at some amendments in finance that would take into account any new, well, actually, this is being drafted now, any new renewables to take into account places that are already restricted, and to say that they should not be taking big chunks of new renewables until the other areas where there's room, there's for location to be filled, and that the larger net metering activities might also be curtailed. We had some testimony that the smaller net metering were added a degree of nimbleness and flexibility that one could accommodate, but the big ones were more challenging to areas, particularly where there was constrained electricity. So there will be some changes in the finance when the bill comes here, and those were, Luke is drafting some amendments that we'll be discussing this afternoon or tomorrow in an effort to address that. We haven't heard from WIC recently in our testimony. A couple calls into Ms. Richards. The chair was asking about what utilities, what makes it difficult for utilities, and the two numbers that always seem to come back to me is how many customers do you have per mile. That separates utilities into their efficiencies, and what percentage of your customers are homeowners and versus commercial and industrial, because you can coerce commercial and industrial to use electricity at different times of day that uses base power that might otherwise be lost. And I did, and you represent a wide swath of municipalities, each of which has probably pretty separate houses per mile and customers, industrial versus homeowners. So I think that's what finance is looking at right now. Senator King, tell me where I'm on base.
And I think you've nailed kind of the two issues. There are kind of two cost drivers, I think, as we look at Tier 2 and increasing Tier 2. And one is the grid-related costs, the infrastructure of what does it take to accommodate this electricity. I mean, I think to Velco's testimony, we would literally be exporting solar electricity during a lot of hours of the year. So the grid constraint and the grid costs are one bucket of costs, and then the power supply costs are kind of the separate ones. How much more expensive is it to buy solar or wind or something else
than
base load power?
What your people have to pay for the rather high cost Brigate.
I don't think you're supposed to call them your people.
It's not politically correct. The utilities so ably represent here at the table today. The munis. Brigate's expected to expire in 2 years under current law, and that would reduce the amount of money that utilities are paying for the rather high cost for currently in the Brigate, which was $5 million a year, and $50 million over 10 years, unless Massachusetts wind comes on, and then it would be $54 million over 10 years. Those are generally agreed upon numbers. How does that affect your munis?
I mean, I think the rate we're paying for Rygate right now is about 10 cents a kilowatt hour, and that would include the renewability of that plant. So is it above market, the $5 million you referenced? Absolutely. It's more expensive than market power. It is a renewable in-state resource. So we're neutral on the Rygate bill, the extension of the contract. It is paying slightly more for an in-state resource, and if the state's policy is that we want to have some of our own generation, supplied with in-state resources, we're not in opposition to that, provided that the rate is reasonable, which I think the current rate is reasonable. So, and I'd be happy to testify on the Rygate bill, but
my question is, if Rygate were to terminate, and then new renewables come on, would they be less than?
No, new renewables would be more expensive to develop than the Rygate. Yes. Yes, and new biomass is probably not viable. So this is kind of similar to our hydro question that that BEPSA is proposing here. How much do you invest in keeping what you have operating versus closing down a 20 megawatt plant and then trying to replace that with a new resource that will be more expensive to build and site and permit? I'm sorry, I know I'm.
No, that was good. That was helpful. Yeah.
Questions, and some of them are in this bill, and other cousins to this bill.
The 3 bumper cars out there. So
Yeah.
I know. Well, and I do think it's important to bring these kind of competing discussions or complementary discussions together.
Yeah.
So my next 3 slides are pictures, so hopefully we can go through those fairly quickly. This is just to try and illustrate the interplay between the power supply that you purchase. This is where we get our electricity for our 11 municipal members. These are the different sources of purchase. And so you'll see a great deal of diversity there. System mix is what we're buying from ISO New England. The rest of these are either contracts. Hydro would include Hydro-Quebec as well as internal hydro. And then the next chart shows our renewability in compliance.
Question on those purchases. Do you buy as a block, and then as opposed to Department of Electric and going out and doing something?
Yeah, BEPSA does the power supply in aggregate. It is a little bit more complicated than that, but yes, we are able to, at least to the extent that we have economies of scale from our 11 members, we're able to do that. And then each member decides individually on each contract whether they want to participate or not.
Okay, thank you.
So for renewability, that's demonstrated, as you'll see here, almost exclusively through hydropower. That would, I didn't check that, maybe Rygate, that would be constituting wood. Solar would be mostly net metering and some standard offer. And that's looking to comply with Tier 2 in this picture here. And Tier 1, obviously, the overall renewability. So this just shows that there is a great deal of diversity in our power supply, and when it comes to demonstrating renewability, we are selling high-value RECs and purchasing the lower-cost RECs in the interest of keeping rates down for our members' customers.
So you're 37% non-renewable. Where does that come from?
The non-renewable.
Yeah.
So that's if you go back one more slide, sorry, the nuclear, the Seabrook is a fairly large component of that. That's a 5-year contract, so that's not a long-term contract, and we're looking at what options will fill that gap when that expires. But a big chunk of that is nuclear, which is carbon-free and non-renewable.
When does that contract end?
I think 2022. Pretty soon. Yeah, they're actively looking at most likely wind and hydro to replace that chunk that would come from out of state. Thank you. And then obviously some is fossil fuel, what we purchase on the market. This just shows net metering deployment. This is just showing that we are seeing aggressive solar deployment in Vermont. The net metering program has been largely successful in getting solar developed here, and there's breakdown with all of our individual utility members, and that's largely a result of the attractive compensation that's been paid under that program. In addition, we've touched on there are more cost-effective ways to deploy solar than net metering. These are projects that VEPSA is pursuing with a PPA with a developer. Those are staff from Encore Renewable Energy there, cutting the ribbon up in Morrisville. And these solar projects are, well, that's one that came online, but these are all scheduled to come online this year. And this is a direct result of the Renewable Energy Standard Tier 2. We're building projects to satisfy our Tier 2 need.
Is when you look at the people, the unis that you represent, is what they have in common generally a bigger bite of hydro than the rest of other places? What distinguishes the group from the rest of the renewable power purchasers?
I can't say what distinguishes us. About half of our members, and I'm going to get into hydro right now, about half of our members own their own hydro resources, but we have members that don't own hydroelectric.
You go ahead and I'll listen.
Okay, sure. So overall, in aggregate, VEPSA's members own enough hydropower to generate electricity for over 8,000 homes. It's just a graphic there. And the list of the members that do own hydro facilities appears here. The benefits are this is locally sited, it's renewable, it's fairly low cost, and it's complementary to solar generation. That's a point I had meant to make earlier on, that as we have this Tier 2 conversation, we think resource diversity is really important. Having all of our local resources be solar doesn't make sense from a power supply portfolio. Hydro and solar have different load shapes. They provide electricity at different times of the year and times of day, and that's a good thing from a power supply planning perspective in terms of minimizing risk. And the challenges we've seen in recent years around our hydro is, as I alluded to earlier in testimony, going through relicensing efforts has typically reduced output 30 to 40%, and that's in adherence to the new updated water quality standards. So plants need to get relicensed, I believe, every 40 years. So there has been a lot of change in how the state implements water quality over that time. And so when a plant goes in to be relicensed, they're taking a pretty big hit on their output. And we've had the Morrisville units and Lyndonville have gone through relicensing, and the remaining four, with the exception of Barton, are coming right up on their relicensing and expecting to see reductions in their output. And the concern there is that they have an existing resource that's located in state. It's sending value directly to the community.
No new environmental impacts.
There's no impact, exactly. There's no grid impact because those have been absorbed, and it's making it harder to meet our renewable energy goals to have this reduction in output.
And is that the A&R implements on behalf of the federal government review, I forget what it's called, like 401?
401C, or that's exactly right. A&R implements, there's a portion of the Clean Water Act that the states are responsible for interpreting and implementing, and I think there's differences in how different states implement that federal provision. But A&R's interpretation is that they cannot look at economics or renewability of the generation in issuing those water quality certificates. They are able to look at recreation and aquatic life, but not overall climate or energy considerations.
So is it less impounding, more bypass? What is it that they're requiring?
Yep, I think, and I'm not a hydro expert, but with that caveat, they want the plants to operate as close to run-of-river as possible. So less impounding. Only one of these, the H.K. Sanders in Morrisville, is the only one that is a reservoir, and they want more bypass constantly around the clock in all hours.
Say that last thing.
Oh, more water flowing over the dam.
In all hours. So
in all hours.
You can't select.
Right.
It's more difficult to select peak use hours.
Yes. It's more difficult, yes. So H.K. Sanders in particular has had a very hard time, and I don't know how familiar folks are with the Morrisville relicensing, but they're finding it's not even economic to operate that dam under the reduced flow, and are in a little bit of a conundrum about whether to pull out the dam, which would drain the reservoir.
Which seems absurd when we have dams producing low-cost, base-load energy, and it's happening all over the state. That we are choosing one environmental benefit over another. And, you know, I remember talking about this with Senator Westman when we were going through the Morrisville thing, and he was saying they're going to make it so we can't even run this great resource that's been there. Any idea? It's been that thing's been producing power for a long, long time.
Early 1900s, most of these are 100.
Yeah. And so if we shut this thing down, what do? Do we blow the top off another mountain and put up a bunch of windmills? Do we fill some more farm fields with solar panels? And so what are we lending off? What exactly?
And the reason for shutting it down again was?
They're not letting them use enough water to make it economically feasible.
And is that for all three of the dams in that complex?
No, those are separate hydro units. And HK Sanders, all three went through relicensing. HK Sanders is the one at Green River Reservoir that's having the most difficulty. It's very small, and most of the value of that plant did come from the fact that it was a reservoir, and they could essentially release the water to do peak reduction. So that value has basically been erased. So just generating the energy is providing minimal value.
If you have what these utilities charge for the electricity they sell, would they be in concert with a percentage of their own generation? Would they go up and down on similar lines?
No, and I think that just gets to there are so many variables that impact utility rates. One of them you've alluded to, which is customers per mile, and your mix of customers, two of them. Swanton has probably the lowest rates. Swanton, of our members, Barton has the highest rates. So there are other, I think, factors that go into.
Even though Barton's the second.
It's the second largest percent of its power supply coming from hydro.
Is there shortcoming customers per mile?
Their shortcoming's been poor management for a lot of years, I think. The customers per mile impacts it, but Barton, that whole municipality has had some questionable management that has cost them a lot of money over the years, and that's part of the problem. I think a big part.
And I'm speculating, I think Barton does not have a lot of commercial and industrial customers as well to offset costs. So just, it's a little bit more complicated than to say those with hydros have lower rates, although it certainly helps keep rates low in some cases.
Well, if one of these companies just said we quit, they get taken over by Green Mountain Power or directed to be taken over by the local large utility, would the customers in those districts see increases or decreases?
Some would see, I don't want to speculate too much, some would see increases and some would see decreases. I mean, again, some of our members have much lower rates than the other utilities in the state that are not public power utilities, and some have slightly higher. Barton happens to have slightly higher rates, but Barton's rates are in line with Vermont Electric Co-op's rates, being kind of the neighboring utilities in that area.
Well,
so they wouldn't see a...
Yes, I would say that's not a lot to brag about, but it's better than Washington Electric rates.
Yeah, I will try to be quick in wrapping up.
I'd like to just one more quick thing. This whole conversation here is very interesting to me because we're talking about trying to go to more renewable. We know that we need some kind of storage or some kind of base load, yet at the same time, our own A&R is making these small hydros less efficient and less able to store power. Some of these things can act as a battery, and we're saying, no, you can't act as a battery anymore. Instead, we're going to buy lots of Tesla batteries and hang them up on people's walls, which, you know, the expense and the energy to create a battery, and then what do we do at end of life with batteries? It just seems counter to what we're trying to do as a state.
Remind me again, A&R is doing this in interest of habitat? Something?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Run a river.
Right, so, right, and the critters in the river.
Yep.
What this witness brings to the table is that she represents many different places. The rest of the witnesses tend to represent one place. So this is, I guess my questions are, we've got a lot of different control groups in this one that trying to see how they compare to one another, whereas the rest of the folks that come in tend to have one point of view and push more aggressively that fits their utility.
And moving on to our proposal around hydro, and I did put out an amendment or circulate an amendment. And to be explicitly clear, we're not looking to change A&R's approach to relicensing hydros. What VEPS's intent is to find what we consider a win-win, a hybrid solution that allows the dams to keep operating and be economic and deliver value to the communities, even given reduced output. And so that's, our overall request is to make these locally owned hydro units Tier 2 eligible as a way to bring value and to avoid having those ratepayers then have to procure more renewable electricity from new expensive resources. So this is our recommendation. Again, this is to the extent that the state wants to place a value on in-state renewable, which VEPSA does feel is important, and there is benefit to that. It should acknowledge existing in-state generation as well. For these units in particular, the RECs would be kept in-state. These would be used towards Tier 2 compliance in-state. So as we know, even though we have renewable energy generation in the state, a lot of those benefits are flowing outside of Vermont. And again, some of these hydro units were, they're centerpieces to the community. They're the reason that a lot of these utilities emerged. They were Enosburg Falls, the dam is right in town and was the basis for the actual
basis for the development of the whole community in some cases.
Yes, and so there's a great deal of pride and value that the communities place on these assets.
Sure. So Tier 2, just trying to check, I remember it as the Tier 2 RECs, that they only went to new generation. Is that generally true? We weren't allowing them on existing generation.
Yep, the Tier 2 right now, the requirements are under 5 megawatts and came online after July 1st, 2015. And I think since the RES statute was implemented, our experience has shown we weren't aware that these reductions in output were going to be coming, so I think that's one thing that we didn't understand. I think when the RES was initially proposed, it was assumed that all in-state generators would continue to generate at their historic levels.
They're adjusting to a changing regulatory environment. It makes sense. It's a creative idea. Yeah. We'll have to work our way through it.
Sure. So we just see this as kind of bringing those conflicting or competing state policies into better alignment, not saying that habitat is not important and that A&R isn't furthering an important goal, but our energy goals are also in complement, are also important. And adding this value, bringing this additional value, one, avoids the need to purchase other replacement sources, renewable sources, and also would give the hydro owners more certainty around making investments in their plants to improve the productivity. So they'd have some capital freed up to potentially operate more efficiently, get better output even with the reduced flow.
And one other point about the whole run a river, reduce flow argument, whatever wildlife is in that river has been, in some cases, dealing with that decreased flow for their entire existence, for the last 100 years. So the environment, whatever it is, I'm sure has made the evolutionary changes necessary.
We've already selected.
We've already selected.
A rapid Darwin.
So I think that's pretty much end of my testimony. I mean, we did have some recommendations on the HQ limit. Again, the S267 as drafted has a cap on the amount of HQ that can be used for Tier 1 compliance. We're not advocating for a cap, but to the extent the legislature decides one is appropriate, we would just ask that it be the same across all utilities.
That's right.
And setting broad policy. Essentially, as I mentioned, the utilities are asking for a degree of flexibility if we contemplate increasing our renewable requirements. And that flexibility has come in different flavors from different utilities, but for VEPSA in particular, we're looking at flexibility to use what we already have. So I've introduced that as an amendment to the bill, and we think that's valuable. That's a valuable change now because we are embarking on relicensing kind of in the short term.
So I have a quick question on cost related to siting. So when we did Act 177, the whole idea of creating some sort of regional, local control, financial governance, et cetera, and then working on net metering 2.0, part of it was to try to adjust the siting and the price to get generation, bring right to the table from the get-go, an engineering analysis that drive projects to be well sited, not just aesthetically, but in terms of load. Is the current regulatory environment delivering projects that are well sited in terms of generation next to load? And then sort of a subversion of that question, and next to sufficient transmission and distribution infrastructure to efficiently distribute that power?
Yeah, I would say not. I think that the Act 174 provisions that you alluded to give the communities a bigger role in which sites were desirable for development, which is separate and distinct from whether the grid can handle the added generation there, and is separate and distinct further from whether generation is adjacent to load. So I do know that there are provisions within net metering that I think do give a little bit more compensation if you have 50% of the off-takers are adjacent to the project. But in terms of, my understanding is that there's not an incorporation of grid conditions in either net metering or standard offer or kind of the regulatory scheme more broadly, and that those determinations are still being made on a case-by-case basis. We've seen the PUC deny CPGs for projects in the SHI, but that's, in my mind, a reactive approach rather than proactive.
Well, so that feels to me like we talked about that at length, trying to aim for that kind of engineering assessment up front, so we should have projects proposed that would make sense, and we're working through there. How about interconnect costs? Do they end up is that really sort of the chief mechanism for filtering? Like, the interconnect costs go high enough because it's not a good location, that flushes. So those projects don't even come to the PUC, or is that not enough of a deterrent to having sort of poorly sited projects from a load perspective proposed?
Sure. I think the fear is, I'm trying to think of the clearest way to say this. Yes, the interconnect costs can be a gatekeeper and a barrier to developing a project. If a developer wants to connect and we say it's going to cost, the price tag will be big, they may look for another site. The implications of doubling Tier 2, that policy, if the utility is on the hook to procure more in-state resources, even with a big price tag, the utilities may be forced to say, yes, I will buy your output at this high rate, because obviously interconnect costs just get embedded into the rate, right? People say the developers pay, but ultimately that does get passed on to the consumer.
Great. Well, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to check, because if we're talking about any kind of expansion of an obligation, then I think we better have sorted out the engineering sort of feedback part of how we plan.
Well, but we're not really planning right now, and we really haven't. We've let the developers kind of.
Why is we proposing? So if Tier 2 doubles, and there's going to be more generation to satisfy that, then we're creating pressure for more projects, or whatever we want to call it.
But we still don't have an efficient way to, other than the PUC saying no, to stop projects that are where projects don't necessarily be, and that's
right. And so that's why I wanted to check. So well, it's reactive. It's not providing guidance ahead of time enough.
Yeah, my understanding is that conversation's come up a little bit in the Finance Committee, and they're using the terminology location versus siting, siting being the aesthetic community concerns, and location being where does the grid handle it.
And where does the grid need it?
Yeah.
That's, to me, that's the important part, and that's part of our downfall is that we haven't given the department or anybody else the charge to say, build a map, show us where we need it, and that's where we are going to let developers do it.
I think we did one thing before in 2017. So it's now we're gaining enough experience to see what's working or not working, and maybe it's time for further change. So thanks so much.
Thank
Very
you.
helpful.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Crowley, I'm sorry that we run long, but there are a lot of questions on this. Can you, would you like to reschedule, or is 15 minutes enough time for your presentation?
Well, 15 minutes would be enough time for me. I'm not sure it'd be enough time for you guys.
You've noticed how it works.
Which would I would
so let's
perhaps reschedule. I could do this now, or I could reschedule.
So we can have a thoughtful
It feels
conversation.
like a little bit of a switch.
I told her to be 10 minutes late because you asked.
Wow. Okay. So she's waiting in the wings. Okay. So
I'm fine with this right now.
we have. Let's go. Yes, let's go ahead. We'll take the. We'll reschedule the Proposition 9 work.
Well, okay, so I have some copies here, but I'm probably not going to go directly off of this. Anyway, okay. Okay, so I'm Steve Crowley. I'm the Energy Chair for the Vermont chapter of the Sierra Club. We're a group that operates in the state as a chapter. We're also a nationwide organization with something like several million members around the country. We have about, I think it's about 3,500 members in state, and we've been working on energy matters for several decades and other issues as well. Nationally, we had more of a focus on, say, wildlife and forests and wilderness until about 15 years ago when we made energy and climate issues our top national priority. And I had the opportunity to work with National Sierra Club to make that change happen, and then I chaired their campaign for several years and had a chance to work with states all over the country on different policy matters. So it's been interesting to watch Vermont sort of sometimes be a leader and sometimes not so much be a leader. I think it wouldn't be fair to say in too many areas that we're leading on any of this right now. And it would be great to see Vermont pick that up again. So what I'd like to focus on here with regard to S267 is primarily the question about the Tier 1 concept, and I want to raise some questions about whether that's generally met by renewable resources at all or not. But let me start with addressing.
Just to let you know, so we're taking the top 9 off the table. We have the whole half hour. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Seem incompetent.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, that's helpful. So with regard to Tier 2, we strongly support expanding Tier 2 to 20%. We would suggest going further than that. We would it's our view that it might be narrowly defined right now and could be expanded in terms of what we consider Tier 2, the higher quality renewable energy, probably in several different ways, expanding to include more local, smaller hydro is one interesting thing to think about, community solar. There's a handful of different things that could happen around Vermont with smaller scale distributed generation that make a lot of sense.
Can I ask a quick question? So we've heard that in finance and here that this is not going to necessarily reduce our greenhouse gas impact. So can you tell me how you sort of square that with your thinking around some of your priorities?
Well, we think that Tier 2 does and should. When we talk, I mean, let's have to be a little careful here because renewability and carbon neutrality are not the same thing.
Right, right.
So that's important to keep in mind, and I think it's an important question to ask. What's our priority? Often they line up really well, but they don't always line up really well. So I think that's part of the question. But I think it's the whole question of whether it's more or less renewable and carbon neutral are central to our thinking about this. We certainly think that the Tier 2 resources are a huge economic development engine, and we have seen that sector of the economy grow rapidly in Vermont and then decline as our local generation met various standards or caps.
Can I check in on that? So when you say decline, based on what data?
I'm thinking primarily of jobs in the clean energy sector, which were a few years ago were up to 17,000. I don't have the numbers on top of my head, but they have declined by a couple of thousand in that time.
We just got data from the Department of Home Service that does an annual tracking report.
I have heard it from Renewable Energy Vermont.
Okay. Well,
Check your sources.
We should probably share that data because it shows that there was, in general, they do absolute head counts, and then they also do percentage of whether you're part-time or full-time. And they sort of weighted count.
Okay.
And we're back in job growth and total numbers, and a higher percentage of those people are working a higher percentage of their total job in clean energy. But they changed the metric on how they say who's in, and so it could be someone's parsing that piece differently.
But also, we have to acknowledge the point that we can't continue to pay 3 times as much for power as worth and cost shift that onto people who are not net metering. And the point is, those jobs were growing exponentially when we were giving an excessive incentive.
I think there's truth to that, yeah. But I think your point is it adds to my point that the kinds of incentives we offer translate directly into development of that sector.
Right, but we should be developing where we have the most impact, and net metering has had a big impact, but it's the most costly way to produce power. So there are better ways to produce it, but the net metering does provide many jobs, and there's the balance. If we focus on the very high cost energy that produces more jobs because it's less efficient to build those systems, are we really making progress? And I say we're not, because that cost is getting passed on to a lot of people who can't afford their power bills today.
Well, I think those are important points. What I would suggest is setting targets for how much carbon-free power we need to generate in state or nearby, and if our policies are supporting that development path, then our policies are right on target. If we're falling off of that development path, then our policies need to be more generous. If we're exceeding that, let's pull back. But let's set the targets to where they need to be based on science, based on what we know about. Primarily, my thinking is in terms of climate change and the need to get to zero, carbon neutrality by 2050. I think that the science is really clear about that. The only place where it's fuzzy is that might be way too slow, but that's what our state goal is right now. And so if we're on track with that, and our renewable energy development puts us on track with that, then we're offering the right kinds of incentives. If we're falling off of that path, then we need to increase incentives. That's my view.
The question I've heard from other folks, which was, if we move to 100% renewable by 2030, which every utility that's provided testimony has supported, then what's the, someone might say, okay, if we've created that obligation for them, why not have them solve that puzzle as economically as possible? Why specify in-state versus out-of-state and tiering of sizes?
Well, let me address that by, I have a few comments about Tier 1 generally that I think will address that. I'm not a big stickler for state boundaries, even international boundaries, but there are real-world considerations that come in related to those things, particularly control and verifiability, and we know what we're getting, and do these projects meet standards that allow them to be cited? If there was a location in Vermont, would we tolerate this here in our state? So those things all are important factors. But let me address Tier 1 generally. I have great concerns about this because I think the concept is fine, but where we turn out to get our power, which is primarily Hydro-Quebec, something like 50% of our overall power is either direct purchases from Hydro-Quebec, which is, I think, now I'm going back a few years because that's the latest data that I have, but it was about 23% direct purchases and about 24% the RECs, the unbundled renewable energy attributes. So I think it's worth looking at what we're getting, and in this case, I think there are real questions from that source, whether that's renewable power in the first place, and secondly, whether it's carbon neutral or positive. So to address the question of renewability, well, in our statutes, a decade ago, the size cap was lifted. It used to be 200 megawatts. Before that, it was 30 megawatts. Other states say 30 megawatt cap on hydro. Now we don't have any cap on the size of hydro. And that's a little arbitrary. I think there's probably some big projects that are okay, but by and large, the larger projects involve several things that relate to the question of renewability. If you look just at the flowing water, it's fine. It's renewable. It keeps on coming as long as it keeps raining. But if you look at other aspects of the resource, and our law is not narrow in terms of saying just water. It says if you're using a resource faster than its regeneration rate, then it's not renewable. And so, well, what has to be regenerated? In the case of some of the large hydro projects, if you're going in there and cutting hundreds of square miles of forest, well, if you're doing that for the purpose of producing paper or producing wood products of any kind, that's not going to be considered renewable. But we do that for hydro. We wipe out hundreds. Hydro-Quebec alone has something like 12,000 square miles of reservoir that used to be forest and peatland. Vermont's share by percent of terawatt hours is about 100 square miles of Quebec that has been clear of forest. So we close our eyes to that. We don't consider the issue of the fish resource in the rivers, which has been poisoned with methylmercury and is no longer suitable to consume and has caused health problems by people who depend on that resource for food. So there's another strike as far as what's actually a renewable resource.
What's the source of the methylmercury?
The source is the naturally occurring mercury that's in the soils and in the biomass that's part of the soils. And once it becomes in the reservoirs, once it becomes flooded on a regular basis, then that develops a whole food chain of bacteria that do that conversion from an inorganic, pretty inert form of mercury to this methyl mercury that then becomes absorbed in the fats and works its way up the food chain, so that by the time it gets to the salmon and top of the food chain fish that the folks there eat, it's at such high concentrations that it'll make you sick.
So when you're talking about the environmental impacts, does your group look the same way at the mountaintop wind projects? Because they clear cut, they completely change an isolated environment to something different.
Yeah, there's no question about the fact that it changes a ridgetop. But I would say this. I would say that if you're looking at something like the impacts of a wind project, if you think about acres per megawatt, a wind turbine, a big 3 megawatt wind turbine might take 3 to 5 acres per tower, right? So so that's about an acre a megawatt. If you look at solar, a field of solar panels we see all over the place, that is more like 20 acres per megawatt. If you look at hydro,
less impact. The solar is definitely less impact.
It's certainly different. It's different.
It's different. It's both different and, I guess, in my humble opinion, less than the other two we're talking.
Well, but if so 1 acre, 20 acres, about a half a square mile for a megawatt of hydro. So so it's 320 acres for a megawatt of hydro. Not if it's run of the river, not if it's one of the smaller facilities that doesn't have a huge reservoir, and it depends what the reservoir used to be before it was a reservoir. But in terms of, this is my point would be that there's a real question about whether this particular source, I'm not saying all tier 1 sources, this particular source that happens to be half of our portfolio is, it's really questionable whether that's a renewable resource at all, even though it's, we allow over 200 megawatts, that's arbitrary, that's in law, but the rest of it it's a real question to me. So the other aspect of it is carbon neutrality. And when we think about this forest that's up there, that's soaking up carbon dioxide and that's where, it's putting it into the soils. Because of the cooler temperatures up there, it just builds up in the soils and has been for 10,000 years. And so there's an enormous carbon sink up there. It's shifting because of the changing climate, but there's an enormous carbon sink. And part of it is the forest, and part of it is peatlands, which are like wetlands here. They're really important carbon sinks, and they have been doing that for a long time. When you clear that and flood that, you lose that carbon sink. You lose that whole potential for carbon sequestration. At the same time, once you flood it, that carbon that was built up in the soils and the biomass starts to decompose at a faster rate than it used to. So now you have emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from the reservoirs, both CO2 and methane. Methane is, as I'm sure you know, is a much more powerful greenhouse gas, 86 times as powerful as carbon dioxide, especially over, if you stretch it out over a long, long time, it decreases. But over this critical next few decades, a huge footprint for every methane emission. So when you add those two factors up and you work it out on a grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, It actually is better than just burning natural gas, but not a lot better.
Is that all this in your testimony?
It is.
Excellent.
Yes.
I guess a couple points. Number one, your carbon neutrality discussion, I like, and I wonder if you've seen my bill, I think it's S201, that would require all Vermonters to be responsible for their own carbon. I haven't seen that. I've asked for that.
I have read that, yes.
It's a concept worth exploring. How it's not simple, but what bothers me in this building are the folks who pretend to be worried about climate change, and then when the session's over, they jump on a jet and fly around the world. I think there's a lot of people who say we got to do something about climate change, but they take far too many commercial airline flights.
Well, I won't address that. That's a separate discussion. But in regard to your forest question, I think it's an important one. I think that people are working hard to figure out how to make that a real and valuable effort statewide. I think one of the things that's super important to consider is that the status quo that we have today is creating an enormous problem for the planet. I guess that Australia is the best recent example of that. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has pointed out that this is one of the differences between the super aggressive reductions, the 1.5 maximum temperature increase pathway and the 2-degree pathway. The 1.5-degree pathway predicts significant major heat and drought and fire conditions in the southern hemisphere. The 2-degree pathway says that those conditions show up in the mid-latitude northern hemisphere. So what we saw in Australia is coming here. So that's what the status quo is bringing us. So with regard to forests, it's really important to think not just about the status quo, and forests have been doing this for forever, right? But we have to think about what we can do that's additional. What can we do extra? So if we commit to taking forests out of rotation permanently, then you can start, then at that scale, you can think about the extra growth in the forest that is doing extra sequestration. But to do the normal status quo kind of sequestration that happens all the time is actually not helping. I mean, it's a lot better than, going back to the 1880s and having Vermont be clear-cut completely. But it's when we think about what we do with our forests, we think about additionality and permanence as far as what we need to accomplish for the carbon cycle.
You're saying no cutting trees.
It's complicated.
Well,
it's way more complicated, and there are other people that know more about this than I do. But and I recommend having them in here when the time comes. But it's there are different management. It's complicated about management.
It's good that you sense that man trap that was being separated right there and just walked around it. So when you're looking at your analysis, do you do assessments on embedded energy and creating infrastructure? For instance, cement has very high embedded energy. Hydro facilities, I believe, have a lot.
You're talking about even creating power lines, all of that kind of thing.
Well, the creation of anything, from a solar panel to a windmill to a hydro dam, they all have.
Well, it's a complicated question.
The hood and start looking at the embedded energy of the technologies that we're
right. Yes.
Hearing.
Well, typically, hydro from greenhouse gas from large hydro is an interesting example of that. Typically, you'll see if you look up the numbers on grams per kilowatt hour. It's something on the order of, you get like 30 to 40 grams per kilowatt hour is what's listed for large hydro. but that's entirely embedded in the concrete and the construction. And it's generally considered carbon neutral as far as landscape impacts and emission impacts from the reservoirs. Where I come up with numbers from like 100 to 200 when you add in the others, just burning, really efficient burning of natural gas, methane, is something like 200 in the ideal, not counting fugitive methane. But
including the fracking, extraction,
correct. But just burner tip, yeah, depending how efficient the plant is. So let me make sure I'm not missing important things that I wanted to cover here. Okay. Let's see. So one other thing I would like to address, well, let's see, I guess is the cost question. That's not in my testimony, but I've been doing some checking on this with the department. It's hard to figure out how much we are spending, and I'm just thinking about, well, actually I should back up because I'd like to address the question of the unbundled renewable energy credits, unbundled RECs, which cover about half of that renewable energy that we count from Hydro-Quebec. We buy just the RECs. The cap on that is like a penny a kilowatt hour, but I don't think we ever pay that much. Our utilities don't pay that much. My sense, talking to the department, is that it's something like 1/10 of a penny per kilowatt hour to 1/2 cent per kilowatt hour. So now it turns out that we are purchasing at about a quarter of our power, 6 terawatt-hour total power supply for the state. A quarter of that is covered by these unbundled RECs. So it turns out if you take a sort of a low estimate of cost for that, say a quarter of a penny per kilowatt hour, $25 per megawatt, then it turns out to be something like $3 million a year that we are spending on these unbundled RECs, which to me don't really do much of anything. Hydro-Quebec has a sea of something like 179 terawatt hours worth of power that they produce from their dams, of which we purchase about 1.5 as renewable energy credits alone. So when we do that, it's not really renewable. It's not doing anything for our carbon budget, and it doesn't affect Hydro-Quebec's additional growth of renewables in any way. So to me, it seems like we are purchasing these RECs that are not doing a single thing. They aren't helping, they aren't hurting, they're just it's paperwork. So we are spending about $3 million a year for this paperwork that really just, it works for our accounting and it